Georgia Tech trying to snap that losing streak. They've been so close. 5 losses by single digits for the Jackets this season. Boston College to receive. Georgia Tech won the toss and deferred. So we're ready to go from Bobby Dodd Stadium. First visit since 2012 for the Eagles to the Flats. There will be no return on the opening kickoff. So we'll see that BC offense and Phil Dracovic, the junior from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and a transfer from Notre Dame, coming off with a wrist injury, James, and in there to start this game for BC.
Goes in on Friday morning and talks to his head coach, Jeff Hafley. This is last Friday, and Frank Cignetti. He said, I'm playing tonight. And Hafley said, when your best football player says that, you play him. And you can just tell how happy this entire team is to have Phil Dracovic back out there. Dennis Grosel filling in the best he could, but missing 6 games in the stretch they had. And those 4 losses was pretty tough without him.
Drakovic's pass is a short hop near the 35-yard line and incomplete on first down. He was looking for Trey Barry. Carpenter defending, and now our impact players brought to you by your local Toyota dealers with the Eagles on offense.
Well, Zay Flowers, we saw him off the top, a big playmaker. Get him the football any which way, not just through the air, jet sweeps and whatnot. Number 4 on offense, number 4 on defense. That's not a tough assignment for you guys. Just watch for the forwards. Quest Jackson, you can't help but see him all over the field. 14 tackles in that Pitt game a few weeks ago.
He is the leading tackler in the ACC, over 10 per game, and Georgia Tech is ready for the BC ground game, and that'll be a loss of 2. Pat Garwo, the sophomore on the carry, goes nowhere and loses a couple.
It's been the Garwo show offensively for Boston College. Stuff behind the line of scrimmage right there, and this is a Georgia Tech defense stepping out there on the opening series trying to get 3 and quickly off the field. What a big boost this would be, and I told you about the fight off the top. Again, this is a team coming off a tough loss to Miami without their starting quarterback, their leader. First couple snaps looking pretty good and fiery anyway.
BC 8th in the conference, 3rd down percentage. This pass is caught near the 45 in stride. Jalen Gill with the grab from Dracovic. Big pickup on 3rd down for BC.
This starts up front with the protection. A great job. A little game there. They bring 4. A little bit of pressure late on Dracovic, but he stands in there strong and gives Jalen Gill, just enough time to clear the entire defense and hits him near the boundary with a trailer. Wesley Walker. Big first down on 3rd down.
Gill, the Ohio State transfer, got 25 yards on that previous play. This is Garwo to the Georgia Tech side of the 50 and 3 yards for Pat Garwo.
Therein lies the rub too, Tom, with Andrew Thacker's defense. Is just 3rd downs have just been a killer. Last in the ACC when it comes to defending those 3rd downs. And Phil Dracovic taking advantage.
Dracovic did not have to throw it a lot last week against Virginia Tech. He will throw it again. He'll air it out down the middle of the field, and a wide open man. It's Zay Flowers into the end zone for Boston College. 48 yards for BC to the house.
Smiles on the Eagles sidelines. Little play action pass hard to Garwo, and Garwo doing a good job of picking up the blitzing Quest Jackson. Jackson got a little bit of Phil Dracovic, but still, that's a big guy at 6'5", 226 pounds. Got to get more than a little bit. Able to stand in there strong and lay it out there for a wide open Zay Flowers. What seems to be some miscommunication there in the secondary in a big, painful way, because just like that, BC on the road up 7-0 here in Atlanta.
His 3rd receiving TD, 48 yards, Bates, and BC's in the end zone.
Well, miscommunication. Bottom of your screen, the corner there swelling. It looks like he feels like he's got help. These safeties, they use them as robbers so much in this defense. No safety help at all, and nobody there at all when it comes to covering Zay Flowers, and just too easy. That's one way to give number 5 his groove back, starting to get back into the rhythm a little bit coming in, and lathered up after the first series, probably feeling like he's 110% back. They'll take it, 7-0, just like that.
Gibbs is the return man for Georgia Tech. Last week he had 98 kick return yards and 237 all-purpose yards a week ago in the loss at Miami for Gibbs. So we'll see what he can do on the kickoff from Boston College. Gibbs from the 2. Division. The burst. There goes Gibbs across midfield. Gibbs to the 10. And he is gone. 98 yards. And the kick returned by Gibbs for a touchdown.
No doubt about it, coming into this one today, you knew without Jeff Sims, Jahmyr Gibbs was going to have to be the star of the show offensively for Georgia Tech. Little did we know he would get it done before they even took an offensive snap to the house on the kick return to tie it up.
Somaglia adds the extra point, 98 yards. Gibbs the touchdown return on the kickoff for Georgia Tech to tie it up.
Jeff Hafley, the head coach for Boston College, said that Gibbs looks a lot like a punt returner when he gets the football on offense. How about kick returner as well? Add that in. 12:46 left in the first quarter, and we've already got 14 points scored.
Folks weren't even in their seats yet, and Gibbs goes 98 yards, James Bates.
The drone wasn't even low enough yet. Look at this. There you see, and you know, the problem here, you can even tell from way up top, is you've got to stay in those lanes. Everybody chomping at the bit there on that kick cover team. So excited to be out there wanting to make the play. But not everybody's going to make the play. Somebody's got to be on the outside to force that back in to all the other bodies. And there you see the last 6 games. Not bad numbers.
You just had a feeling, as much as we've seen him this season, as Levy will stay in the end zone, as much as we've seen Gibbs and the electrifying plays that he is capable of, you just had a feeling that he might bust one. And he did. First time since 2018, Georgia Tech has returned a kickoff for a touchdown. That was Wanye Thomas in a game at Georgia. And so this time, it's Gibbs. And you could tell, James, once he broke through the initial contact in that first line of Boston College special teams, he was gonzo.
Wormy, my man, come on. Admit it. It's pre-game. My broadcast partner said, hey, Gibbs might run one back today.
You just had a feeling, as I said, based on what he'd done. Now, it is very early, and BC has already shown proficiency on the offensive side with Jurkovec, who, by the way, James, hardly threw the ball at all last week. Really, the way the game went against Virginia Tech, it kind of dictated the fact that they could run the ball, but it's clear he's getting closer to 100% healthy, and the wrist doesn't seem to be an issue on those long balls he's thrown.
No, it's, you know, it's just getting back and getting into a rhythm, even though he has been taking those reps kind of mentally, if you will, 10 yards behind the other quarterbacks in practice for quite some time. It's not the same until it's full speed.
That was Garrow into the line, maybe back to the line of scrimmage. Our keys to the game are brought to you by your local Ford dealer with James Bates.
We're in Atlanta after all, so I had to go TLC, baby. Don't go chasing waterfalls, Boston College. Hey, play that stingy defense. Don't chase anything because you've got the studs on the other side of the ball. They can pop a trick play on you. You got to just settle down and play old school football. Georgia Tech, no scrubs. Hey, don't settle for anything less than winners. You only want winners, Jeff Collins. Find a way to win. That's been the bugaboo. Finishing.
Did BC find a way on third down? Jurkovec again down the sideline. Now that is incomplete. Looking for Williams. Zamari Walton was back there. Blanket coverage, and it's incomplete. And Boston College, which converted a long third down play on the way to a touchdown on their first possession, will have to punt.
Even though that ball fell to the turf, Jurkovec dropped it right in there. A great job by Walton to run under it and to knock it away. That was a beautifully thrown football as well. Good stand for the defense.
Carlson the punt. Ray wants the fair catch and makes it at the 30. So Georgia Tech will get its first chance on offense because Gibbs ran that kickoff back for the first time Georgia Tech touched the football. So we told you Jeff Sims, a myriad of injuries, primarily a shoulder to his throwing arm. So Jordan Yates, the redshirt freshman, Alpharetta, Georgia, he gets the start today, James.
And he's not the same physical football player as Jeff Sims. He's not as tall, as big, so you won't have a similar type system all the time. Jeff Sims can sit in there, kind of like Jurkovec. They'll roll him out a little bit more.
Flips it out to Gibbs up near the 38-yard line. On the first down play, he got 8. Mike Palmer made the tackle.
There's Jeff Sims, and the street closed before the game here today. You see him, it's perfect football, whether he's blown into those hands, trying to warm him up. He's from Jacksonville after all. You know, those Florida kids. They get a little bit cold, and they're a whole lot cold. Nice play on first down here for Georgia Tech. Second down as well.
Yeah, right side of the first down for Gibbs, so that'll move the chains. He got 5 on the run as we check out the impact players, brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, Jackets on Offense.
Well, a lot of injuries on defense. Vinny DePalma, you saw him there doing a great job sliding over that Mike linebacker to fill in for IGM, Isaiah Graham Mobley. And Jahmyr Gibbs is big in the backfield, but J.P. Mason has been so important so many times. That Miami game, he made so many big plays on third down and so many good blocks.
This is Gibbs around the edge and out of bounds. So Gibbs doing it on the ground. You mentioned Mason, James, who had a 71-yard touchdown run in the first quarter in the game against Miami. Gibbs just got 14.
And what this will do, good job. Look at that offensive line taking the punch to that defensive front. The ability to run this football is going to make this game a lot easier on Jordan Yates and a lot easier to call the game for Georgia Tech.
Yates will toss it out the other way. Smith. And he's down there at the 30-yard line. That's first down yardage just inside the 30. Cam Arnold had to make the stop for BC and a 14-yard play for Smith.
Back to the old Paul Johnson days here. Look at the bodies hitting the floor, all the cuts over there, and a great job on that block on the edge, because not only does it knock down the one defender, but it also takes Vinny DePalma out of the play as well. 2 for 1.
Yates pass, complete 25-yard line. Bounced out of bounds is Adonicus Sanders. Yates, who completes 64% of his passes, got 10 on that one. That's the first down. And now Georgia Tech moving into the red zone, and the Jackets have just entered the CPI security red zone with that ball at the 19-yard line with a pass by Yates to Sanders.
Adonicus Sanders, how big has he been a few times this year? He had the game winner from Jeff Sims in the final minute at Duke.
That was a 36-yard reception with 51 seconds left, and the game-winning points for Georgia Tech on the road at Duke. Smith tries to work his way up the middle and gets to the 12-yard line. That's 7 yards on the carry. Dante Smith. Palmer had to make the stop, James.
Everybody's banged up this time of year, quickly over the football, especially this offensive line for Georgia Tech. But the guys that are in there right now, they're doing an excellent job here early of taking the pop to that defensive line, winning the battles up front early.
This pass to the goal line and caught for a touchdown. What a throw by Yates. What a catch by Carter. 12 yards. Georgia Tech in the end zone.
This is the backup. That's a QB1 throw right there. It was tight coverage he had to throw into. A back shoulder throw. Almost impossible to defend that one. Excellent job. Jordan Yates getting really most of the starts, as Lauren told, or snaps, as Lauren told you. second half of the week and on the same pages for the receivers, that's for sure.
Yates with his 6th TD pass of the season, James, as he hit Carter for the TD. And Georgia Tech has taken a 14-7 lead on visiting Boston College. So Georgia Tech has to kick this one from the 20. Levy and Sinkfield, the deep men. They might not get a chance at it. It does roll all the way to Levy. He just has to fall on the 29 as that one was bouncing around. And so BC takes over, trailing 14-7. Eagles did score in the first possession, 48-yard TD pass. Jurkovec hitting Zay Flowers. This is Stewart on the replay. Look at the left leg give out.
Oh my goodness, ankle and knee. It's all kinds of ugly right there, and he's nursing it a little bit over on the sidelines. Hopefully he's okay. So you have some Aglia may be concussed after his headbutt. Could be an adventure with the kickers today.
An incredible first 25 minutes of this game. This one over the middle. That's behind the receiver. There is no flag. Williams and Miles Sims was back there defensively for Georgia Tech. We started at 3:30, James. We're approaching 4 Eastern, and we have seen all kinds of stuff so far in this game.
There you go, the play action pass. Plenty of time again. Been a little bit behind. Seemed to be in a rhythm on his earlier throws. That one off the mark as he throws it behind Williams.
There's some movement along the line and flags come out.
Part of the stat, false start. Offense, number 16, 5-yard penalty, second down.
Jeff Heiser is our referee today. Penalty against the Eagles. And Joey Luchetti, the junior from Wayland, Massachusetts.
Top 25 in the nation, half of these Eagles are. And fewest penalties. And it's little penalties like that that can kill you on the road.
Jurkovec, sturdy pocket. Over the middle, Luchetti, right at midfield. The guy who just got flagged for the penalty makes a big play up the middle of the field, right at the 50 for 26 yards.
Yeah, nobody there for him. A couple of these completions way down the field for Boston College have been guys that were running free. Luchetti totally redeeming himself after the 5-yard penalty.
12th catch of the season, Luchetti. At that tight end position for BC. Right on the Georgia Tech logo here at Bobby Dodd Stadium. Room on the left side. Oh, great move at the 45 and inside the 35. On that run for Garwo. James, how about that move he did for 17 yards?
Well, on the edge, you got to close. Close right now. Don't give him all that wiggle room. If you react, you read it and react. Go shut it down so that gap, so you get him when it's all messy and ugly there in the thick of it. You let him get out wide, and a guy like Garlo, he can run through you, and he can also run around you, showing you some nice moves on the edge right there. Good job by the back.
He gets the ball again with some more modest gain, if any. But Garwo wrapped up by Kyle Kennard. He got a yard. Garwo for Boston College last week, James. Carried the ball 30 times for 116 yards. Had a touchdown run of 3 yards in the third quarter in the 17-3 win in the red bandana game. And we know what that means to the folks in Chestnut Hill and at Boston College.
Absolutely, so special. Garwo just 195 yards in his career coming into this season. Over 800 after last week's game.
Way fake in the rollout. Jurkovec directing traffic. Goes against the grain at the 25-yard line to Jaden Williams. Took a long time to develop, but they got 9 on the play.
Time to develop, but no panic. Adam Jurkovec directing traffic back there. Booth buying him some time. Able to get it off and move those chains down inside the 25 of Georgia Tech now.
That pass yielded the first down for the Eagles. Right side, Garwo. Another move and down to 15. Did the ball come out at the end? Georgia Tech thinks it has the football, and the officials agree. Georgia Tech had 3 fumble recoveries a week ago. They've got one here in the first quarter against BC.
The Jackets went 8 straight quarters going into that Miami game last week without forcing a turnover. Their defensive coordinator, Andrew Thacker, preaching those chaos plays. They had been absent. This one is definitely going to stand. Georgia Tech forcing 4 fumbles now in the last 2 weeks after coming up empty 2 straight games. And remember, not only the 3 fumbles that they recovered against Miami, but the interception return on the 2-point try by the Hurricanes by Wanye Thomas. They have become a turnover machine the last couple of weeks. And what a shame Garwo had another good-looking run there off the other edge. He's got to secure that football.
Ely had the hit. Jalen Huff had the cover before Georgia Tech can get started.
Offense, number 80, 5-yard penalty. First down.
It's Dylan Leonard, the tight end. Sophomore from Milton, Georgia. So again, if you're just joining us with 5:46 to go in the first quarter, Jeff Sims, primarily because of a shoulder injury, but some other issues as well, unable to go. Jordan Yates getting his 4th start of the season. Started ACC games against Clemson and North Carolina, and also against Kennesaw State, where he threw for 254 yards and 4 touchdowns through the air. Gibbs stretches it out, shakes his way to the 20-yard line. James, I don't know about you, but this game is ultra entertaining here in the first quarter. I can't believe what we're seeing here.
Well, it's more of the same down in Miami, and it's very similar to Miami last week. It was 14-0 from the giddy-up Miami, and we're like, oh goodness, okay, here's Georgia Tech. You know, maybe they're going to fold up the tent. We're really going to earn our money in the broadcast booth, trying to make it interesting because Manny Diaz and Miami's going to run away with it. And same thing today. It starts off, Jurkovec throws that bomb to Zay Flowers. It looks like they may run away with it. Georgia Tech not going anywhere. They just continue to fight. But they're going to have a big fight on their hands throughout this one because this is a Boston College football team. They've got some fight to them as well, snapping that 4-game losing streak last weekend with the big win over Virginia Tech, holding that Virginia Tech team to just 3 points. So here comes a big 3rd down. Again, Georgia Tech has not been good on 3rd down, especially the 3rd and medium situations. Boston College, on the other hand, has been really good getting off the field on 3rd.
Georgia Tech last in the conference on 3rd down, 36%. Can Yates get it by himself? Reaches for the first down marker. He is beyond the 25-yard line. He's got it by a yard. Yates for 3 yards. Burton made the tackle on Yates.
Yeah, Vinny DePalma, the middle linebacker, has to go flying out of there because anytime Jahmyr Gibbs is included in that pass route, in that play, you've got to respect him. He's a great back, as we've seen early in this game, running the football, but catching it out of the backfield as well. So DePalma, man coverage, he had to lead the picture.
Yates. Past the defender, up the middle of the field, past the 30-yard line, but short of the 35. He got 7 yards. They mark him at the 33. Banks on the stop of Yates.
You know, just getting crafty. Nothing there but a bunch of maroon jerseys in a hurry, so he tucks it and goes. You know, the difference, Sims probably has a 1st down, but hey, I'll take that any day. The scrap, get me 7 yards on 1st down. Now it's 2nd and 3.
Quick little toss. That's Leonard, 8 yards. What do you think about what Dave Patnode has done so far with the Yates in there at quarterback, James, as far as the offensive scheme is concerned?
Well, I think they've done a good job, first, of establishing the run. And that comes with toughness up front, being very physical by that offensive line. Great blocking on the perimeter. That helps to set things up for Dave Patnode on his play calling. And when he has thrown it, a lot of it's been play action, a lot of the boots get him rolling a little bit.
That's a strike at the 45-yard line. Leonard has the grab for 4.
4-yard gain on the play, 2nd down and 6, ball on the 45.
Georgia Tech 3-6 on the season, 2-5 in conference play. They are 2-3 at home, and 1-2 against conference opponents here at Bobby Dodd Stadium, the oldest on-campus facility in the football bowl subdivision. 7th play of the drive at the 45. Hold on a second. Penalty marker.
False start. Offense, number 18. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
The penalties, it hasn't been a ton of penalties against Georgia Tech this year, but they've been at such awful times. The timing has really cost them. And here's a situation where this can turn pretty costly, because you're looking at a second down and medium. Now you're at a second down and 11. You want to get yourself into third and manageable when offense has struggled on third downs.
Yates is 4 for 4 through the air. Decides to let it go. This one is caught. Gibbs in open space. Gibbs down to the 25-yard line. Jahmyr Gibbs, and the pass from Yates goes for 35 yards for Georgia Tech. There is a penalty marker behind the play.
Eligible receiver downfield. Offense
coming back.
5-yard penalty. Second down.
And he's showing off not only the run after the catch, Jahmyr Gibbs, but also showing you some pretty good hands there, catching that bullet coming at him from Jordan Yates. But an eligible downfield. Ryan Johnson, the right guard. I guess it could have been a couple guys, late developing play, a play that takes that long to develop. Throwing it past the line of scrimmage. And just a crusher. You're knocking on the door of the red zone down at the other end. Instead, now it's a 2nd and 16.
Negating a 35-yard pickup. Yates on the run. Watch out. Near the 30. Just barely gets it away and throws it into the BC bench area. Two guys right in his face, including Josh DeBerry, number 21 for the Eagles. As Yates tried to extend that play and threw it away.
These are the situations right here where you've got to be careful with a quarterback. It's not Jeff Sims in there who was running the show. And yeah, Jordan Yates he's played a lot of football for the Jackets, and he started a few games this year. But you still have to be very cautious. You don't want to turn the football over and give it to Boston College at midfield. Be careful with that rock. If it's not there, throw it out of bounds and punt it away.
That was the first incompletion of the game for Yates. Now third down. Second time in this situation in the game. Yates buying a little time, flips it over the middle. First down, Kyrick McGowan, the senior from Dalton, Georgia, finds a seam within that BC defensive look.
Excellent job. Tim Lukabu, the defensive coordinator, chooses to only bring 3. They don't get a sniff of Jordan Yates. He has all day long, and that's plenty of time for McGowan to find his way open in the middle of that zone. So you've got 8 guys dropping and 1 guy running free right at the sticks. Know where you are on that field. Know where those drops need to be, where they're trying to get to. Big pickup, big third down conversion for the Jackets.
They got 22 yards on the pass play to McGowan. This one near the 35-yard line. Kalani Norris. Tell you what, these Georgia Tech receivers come at you in waves, and Yates 7 yards. And the mobility and the throwing accuracy from Yates on display, James.
Yeah, and again, look at the protection. A little bit of a sidearm sling. Patrick Mahomes-esque. Whatever it takes. And another second down and short. Getting ahead of those chains early in these downs.
This is the 10th play of the drive. Jordan Mason slams into the left side, gets to the 30, and Mason got 6 to move the chains. And that will be the last play of one of the most entertaining quarters we have seen all season long in our broadcast of the ACC, James.
Well, we got a couple weeks to go, too. It's all kinds of fun. They remember November. Isn't that what they were telling us from Boston this week? Well, we will remember that first quarter, and we've got 3 more to go. Quarter number 2 when we come back to Midtown Atlanta.
Ready to start the second quarter. Tom Wormy, James Bates, Lauren Jabbar on the sidelines, and our outstanding ACC college football production crew with you. There's Jahmyr Gibbs with the rush. He went 98 yards for his first career kick return for a touchdown in that first quarter. Here are the numbers, James.
Yeah, and Turnovers and penalties. Going to be big in a game as close as this one. 4 penalties for Georgia Tech. They've got to clean that up. And then the 1 turnover was a big one, seeing if they can do anything with it. Get some points, perhaps, off of those turnovers. And 11 runs to 7 passes. Make that 12 runs to 7 passes now in this football game for Georgia Tech. A 7-point lead. Looking to add to it here.
Yates was 7 of 8 throwing, 63 yards to 5 different receivers.
Timeout, Georgia Tech. Their first.
Yellow Jackets and Coach Jeff Collins electing to burn their first timeout of the first half of 14-7 against the Eagles. ACC College Football is brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Visit your local Ford dealers today. By Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina. We resolve to continue stepping up for you and your family. And by Yellowwood. Yellowwood. If it doesn't have the yellow tag, you don't want it.
Back at Bobby Dodd Stadium, Georgia Tech up 14-7 over Boston College. Now, after losing 4 games in a row, Boston College head coach came up with a motto for his team, something that's prevalent in the NFL. Remember November. And they used it last week. Huge win in the red bandana game. And he was telling us that remember November is all that matters now. There's 3 weeks left in the season, and that's what they're going to focus on. And it's not just something that they're preaching. It's something that they're living, whether they're in class, whether they're in practice, whether they're going up on one-on-one drills. Remember November. It's in the little details, the little things that they're going to bring into the rest of the season, guys.
Lauren, thank you. They forget the details on defense as Georgia Tech goes down to the 1 and 27 yards for Jordan Mason.
And Tom and Lauren, what did they say in the NFL? When you run the football in November, those are the Novembers that you remember. Well, they've got to remember to stop the run as well. There's J.P. Mason, and quickly over the ball.
To the end zone and in for the touchdown. Yates hung on to it, Bates, and he's in for the score for the Yellow Jackets.
Big play by Mason to get him down there, and then an excellent job of getting over that football, getting set, making sure everybody was set, and defense still on their heels, reeling from the big run down near the goal line, punching it in. And how about the start for Yates? There's Jeff Sims going to slap him on the back. Taking care of business with the starter being out.
21-7. Jordan Yates has thrown for a touchdown from 12 yards away, and this time takes a couple of Eagles into the end zone with him from 2 yards out.
How about that one? Threatened to need a little back shoulder throw to Malachi Carter, but also showing you that he can get crafty with his feet, just like Jeff Sims, running the football for a first down, running it, buying some time, and completing the pass, and then the toughness down near the goal line from 2 yards out, holding on to that football. Most importantly for his offensive coordinator, Dave Patnode, right there talking to him and the rest of the offense. And 6 of 7, 63 yards, and the 1 touchdown, holding on to that football early in this football game.
That was our Greatness Made Here feature, brought to you by Synovus. Featuring Jordan Yates, second rushing touchdown of the season for Yates. Good to see Stewart in there. He slipped on the last kickoff. Left leg went out from under him. But he's back out there to kick it off for Georgia Tech.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, Jude Kelly is another guy that can kick off, or onside kick, we should say. He's 3 of 3 on onside kicks this year, 2 of 2 last year. So it would have come to that late in this game.
Sinkfield fielded the kickoff, and he'll be down inside the 10. So Boston College had the long TD pass from Jurkovic to the direction of Flowers. That started the scoring, James, but it's been all Georgia Tech since then. The 21 first-half points, the most in a conference game this season for the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, Sinkfield costing him a little bit right there as he slips down. This ball goes down into the end zone. You're bringing it out to the 25. Instead, you're starting inside your own 10-yard line, trailing by 14. Jurkovic in this offense.
4 of 7 for 108 yards through the air for Jurkovec and a touchdown pass of 48 yards. 4th TD pass of the season for Jurkovec, seeing action in his 4th game. It's Hafley speaking with the officials, the head coach of the Eagles in his 2nd season. After great success as the defensive coordinator at Ohio State. In fact, in 2019, they were conference champs and played in the college football playoff.
I'm not sure what they're talking about now. If there was a fair catch call, it has to be by the player that receives the ball to gain the 25. I do know that. So if anybody else fair caught it, even though it wasn't him, it still would be a dead ball. They're going to re-kick this one. And I'm not sure why.
So it was Sinkfield who fielded it.
Offsides, we're being told now. It was an offsides on Georgia Tech. And costly again. That's 5 penalties right now. See here down at the bottom?
Yeah, lined up offside at the bottom of the screen.
No. It's top of the screen. It's offside. He can line up right there if he wants to. He just has to be behind the ball, which is on at that point on the 35 when it's kicked, and it was up top. It was 2 guys, it looked like, up top. This is a very aggressive kick cover team, but you can't be overly aggressive and costly. Right here's a perfect example.
See what the difference is here. That's Levy, comes up to meet it. BC out beyond the 30. Levy fighting off Yellow Jackets. There is a penalty marker near midfield as well on the return by Levy.
That's huge, that penalty. You want your guys to be aggressive.
Jeff Heiser is our referee. Levy's return was 28 yards.
Wow.
There were 2 number 11s on the kicking team.
I thought I heard, James, 2 number 11s on the kicking team. That's King and Harris.
So a 5-yard penalty, and they're right at midfield just about now. How about that difference?
So when Sinkfield had fielded the initial kick, Boston College was way back inside their own 15.
Inside their own 10, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were at the 8. Now they're at midfield, and 2 penalties later. So that's 6 penalties now here in this first half, and 13-18 left in the second quarter.
So BC from the 47, Jurkovec. The pocket holds. He hits Williams. Reverses field to the 40, and Williams slides down there, colliding with Zamari Walton. That's a first down for BC and 14 yards. Second catch for Williams.
Nice job by Williams. To hit those breaks, you got a lot of guys flying to the football and then take it back across the grain and get what you can. Get it upfield, move that football. BC getting into a little bit of a rhythm here.
Trying to go up the middle with Sinkfield. No gain on the play. Just inside the 40-yard line of Georgia Tech. Alex Sinkfield, the graduate student from Boynton Beach, Florida, and transfer from West Virginia. Jurkovec is the Notre Dame transfer. Notre Dame playing in the ACC tonight against an ACC opponent in Virginia.
Well, will Brennan Armstrong be able to go is the big talk. He's banged up. He's got the bad ribs.
They're saying James is going to be fitted for some sort of midsection flak jacket. Here's Jurkovec. Deep ball. Zay Flowers open and into the end zone. Jurkovec and Flowers again, and this time it's 39 yards for the Eagles. There is a penalty marker in the end zone as well. Zamari Walton was the coverage man for Georgia Tech. So Flowers already had a receiving TD of 48 yards. This one going for 39. Let's get the word from Jeff Heiser.
Well, I think it'll be a taunting penalty on Flowers. And again, just the coverage just not all on the same page, letting these guys run free. And you better know where number 4 is at all times defensively for Georgia Tech. There you see the flag come out after he takes a bow. But 2 touchdowns to Zay Flowers from Phil Jurkovec, and 2 easy touchdowns. Nicely thrown football right there to make sure. And a lot of times you'll hear quarterbacks tell you, the toughest ones are the ones where the guys are wide open. Jurkovec, no problem with those 2 shots to number 4. And chopping away at that 14-point lead, trying to make it 7 right here.
So that interrupts 21 straight points by Georgia Tech. Litton has the extra point. Jurkovec now with 2 passing TDs. Both to Flowers, who has 4 receiving TDs this season.
Just dropping it back. Protection, plenty of time to find the man in the Golden Dome into the sunshine and into the end zone. 21-14.
Quick strike drive by Boston College and Phil Jurkovec. Just over a minute 30 to go. 55 yards on 4 plays. BC trying to get tricky there.
Yeah, it's something. You spend so much time watching this tape and you see things that stand out to you, and they probably saw you've got a guy on the front line that likes to bail out early. Or Miles Brooks is the Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket that finally fell on it and trying to beat the Yellow Jackets at their own game. As we mentioned, Jude Kelly and Georgia Tech 5 of 5 in the last 2 seasons at recovering onside kicks. But BC unable to catch them slipping right there. And there you see the scoring drives for the Yellow Jackets here today. Of course, that kickoff return by this guy, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Gibbs just inside the 45. There is no gain on the play. 98 yards. First time the Yellow Jackets touched the football was the return on the kickoff by Gibbs. The first of his career. He is listed as a freshman, but obviously he's got experience well beyond that.
The last matchup with BC, remember, he had the kickoff return that was called back because of the penalty. And that's the way he started things here in Atlanta. His first touch was against UCF.
He's going to be dropped for a loss this time. Josh DeBerry pulls him down, and that's a 6-yard loss for Georgia Tech.
Josh DeBerry's been so big for this defense. Has gotten banged up throughout the year. Second on the team in tackles. Leads the team with 5 tackles for loss. Got a couple interceptions on the season. 3 pass breakups. 21 hanging in there when guys like Sebastian are out. Maitrey are out. Of course, IGM. And a big drop for a loss to force a 3rd down and 16. But Georgia Tech, surprisingly, has converted in big situations on 3rd. Let's see if they can get it done right here.
2 for 2 in the game for Georgia Tech. From midfield, on 3rd down, over the middle and incomplete. A couple of receivers had a shot at it. The first one was Kyrick McGowan. And then it was short of the reach of Carter, and so that brings up 4th down.
This was going to get interesting. It's a little bit late. They bring 4 originally, then a delayed blitzer coming in there, putting the pop on Yates, and that ball a little bit too high and hard. Or McGowan, he's got some room to run and may have moved those chains. Instead, Kev Lukabu, his defense with a big stop and forcing a punt.
First 3 and out of the game for Georgia Tech. Shanahan into punt. Jalen Gill is the deep man at his 10. David Shanahan, the freshman, Castle Island, Ireland. Fielded just beyond the 15-yard line by Jalen Gill. Before we continue, a message from Works Nitro.
Meet Works Nitro. Powerful tools for any project with gas-like power without the gas. Fueled by PowerShare batteries to give you the power to outperform.
Tremendous game so far between the Eagles and the Yellow Jackets. They played last year in Chestnut Hill. Phil Jurkovec threw 2 touchdown passes. Had 94 yards rushing in that 48-27 win last season. This is what he's done so far today. The 2 TD passes, both to one of his favorite targets, Zay Flowers, number 4 in golden maroon. Jurkovec has the time, has an open man, 2 flags in the defensive backfield of Georgia Tech. So Barry made the catch for 5 yards, but we're going to have to hear from Jeff Heiser first.
Holding defense number 2. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
That's Tariq Carpenter. Watch the left side of your screen right here on the play action pass. Jurkovec looking over the middle first before he dumps it off to DeBerry. Nevertheless, fresh set of downs, 1st and 10. Just beyond the 25.
Jurkovec still has it. Stops and throws. On time and on schedule near the 40 to Trey Barry. What a well-devised play by Boston College, and Barry runs up under that one from Jurkovec.
Nice throw by Jurkovec, and Trace Willing is beat on this. Watch up top. You're going to see the corner just giving chase the whole way. When you're beat, you don't look back. Think about it. Are you faster looking back over your shoulder and running? You ever see the guys running 100 looking over their shoulder? No, they put their head down, they run forward. When you're beat, you got to put your head down and try to get back in that picture. Nice throw there by Jurkovec. Here comes Flowers.
Flowers at the 30. Flags come out. Did his face mask get grabbed on the way by? Sure looked like it. The pass play before that to Trey Barry was for 38 yards, and that was Flowers on the run. Walker is down for Georgia Tech.
Now this is going to be a face mask, and here's an example of getting the ball to
Personal
number 4.
foul, face mask, defense, number 13. Penalty is half the distance to the goal line. First down.
And so Wesley Walker still down on the turf, being attended to as we take a quick break. 30 to 23. North Carolina shut out the Panthers in the second half, with Kenny Pickett threw the TD pass in OT to win the game for the Panthers.
Here's another look not only at the face mask, but the injury to Wesley Walker, who was called for that face mask. And he gets tangled up there with his teammate, Miles Brooks. And 7 penalties now for Georgia Tech to Boston College with 2. And penalties aiding in a big way on the last 2 drives.
Keep in mind, a week ago, Georgia Tech had a 4-point lead at halftime at Miami. A 4-point lead after the 3rd quarter, but could not close the deal against the Canes. Garwo. Sophomore from Levittown, Pennsylvania. Tackled by Jordan Dominic. Also a sophomore.
Garwo went to Conwell Egan High School. Some high school is Steve Slayton, former West Virginia Mountaineer and NFL star. Still in. I don't know if he's still playing. He's a stuck up number.
2nd and 7. Jurkovec takes off to the goal line, and Phil Jurkovec dances into the end zone for the Eagles from 8 yards away.
Phil Jurkovec scrambles into the backfield into the end zone for the Boston College touchdown.
Well, BC fans didn't have to hold their breaths on this one. He had a rushing touchdown in his welcome back game last Friday night against Virginia Tech. Went airborne and landed awkwardly. Remember, coming off that wrist injury, made him miss 6 games. This time, they go in untouched.
Connor Litton ties this game. 14 straight points for the Eagles. Jurkovec has his 2nd rushing TD of the season.
21, Boston College.
Yeah, design quarterback draw, just right up the gut. An excellent job. Alec Lindstrom leading the way, getting up to that next level and taking out those backers. A nice job, too, by the rest of that offensive line. They're in a gaping hole there in that defensive front. Phil Jurkovec feeling pretty good. You saw the big smile on his face and pat him on the back, pat him on the back.
That's the obvious play from 8 yards out, James. His rushing TD a week ago against Virginia Tech in the first quarter from 8 yards away. 4 plays, less than 2 minutes. So that's 2 straight drives for 14 points, and both less than 2 minutes off the clock for the Eagles to tie this game. Steven Ruiz to kick it away. And here they go again with an onside attempt. He tried to rocket that ball, and it was fielded. Looked like Trey Swilling on the front line. It's the other number 3, Inde Ray.
They must think that Ray has the worst hands on this team. Let's get it down to Lauren Jabara.
Thanks so much. Boston College center Alec Lindstrom, who had that huge block on the touchdown. His brother and him have a really, really strong relationship. Growing up, they were best friends. They played football together. And Chris had success in a scholarship to come to BC. Alec told me he looked up to him in everything he did, followed in his footsteps, came to BC, said he helped me get better as a player. Very special bond. Growing up, their dad was their coach. And guess what? Not only did they play together in high school, they had bunk beds. In college, they were roommates. And now his brother plays for the Atlanta Falcons. I asked him if they were going to have some time to spend together. He said, no, the Falcons are playing in Dallas. But he was able, his brother Chris was able to go visit Alec in their hotel on Friday. So pretty special bond. He said, I'm extremely blessed to be able to share a life with him and share all of these experiences. What are the odds, guys? Bunk beds in high school, roommates in college, following his brother in his footsteps.
Lauren, I want to see a picture of that bunk bed. That's got to be made of cinder blocks.
They have to be the biggest bunk beds you've ever seen, really, though.
I was thinking Step Brothers.
Yates escapes the pressure and throws on the run near the 20. Stretching for it was Sanders, and it's incomplete. Ooh, so close for the Yellow Jackets.
Nice job by Sanders to work and move to get open after the quarterback Yates gets on the run. A nice call there right on the sidelines. Hafley and his sideline helping out, making sure the officials knew that foot was out of bounds, but a nice try on the scramble. They'll bring it back, and here's a big 3rd down and 3, trying to regain some of that momentum because it all belongs to the Eagles right now, scoring the 14 straight points.
Ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. That play is under further review.
So there is a review, but based on the replay we just saw, it clearly looked like the foot of Sanders was out of bounds. Was the right foot still down? It doesn't look like it, James. The left foot was out. Was the right foot still down?
See, and watch this. The toe, interesting coaching play here. See, he's got possession, and the toe is in. But it's a continuation as the toe rolls to the heel. Had it been the other way around and you're dragging a toe, you get that toe in, and it's going to count. But going backwards, it's the whole foot. It'll be the left foot. See, that toe could be in, but it doesn't matter because as he rolls on it, it's out of bounds.
James, as we well know, you need indisputable video evidence to overturn the call, which on the field was incomplete. Is the evidence there?
No, it's not. No, it's not even close.
I ask you, Your Honor. Please approach the bench, Bates.
May I?
Jeff Heiser taking a look at that replay. Again, the call on the field, incomplete pass, taking nothing away from the effort by Adonicus Sanders, who James mentioned was the hero in that game at Duke. In fact, for Georgia Tech, that's their last win, James. September 9th at Duke, a game we called 31-27. Sims to Sanders, 36 yards, 51 seconds left in that game against Duke to get the win for Georgia Tech on the road.
And a tough one against Virginia where they came storming back. It was a Virginia Tech game, which was a tough loss here a couple weeks ago. They lost 26-17, and then at Miami.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands.
So a 3rd down and 3 right here on the field. You got to think that this is, if they don't get it right here, they're going to go for it on 4th down.
Today, the last ACC game of the season for Georgia Tech. The next 2 games, November 20th at Notre Dame, November 27th against number 1 Georgia. And it's here. We haven't beaten Georgia at home since '99. 3rd down play. It's not going to be enough.
No, they stuffed him. Jahmyr Gibbs may be getting back to that line of scrimmage. And here's your 4th down and 3. A great job. Look at the pad level. Up front fighting. And just stoning that offensive front. So here comes the Presley Harvin days are gone. He was drafted by Pittsburgh. And you've got a guy from Dublin and Shanahan in there, punting it away, trying to trap him down low, make him drive the length. Be on alert for a fake in these situations, though.
Fake on the punt. Georgia Tech will get the first down. Near the 35-yard line, they got 4 yards. They gave it to Dante Smith. Cutting across behind that snap. All smiles on the Georgia Tech sideline.
Special teams have been special in this first half. The direct snap and the handoff on the jet sweep. That gets going, but then you have to have everybody on the same page in blocking, and they do an excellent job of a hat on a hat and just enough for Smith to get it up across the line needed, and a fresh set of downs. Dante Smith just waiting his turn. He's an outstanding back, but he's had to share the carries with Jahmyr Gibbs and Jordan Mason. Huge pickup.
Yates looking. Throws it complete. Fighting for the 30 is Leonard. Got a little bit more, down to about the 27. And 8 yards on the catch and run. Dylan Leonard, the sophomore from Milton, Georgia, who goes 6'5", 246.
Got a sense right there they wanted to maybe go up top. You know, it's after a big turnover, a lot of times an offense will get out there and try to go to the end zone. Going with the safe bet, just picking up 8 again. Very good on first down, and looks like Leonard's having a tough time before this snap.
Leonard stumbled. Yates went over to him, and they've stopped play to check on Leonard. Leonard able to hang on to that ball, James, between the thighs.
Well, he takes a couple hits to the head, actually.
3 Eagles surrounding him.
There he comes in there early.
So the training staff and Jeff Collins checking on their tight end, Dylan Leonard. Leonard's the leading receiver in this game with 3 catches, 21 yards.
As cautious as they are with those bangs to the head and guys being a little bit cloudy, it's well, they'll take extra precautions on the sidelines, making sure that he's okay to come back into the football game. Looks like Billy Ward's in there right now for him.
So Leonard to the evaluation tent, Billy Ward into the game. He wears number 85 for Georgia Tech. Yates gave it up to Gibbs. BC was ready. Only a yard. I mean, James, if there was ever a situation to run the fake punt, that was it. On 4th and short there on the BC side of the 50 for Georgia Tech.
Oh, absolutely. And BC had to know it. You know, your punt alert, you reminded them, hey, anytime you're near midfield, you got to be careful. Here's the 3rd down and short again.
Into the pile. Could be close. The spot is near the 26-yard line. That's what they had to gain. Yates got ripped off of that pile by Salah. Number 11 for BC. Now, based on what we're looking at right now, that might be enough for Georgia Tech. The yellow line unofficial. Here come the chains. Bates, where are the lasers?
That's what
we talk about this every week, don't we?
Well, and I'm not going to shut up until they bring out the lasers.
Now you still need the chains and the markers for visual recognition for the players, no question about it. By half of football, Georgia Tech has a first down. This is again after the fake punt. Jeff Collins' team scored 21 straight points to take a 21-7 lead. Boston College came back with 14 straight of its own. Georgia Tech has the ball late in the second quarter. This has been an incredibly entertaining game. We thank you for your viewership here on your ACC stations and across your regional sports networks. Tom Wormy, James Bates, Lauren Jabara on the sidelines. Our outstanding production crew. Bringing you the pictures and sound. Yates is pressured and he's sacked. Cam Horsley comes in for the BC sack and a loss of 8 yards on the play.
Well, the big man, just 12 sacks on the season. This defense coming in, that's not very many. Horsley, a little bit of want-to, getting rid of his blocker, and the sophomore from Riverton, New Jersey, dropping Yates for a great big loss. It's 2nd down and 18. Right as he's coming out of that play action pass fake, Horsley's right there in his lap and drops a heavy load on him, 290-pounder.
First sack of the game for the Eagles. Yates is 8 of 11, 79 yards, trying to add to the total. He won't. Out on the edge and the stop. Josh DeBerry read it well. McCollum on the catch.
Who wants it more on the edge? Josh DeBerry right here, that's for sure on that play. Had a blocker on him. He just shucks him, gets rid of him, and a whole lot of want-to. Goes and makes that tackle. That's an excellent play by Josh DeBerry, the junior from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, De La Salle High School. Continues to get it done for Tem Lukabu, the defensive coordinator. 3rd down and 22 now for the Jackets.
The 11th all-time meeting of the series. Georgia Tech with a 3-2 lead between the teams as ACC opponents. 3rd and long. Conservative call to Mason, 3 yards. Near the 35-yard line. They needed to get down to the 16.
Well, I think you have to punt it away in this situation. I mean, I think that shows with what they did on 3rd down. After going for it on the punt fake, they're leaving the offense out there on 4th down and 19.
Well, BC attempted 2 onside kicks in succession. So if Georgia Tech sends the punt team out, which looks like they're not going to do,
maybe even a quick kick in this situation. They can try to draw him off and let that play clock just go on down.
They're going to throw it. Yates, look out. Pressure comes from the edge. There goes Yates. Escapes 2 tacklers. Throws it down to the end zone and incomplete into double coverage. B.J. Harris was the receiver. That was one of the more exciting incomplete passes of the season base.
Collins says, put it down. That's a motto for this defense after a turnover. A turnover on downs here, and Yates running for his life. You know, I'm not sure that I agree with this play call, especially on 3rd down. You don't really, conservative call, you don't really chip away at that 3rd down and forever. So now you've got a 4th and forever and a chance to pin a Boston College team inside their own 10, perhaps, make them drive the length. Instead, they'll start with pretty good field position up near midfield.
James, that's Salah for BC, the junior from Somerset, New Jersey, being helped off the field on that 4th down attempt by BC. Salah was the first man with pressure on Yates. He got away from Salah, away from DeBerry, and then threw the incompletion into the end zone. So Salah has gone to the medical evaluation tent.
Well, one thing's for sure, no matter where you are on the field, you got to cover in that secondary.
Travis Levy on the carry for Boston College for a yard for the grad student. He got hit by Charlie Thomas. Leads the team with 2 interceptions. Also the leader in sacks, Charlie Thomas. He's got 3 on the season. They haven't been able to get to Jurkovec all that much so far in the first half, James. And a TD pass of 48 yards and a rushing touchdown of 8 yards from Jurkovec.
Well, and I wouldn't expect him to get too exotic trying to get to it because they've had such a tough time getting on the same page and staying with these receivers in the secondary. You can't be too thin back there.
Jurkovec back to pass. Got rid of it, incomplete off the fingertips of Luchetti, who had a defender hanging all over him, and that was Ely. Second leading tackler on the team. Kennard with the pressure on Jurkovec. We just talked about the fact that he's had time back there to throw a couple of long TD passes.
Playing with a broken wrist, Ace Ely, the captain of this defense, the transfer from Maryland. We saw him force the fumble earlier. Here he breaks up a pass to force a 3rd down and long. He's playing through the pain. A lot of guys banged up this time of year. Number 10's one of them. He's out there getting it done, though, for his defense. Big play here.
1 for 2 on 3rd down. Eagles deep ball, open man at the 30, diving attempt. And caught James Quentin Williams. Another long chunk through the air for the Eagles in his third grab of the game.
What an amazing catch. Nice throw by Jurkovec. Be able to tuck that in and secure it the whole way through that somersault. And again, 3rd down and 10. How are you going to I mean, if this has been the ongoing theme, unfortunately for Georgia Tech fans, time and time again, just letting guys run by you and there's no help at all over the top. Here's the all-22, and just up top, the defender down low is Trey Swilling, and he just tries to grab a hold of him. And it's, you know, when they're even, they're leaving is the saying. So when that cushion breaks down, it's time to turn and go. And you get caught flat-footed. That's why they could have thrown a flag for holding. They didn't throw a flag, but instead he's running free, and not enough time for the safety to come over the top and help right there.
Checking on Charlie Thomas. Jeff Collins, the subject of our Driven feature during halftime. We'll have the first half highlights. There are plenty of those. And the stats that will go around the ACC. Clemson and Louisville have already posted wins today in the conference. Jeff Collins, the 49-year-old from Conyers, Georgia, former assistant here at Georgia Tech. Played at Western Carolina as well. Here's what Boston College spreading around well from Jurkovec. And the 2 long TD passes to Flowers. Jurkovec now up to 199 pass yardage. That's another design run up the middle. Jurkovec high stepping his way inside the 15. Takes a pop from Wanye Thomas, got 12 yards. Jurkovec, who already has an 8-yard rushing TD, similar looking play, and a first down Eagles.
And these are the plays that make the big difference to this offense, to this football team, really getting their leader back out there. Yeah, these touch throws have been so nice, but when he gets going on his feet, he can really do some damage. Fresh set of downs for the Eagles here.
This is Jurkovec again to the 5, spinning to the goal line. Jurkovec is in for the BC touchdown. What a determined and rugged run from Jurkovec of 14 yards for the Eagles.
He brings hope that we can win every game, is what his head coach told us. And blocking down the field, a great job by Williams, who had the nice catch to help him get down there. And just the want-to from the big man, 6'5", 226-pound Phil Jurkovec.
3rd rushing touchdown of the season. Jurkovec from 14 yards away, his 2nd rushing TD of the game, and 3rd in the last 2 games, James. Had one against Virginia Tech as well.
Yeah, he's so good at escaping. When he's back there dropping back, getting ready to throw the football, he can buy some time with his legs. And here showing you, on designed runs where we saw the quarterback draw earlier. It's such a nice addition to this offense. Frank Cignetti, the offensive coordinator, has called a pretty good game here in the first half. His Boston College Eagles up by 7, 28-21, and they'll get the opening kickoff. There he is, Cignetti. We'll get the opening kickoff. He'll be calling the ball plays to start the second half as well after they come out of the halftime locker room. 52 seconds left here in this first half of play.
You see they average 355 per game. 12th in the conference, James. They're up to 329 in this first half. And Jurkovec has 237 through the air, in addition to the 2 rushing TDs for Phil Jurkovec. Jahmyr Gibbs at his goal line. Danny Longman just pops this one up. Georgia Tech tried the lateral. Return man Griffin slipped down. So it appears that they want to stay away from Gibbs on the last 3 kickoffs. 2 onside and 1 little pop-up kickoff as well.
And Ray's done a good job of holding on to those line drives right at him. This one a little bit different. And 3 ticks go off the clock, so 49 seconds with the 2 timeouts here for Georgia Tech.
And Billy Ward, who came in for Dylan Leonard, fielded that on special teams and then tried to give it to Griffin.
wouldn't kick the Jahmyr Gibbs anymore. Not just Boston College, but anybody else that's got him the rest of the way, including Georgia maybe.
98-yard kick return TD. Little flip. This is Gibbs. Eludes the first man. Gibbs cut down shy of the 40. So dangerous with the football. They got 7 yards on that play.
Got 2 timeouts here, but they're quickly over the football. They'll snap it under 30 seconds left in the half.
Georgia Tech had 21 straight points to take a 21-7 lead. Boston College responding with 21 straight of its own. 28-21 Eagles. Second and short. Looking this way. Complete 45-yard line. Malachi Carter scampers out of bounds. 8 yards on the play and a first down for Georgia Tech. Spot that ball, James, at the 47-yard line of the Jackets.
Good job by Carter to get out of bounds right away. So still with the 2 timeouts left, but now you're down to 14 seconds.
Georgia Tech this season 0-5 when trailing at the half. That is the situation. Staring them in the face. Here's Yates. Up near the 40, incomplete. Adonicus Sanders. End of the play, keep the clock rolling. Did not get out of bounds, James. They do have timeouts to work with. They've got 2. They've got to take one here.
Yeah.
Well, they're marking the ball at the 47 of BC in an 8-yard play.
In that situation, Tom, as a receiver, you've got to know, hey, we've got 2 timeouts. 14 seconds. You're not saving those. You're not going to be able to take them to the locker room. Get me what you can. Right now, get me what you can. And he tries to fight to get out of bounds and spends about 5 seconds doing so. They barely get this timeout off. So now instead of maybe one more play, you know, he's tapping himself on the chest. He knows that he should have gone about it differently. But still, this is, you know, they had some meat on the bone when they got the football back, and they should have at least given themselves a chance to try a long field goal. Instead, this is going to be a big heave towards the end zone. Boston College just needs to be careful. Don't help them out with the penalty.
So they have adjusted the game clock. It was down to a second. They have put 2 seconds back on with the ball at the 47 of Boston College.
You know, it's something, too. You got Jordan Yates, who probably took a few extra seconds when he came to the line after that first play from scrimmage. It's the new guy. It's not Jeff Sims. So, you know, maybe thinking, in hindsight, might have been better to burn one of those timeouts right away there in the middle of the field.
So if they wanted to attempt a field goal, James, it would have been 64, 65 yards or so. Samaclia has attempted a 60-yarder, didn't make it against Northern Illinois. So they are going to go here on the final play of the quarter. Yates flushed out of the pocket, dragged down and got rid of it, looking for Gibbs, the closest man, and that will end the first half. Bates. What'd you think of that first half, my man?
This is fun. This has been a fun season. We had 148-0 game. Other than that, every place we've gone has gone down to the wire.
Different energy around this game, Bates. Maybe it was a 3:30 Eastern start. I don't know.
Maybe.
Now they are trailing. They have not had success this season when trailing at halftime. 0-5 for the Yellow Jackets.
I think I messed it up there right before half. I said that Boston College got this second half kick, so I beg your pardon.
Well, BC had the ball first, remember, in the first half and took it down the field and scored.
That was a long time.
Jurkovic to Flowers. He has about 3:40 Eastern. Here's another short kick. They're staying away from Gibbs. That's for sure. This is Griffin. Field position will be reasonable, 30-yard line or so for Georgia Tech. But again, Gibbs took it 98 yards for his first career kick return touchdown. And that will not show up on the possessions for Yates and the Jackets in the first half. James Bates.
Yeah, and there you see the turnover on downs. And that was after the fake punt that was successful to move those chains, get a fresh set of downs, but they got nothing from it. They had all the momentum right there, but unable to capitalize. Let's see how they come out of this halftime locker room if they got some energy.
First and 10 from the 30. Gibbs submarines his way for a 3-yard gain. Jahmyr Gibbs, the freshman from Dalton, Georgia.
Dylan Leonard grabbing his knee after that play. Remember, he left the game, took a shot to the head earlier. Good to see him back in there after that blow, but injured one more time, so Billy Ward back in there for him.
Leonard was the leading receiver with 3 catches and 21 yards in the first half. This is Gibbs left side, just short of the 40. That's the line to gain. He got 6, so it'll be 3rd and short for Georgia Tech. TJ Ram on the tackle. Also Jaden Woodby in the vicinity of Gibbs. That motor never stops for number 1, although he will be substituted for here as he runs off the field. Mason comes in for Georgia Tech. Only thing that can stop Gibbs, the offensive alignment. He comes to the sideline.
Big 3rd down back, J.P. Mason in there right now, though.
3 of 6 on 3rd down. Mason burrows his way to a 1st down. 3 yards.
I made Jordan Mason my player to watch off the top. Just as much as anything, a tip of the cap for the hard work he's put in situations like that. They lean on him so many times on 3rd down and must-have pass situations. He'll stay in there, lined up in the pistol behind Yates.
Mason is a guy approaching 2,300 yards for his career rushing. This time it will be Yates. He's on the run, freelancing. And Yates down close to the 25-yard line. Spot him at the 27. DeBerry and Woodby had to combine on the tackle. Yates goes 30 yards for the Jackets.
Well, a little bit of a boot here. He's got an option, a run-pass option. McGowan is covered, and the defender, that's Elijah Jones, goes with McGowan. But there's nobody there but Marcus Valdez to give chase to Jordan Yates because he's already turned the corner. Big pickup.
Number 27 hands it off. Mason rudely sent out of bounds. Cam Arnold, 2-yard gain. Junior from Gallatin, Tennessee. Jordan Mason. Georgia Tech with a 3-6 record. James, they can still be bowl eligible, but they must win out. That includes BC today, Notre Dame, and then Georgia comes to town. Maybe they're already in the state, but they'll come to town.
Yeah, won't have to go far to come to town. And the Bulldogs in a tight one with the Tennessee Volunteers this afternoon.
Play fake, throw by Yates. Closest receiver was Sanders. 2 markers are out. Elijah Jones trying to defend Sanders. Check on the penalty.
Jones has had to step in. The injury to outstanding
Pass interference.
Sebastian.
Defense, number 20. 1st down.
Yeah, there you see him get tangled up a little bit. Jones with the hand on the chest. Really, as the receiver came out of his break, looked to even stumble a little bit and helping to bail him out a little bit inside the CPI red zone. Now they go, thanks to that penalty.
2 for 2 in the red zone for Georgia Tech. The CPI security red zone, as James mentioned. That ball down near the 11. Yates kept it at the 10. The exchange was not all that clean. They got 3. Probably happy to do so.
Well, Yates with the right read as Jahmyr Gibbs was swarmed immediately, but like you said, a little bit slow on that mesh and still able to get a couple yards, but still reading it the other way, and it's a gain of none, maybe going backwards a couple. So 2nd down and 7. They can get a 1st down inside the 2-yard line.
Ball just inside the 10. We'll see what Dave Patnoe, offensive coordinator, dials up. Yates with the improvisational skills to Gibbs. Breaking a tackle down by the 5. DeBerry on the stop, 4 yards. How about Yates reacting to the BC defense?
Crafty. He's in his face immediately. He's got to get rid of it. Look, little sidearm sling. How about the play to just hang on for dear life? Not by a jersey or by the pants. Josh DeBerry has a hold of Jahmyr Gibbs' wrist and not giving up. A good job in the open field by Josh DeBerry, who just continues to make big plays for this defense.
4 for 7 on 3rd down for Georgia Tech.
A little bit of confusion, it looked like there. Yates having a tough time.
Yeah, they want a timeout. Exactly, James.
That's smart. Well, I mean,
well, the crowd's booing, but you have no choice there. You're down to the 5-yard line, and it's 3rd and short.
And you're also down to your backup quarterback. To be expected, a very smart call right there, trying to tie this one up. We'll see what they come out with after the timeout when we return. Georgia Tech trailing by 7.
With the Eagles leading 28-21, time to check out our player comparison. It's brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina.
Jurkovec back leading the show, 237 yards through the air. And Jordan Yates getting it done any way he can on the ground and through the air. 100 yards passing, the 1 touchdown to Jurkovec's 2. But knocking on the door, and there's coming out of a timeout. And this isn't it good.
Offense, minute 34. Penalty, 3rd down.
It was one thing to use the timeout, not on the same page with your new quarterback in there with Jeff Sims being injured, but to come out of it and to jump and give it 5 yards free to Boston College, back it up the other way. That's a tough one right there. Too many penalties in this football game for Georgia Tech. Again, something they've got to take care of if they want to be in it late in the 4th quarter.
So from 3rd and short to 3rd and 8. Yates through the progression, being chased. Throws it. Too high for the intended receiver. Dylan Leonard. And that'll bring up 4th down.
It's been a Boston College defense that's been blitzing early in downs here as of late. This time they bring the house on 3rd down. Good coverage down the field, and Yates on the run as soon as he gets that football. Excellent play call by Tim Lukabu, the defensive coordinator. Force a field goal try. Here comes Samaglia.
You see what he's done this season. Made 10 of his last 12, 28-yarders. Samaglia. And Samaglia makes his first attempt with 10:22 to go. In the 3rd, the lead cut to 4, 28-24, BC. Flowers, couple of TD receptions in this game. Long balls from Jurkovec.
Yeah, 2 receptions in this game and 2 touchdowns. The new man back slinging it around. Phil Jurkovec in this one on the jet sweep. The handoff, he gets some yardage, and 15 tacked on is a face mask penalty.
Fresh market, James. Discover the best. Zay Flowers coming into the game had 2 TD receptions, and he's equaled that total this afternoon. That's a pretty good average, right? 87, 2 receptions. What's that, 43 yards per catch?
It's not my contract. 43 and a half. Hey, 2020, he's picking
Close
right up
enough.
where he left off last year, one of the nation's top receivers.
All conference.
ACC.
Yeah, exactly. You're reading my mind, James Bates. I mean, after 3 years calling games together, that's exactly what should happen.
Yeah, we should finish each other's sentence. I like it. I like it.
Levy and Sinkfield deep. Never know what you're going to get on the kickoffs today, especially. And tonight, as we're past 6:30 on the Eastern Seaboard, Atlanta, Georgia. Temps in the high 40s. Tom Wormy, James Bates, Lauren Jabars on the sideline. I forgot to set my watch back. That's what happened.
Okay, you scared me.
Yeah. I'm still on daylight. Wait, is it? No, forget it.
I was going to ride to the airport with you, but not anymore.
That's okay. I'm so
5:30 somewhere.
Look, James, I'm so wrapped up in this game.
Yeah.
I don't care what time it is.
You know what? I'm with you. I'm with you. It doesn't matter. Just let them play.
Incredible football game. 28-24. Samaglia making that field goal. He's been perfect inside of 40 yards this season for Georgia Tech. Garwo on the carry. Carpenter on the tackle. Georgia Tech went 9 plays to get 3 points. And now BC with the ball and 12 yards for Garwo through the line up past the 35-yard line.
Garwo's had a couple big games this year. Mentioned just 195 coming into this season. Against UMass, he goes 160. In the Mizzou win, 175 yards. Had a 67-yard touchdown run in that one. They're trying to get him heated up right here in the second half now, but stuffed that time by Georgia Tech.
Maybe 1 for Garwo. Carried it 8 times in the first half. for 36 yards.
Second down and 9, ball on the 38.
Andrew Thacker, defensive coordinator, Georgia Tech. Played collegiately at Furman. Third year, also 2 years as the defensive coordinator and defensive back coach at Temple. That one to the Georgia Tech side of the 50 and caught. Jalen Gill. Thacker's not going to like that. 16 yards.
Well, and nice coverage. You know, again, too much time for Dracovic, and he lays it out there. Good job by Gill to even go back. Ball thrown a little bit behind him there. Goes back and looks it in.
Handoff goes nowhere to Garwell.
Garwell, the ball carrier.
It's a loss of 2.
Brought down the backfield.
Zeke Biggers, 88. James, 6'6", 363. What?
He was a basketball player in high school back in Salisbury, North Carolina.
A freshman.
I wouldn't want to deal with it in the
Biggers.
paint.
Bigger than what? Everything?
Everybody. I guess so. Good penetration there by Biggers and a few of his teammates.
Second and long. Dracovic trying to take off. Turn that corner. Got dragged down near the 46. Amari Walton. Remember Dracovic coming off with a wrist injury that was suffered early in the season.
You know, and watch him drag Walton. You know, this should be a no-gainer. Instead, he gets that corner turned and gets a couple extra yards. Quez Jackson is in there very aggressive. They're taking a look at it. Hafley wants a penalty for the late hit on Quez Jackson. It's not anything they can review.
He's not going to win that argument.
No. But, you know, he may get squeaky wheel gets the grease. He may get a call later on as they look at that replay together. Here's a 3rd down and 10, though.
2 for 3 on 3rd down of the game. Deep drop. Dracovic escapes the pocket and then gets hit at the 45. Dracovic paid the price for a yard gain. Lockhart and Jackson deliver the shot on Dracovic.
Look at the coverage down the field. Dracovic decides he's got to tuck it and go, and a great job rallying by Thacker's defense to get off the field. Now you got to make sure you get off the field. Similar situation, similar spot to Georgia Tech's fake in the first half. 4th down and 9. Got to be careful defensively.
Carlson punting for Boston College. Zende Ray down to 10. Wants the fair catch. Makes it successfully at the 11-yard line. Georgia Tech football and trailing 28-24. This is ACC football from Atlanta, Georgia, the Eagles and the Yellow Jackets. What a day and evening in Atlanta, Georgia for ACC football. BC and Georgia Tech, the 11th all-time meeting. Last playing in Atlanta back in 2012. And that was a win for Georgia Tech, 37-17. Bundle up just a little bit. Certainly not hot in Atlanta. Temps in those high 40s. If those folks made the trip from Chestnut Hill, they know it's balmy out for them. It's a nice evening. These guys, no shirt or jacket required.
It's a bit nipply, though.
Body paint all over the place here in Bobby Dodd Stadium.
Sun's going down. The nighttime's the right time. It's about to get heated up on the field here. You better believe.
You know it's 5:45 right now, James.
Okay, you got it right. You got it right in the break, right?
No.
Okay.
Fix the watch. They're ready to go. 6:44 to go in the 3rd. Georgia Tech with plenty of synthetic surface in front of it. And a run on the throw at the 20. And squeezing that one, Kalani Norris. 9 yards. I see Yates very comfortable, James, on the run and throwing. Able to adjust to the situation and adapt and find the solution through the air or on the ground as well.
Well, it gives him time. It gives him time. It's right in his wheelhouse, his comfort zone, if you will, to get him on the run. Gives him a chance to really see down the field. He's not a super tall guy. This is a big player to be down on the turf right now for Jeff Hafley and these BC Eagles. It's Josh DeBerry. They've had Sebastian already out. Matisse, the safety. Mike Palmer's had to fill in for him. They can't afford to lose DeBerry.
Brandon Sebastian also out with a knee injury in that secondary. How about that view of Bobby Dodd Stadium? And don't forget, stay with us after the third quarter for the fourth, presented by CBI Security, starring James Bates. He has played that role to critical acclaim this season. And that's coming up, the fourth. It'll be a post-game review of the Louisville-Syracuse game, James, which was dominated by the Cards in that instance.
So that's a lot of pressure to put on me because I didn't see
You don't
that
have to do much. I just told you. It's going to be a recap by a couple of other hard-working gentlemen. So you're good this time. There's DeBerry. That's good news.
Yes.
Yep, DeBerry walking to the sideline. 6:38 to go in the third.
How's that working out for you?
From the 20-yard line for Jordan Yates and for the injured Jeff Sims. Hands it off. Gibbs got squared up near the 30-yard line. Jaden Woodby. That's enough for a first down with 13 yards for Gibbs. It's a hard-hitting evening here in Atlanta.
Well, it certainly is. Gibbs will take a breather, but a nice run, nice vision by the freshman from Dalton, Georgia. You mentioned that since Felix Service. It's Dalton, Georgia, the carpet capital of the world. So he's good on that carpet, good on that artificial surface, right?
Yates, the toss is deflected. There's a flag in the offensive backfield as Yates is slow to get up. All kinds of stuff happening here. See what Jeff Heiser has to say about it.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 96, 15-yard penalty, first down.
You know, it's the fact that Ram, if he lets up, which I don't know if he could, all that weight, those 300 pounds, TJ Ram does, but driving him into the turf after he's thrown that football is where you're going to get that flag. And a nice play by Vinny DePalma, breaking on that football and knocking it down. Almost had an interception, wouldn't have counted though. Instead, first down for the Yellow Jackets.
From their own 48 for Yates. Tucks it. 40-yard line. Accelerating down the sidelines and just stepping out of bounds. Jordan Yates.
Dylan Leonard has left the game a couple times already. It's going to be him coming around the lead block. That's one level. Then up the field, Kalani Norris doing an excellent job. There you see Kalani Norris blocking his guy, J.T. Thompson, as well. That's how the big plays happen. Nice carry there for Yates.
27 yards and a first down. The 25 of Boston College and trailing 28-24.
Gibbs, the ball carrier.
Smith. Valdez on the stop. Dante Smith had the ball. So Georgia Tech has now run 50 plays in the game. 28 rush, 21 pass, 300 total yards for Georgia Tech. 187 on the ground for Dave Patnode, third-year offensive coordinator.
Good job last play by Marcus Valdez.
That's Smith. Almost got away. Came up short of the first down. Mike Palmer on the tackle, 7 yards. Dante Smith. So many talented backs for Georgia Tech. Gibbs, Smith, Mason. You'll see Griffin every once in a while as well.
That's why when you get your chance, you got to make it count. 2KT is what they call him. Big carry there on second down after he was stuffed by Valdez on first down. Gets it up near that marker right inside the 15-yard line. Third down and 3.
4 of 8 on third down. They want to throw it. Smith makes the move near the 15, fighting for that first down. He's down to the 13. That's where they'll mark it. And Smith earns a first down for Georgia Tech.
Again, Jordan Yates, cool and calm. The pressure's going to be right there in his face. Just dumps it off over the top of the defender. Mike Palmer almost got a hand on it. And then the fighting after the catch to move that ball up the field. Time and time again, we saw a similar type play and situation with Jeff Sims to his backs, Jordan Mason and Jahmyr Gibbs, down in Miami, Florida last weekend. Able to stay on the field and move those chains. So it's a fresh set of downs. First and 10.
7th play of the drive. Started at the BC 11. Here's Gibbs, and he gets pulled to the turf.
Gibbs carries the ball.
Maybe one. Jimmy DePalma in on the stop. 3 wins in 2019, 3 wins a year ago, and stuck on 3 wins this year for Jeff Collins. And the Jackets trying to snap a 3-game losing streak after losing last Saturday at Miami, 33-30. Another fantastic football game, but the Jackets coming out of a short end against the Canes. There's a play fake. Yates looking to the end zone. It's intercepted near the 3. Woodby. Interception, Boston College, and the Yellow Jackets are turned back.
On this boot, JT Thompson's almost going to get a piece of the heels. The pressure's on, and the decision there would have been to tuck it and go and get what you can. Instead, he tries to force it to the back of the end zone, and he takes his eyes off of Woodby. Jaden Woodby, the former Florida State Seminole, with a huge interception right down near the goal line as Georgia Tech going in trying to take the lead. Boston College getting their first turnover of the day.
Second interception of the season, Woodby. Second thrown interception of the year, Yates. BC runs it up the middle.
Pat Garwo, the ball carrier.
5 for Garwo. Woodby making the play defensively. Yates was looking to the end zone the whole way and just couldn't make the magic happen.
What a great play, too. I mean, that's a ball he's not far from Yates when he threw the football, so not much time to react. Secures it. A nice pickup there on first down near their own goal line, this offense for Boston College. Gain of 5.
Blasting out past the 10 is Garwo. Trey Swilling on the stop. 7 yards for Garwo. Late in the third quarter, Boston College led at halftime 28-21. 3-1 with the halftime lead for the Eagles. Trey Swilling, the junior from New Orleans, Louisiana.
Good job by Garwo. Run through that first would-be tackler. It would have been an interesting third down. Instead, it's a first down, a little bit more breathing room for Kirkovic and the Eagle offense.
Wasn't Woodby the guy who just intercepted the pass for Boston College?
Yep.
Okay. Just checking.
Brought down by Quez Jackson.
Did I call Garwo Woodby?
No, but you said he was a would-be tackler.
I like it.
We do have a player down for Georgia Tech. I wanted to make you think about that a little bit, Bates. Check on the Yellow Jacket down.
Don't know if we have a number on him just yet. 44 seconds remaining. It's an exciting football game. You know, this was a football game that we saw last week, and we've already talked about all the injuries. The guys that aren't here back in Boston watching this one on TV would be starters. Oh, there you go again. Oh, would be. But the injuries, you know, so many, more than I've seen in quite some time in the Miami Georgia Tech game. last weekend. Most notably, Jeff Sims, the starting quarterback for Georgia Tech. Jordan Yates has done a fine job filling in for him. What was it? Still don't have a number. What number is that? Can you see it, Tom?
As we say in TV, efforting, it is Zeke Biggers,
Okay.
88. And you saw it took a few guys to help him up. He's favoring that left arm, it appears. Good to see him walking off the field, but again, does have the left arm being supported.
Yeah, favoring that left tree trunk. That's a big old man, big arm there.
BC on second down off the toss play. That could be first down yardage for the Eagles. Past the 25, and it will be with Garwo. That's 9 yards. BC rushing attack on display late in the third.
Pitch it over there. Run it behind Ben Petrula. Great start for Petrula here today. He gets up and goes. There he is, the big man. Looked pretty good down the field to clear the way. And it'll be the last play of the third quarter. Jurkovec is back behind that offensive line, and it's an offensive line, remember. That 4-minute offense was special, sealing the deal at the end of that Virginia Tech game. Fourth quarter coming up.
So all we got was a Georgia Tech field goal in the third, 28-24.
It's true for a lot of the kazoo, for the spirit of Georgia Tech.
I have to ask, are you cold?
Absolutely not, because we're bringing the heat.
They're bringing the heat down here, guys. Trying to get some energy to the Georgia Tech team. Pretty cool.
Personal foul, targeting, defense, number 10. Previous play is under further review.
And this is a tough one here. This is Ace Ely. We'll take a look at this targeting, and we'll take a break, and they'll see if that is the case. Ace Ely would miss the rest of this game, and of course the next one against Notre Dame as well. We'll be back.
Georgia Tech able to get a field goal, but the interception by Woodby down there, the 3-yard line for BC. And Georgia Tech came up empty as they were knocking on the door there. Late in the third. We're in the fourth, early stages. 28-24, BC has the lead. That's Sinkfield. He took the hit from Ely. Ely's second in the conference in tackles, but out because of the targeting, and Sinkfield goes for 6 to the 45 of Georgia Tech here, second down.
We'll take that all day long on a first down. And this is what they did a great job of against Virginia Tech late in that football game. Just eating up the clock in the fourth quarter and running that ball at will. Huge boost for this offense.
Handed off. No. Jurkovec hangs on to it. He gets swarmed. And a flag comes out.
Figure out what's going on with this flag. A good job by Tariq Carpenter. Makes a wise decision to widen it and force Jurkovec back in, making sure he doesn't get that corner turn and force it back to your help. All your teammates coming from the inside.
After the play was over, personal foul, face mask, defense number 1. 15-yard penalty added to the end of the play, first down.
It's Wanye Thomas.
It's 10 penalties now for 80 yards. Wanye Thomas, leader of this defense. You know, an upperclassman, just a costly penalty. We're looking at a third down coming up, a chance to maybe get off the field instead. We give them another freebie via the penalty. 10 penalties for Georgia Tech to just 4 for BC.
Jurkovec looking back the other way. Short hops at the Flowers. Putting that one on himself.
Yeah, he is. And, well, and he knows He knows if he puts a little bit of air under that one, there are a couple big bodies that are going to lead the way. And it could have gotten really interesting. Could have been interesting all the way to the house for Zay Flowers. Again, Frank Cignetti doing a good job of figuring out ways to get the ball in the hands of number 4. That time his quarterback couldn't quite connect. So second down and 10 coming up.
9th play of the drive started at the BC 3 after the would-be interception. Time for Jurkovec. Pocket collapses. He throws right near the 15-yard line at Garwo. And that is caught at the 14.
Darned if you do, darned if you don't. You got to respect the legs of Jurkovec. Pocket breaks down. You got to tuck it and go. And you got to step up and make the tackle. He's done so much damage throughout his career running the football when nothing's there. And doing a good job. Garwo setting up shop, getting those feet in. First down for the Eagles.
First catch of the game for Garwo, who has 15 carries, 72 yards. Has to go to the left side. Not much there for Garwo.
Good job by Tatum, who's the backup to Ace Ely, who they just lost to the targeting call. Coaches think he's really got a bright future. Riverdale, Georgia, Mount Zion High School, just knifing through right there. You see that opening? Just react and go make it happen. There's Ace Ely, a new rule here. The last couple of years, able to stay on the sidelines. You don't have to take it to the locker room. You just have to turn your helmet in because you're not coming back in. He's cheering his guys on.
Jurkovec into the end zone, back corner. And out of bounds, looking for Travis Levy. Ended up with the football, but he was out of bounds. In that back corner. Christian Mahogany is slow to get up. Jordan Dominic was trying to catch up with Levy in the back of the end zone.
Just ran out of real estate there. So a third down and 10 and a big one. Can Georgia Tech stand, force a field goal, keep it at a one-score game?
2 for 4 on third down. Jackets looking for the stop. BC third and long, just inside the 15-yard line of Georgia Tech. Jurkovec, end zone. Flowers, incomplete. Wanye Thomas in coverage, Georgia Tech, and it's 4th down. Flowers did manage to get a hand on it, James, but it looked awfully close in the back of that end zone.
My goodness, too close for comfort. I mean, look at the coverage by Wanye Thomas. Flowers able to move him off a little bit and still be able to go up and put his hands on it, but unable to secure it as he brought it down. What a great effort. And a good job by Jurkovec to just put it out there where Flowers had a chance. Nice coverage by Wanye Thomas, forcing the field goal try.
Linton, 31 yards away for Boston College, and that is right down the middle. Connor Linton now 8 of 9 on the season in field goal attempts. Hafley's bunch with a 31-24 lead over the Yellow Jackets. We'll see Carolina next week against Wofford. A win makes them bowl eligible. Playing in the 4th now, James, 31-24. Boston College and Georgia Tech.
These Eagles trying to become bowl eligible themselves. Wanted 7 out of that last drive. They settled for 3. So 7 points the difference. You know, you get the kicker, you know, looking at that football, you wonder if sometimes Georgia Tech might try to play a little switch there because he's kicking at the same place every time.
So that short pop-up at the 25. That's Griffin. He got thumped out of bounds. Before we continue, a word and a message from Works Nitro.
Meet Works Nitro. Powerful tools for any project with gas-like power without the gas. Fueled by PowerShare batteries to give you the power to outperform.
doing is like the what's the robot mower that they have as well? I saw one.
The Landroid.
The
You don't need it
Landroid.
here. This is an
No,
artificial
but they
surface.
do. They're starting to do the paint the lines with robots. I'm telling you, they did it in Gainesville. I saw it.
Machines are taking over.
Yes. No, I'm not kidding either, Tom.
11:57 to go in the fourth. Georgia Tech has the football. Yates. Gibbs reaching behind. And then flags come out at the end of the play. At least 2 or 3 of them on that sideline. It's a 6-yard play, but it could be more.
Yeah, they'll tack on 15 here. Let's start, though.
After the play,
How about
personal
Jahmyr
foul.
Gibbs?
Unnecessary
Look at this.
hit. 27 defense. 15-yard penalty. First down.
27 is Cam Arnold coming in late on Gibbs.
I mean, Gibbs, you know, we see it quite a bit. A guy going back, catching it off his back hip before he can get going. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs has to go completely, almost a yard beyond his body to pull that one in. Able to tuck it and turn it up the field, and then helping him out. This BC defense with a penalty, a big one.
Whole left side. Gibbs tripped up near the 40-yard line. We're going to mark that just inside the 48 yards for Gibbs.
Tripped up by Donovan.
Because Georgia Tech plays in the Coastal, Boston College, and the Atlantic, they haven't played here in Atlanta since 2012, but Georgia Tech win 37-17. And the last win of the series for Georgia Tech was not in the continental United States, James. You mentioned it earlier, Dublin, Ireland, 2016. Gibbs down to the 30. Boy, when he gets rolling, watch out. The train is coming. 9 yards on the play as we go down to Lauren for more on Gibbs.
Thanks so much, Tom. Yeah, I talked to him this week, and he said it's something I've really been working on is seeing those holes. When I spoke to him, he said, these are reads that when I look at them, I would have never made a year ago. In fact, he was watching some old high school tape and asked himself, how was I missing all of those holes? So something he's really been working on this season. And you saw what he was able to do against UVA. You saw what he's able to do tonight. He's really becoming into his own.
Yes, Lauren, he's got great speed, and he's just, you know, it takes some time. It's a different speed here at this level. And it's these great backs, they all have great vision. And that's exactly what he's doing when he gets the football in his hands.
Breaks the tackle, bounces outside. Look out. Got shoved out of bounds. More markers. Could it be another late hit? Mike Palmer for Boston College sent him into the kicking net. 9 yards. So that would be the second personal foul against the Eagles of a similar nature. If in fact that's what it is.
Well, it is, and on this same drive.
Defense number 18. Penalty half the distance to the goal. First down.
Yellow Jackets lucky that Gibbs is okay there in that net. And, you know, I mean, it's tough. You got all the momentum, and you're trying so hard to take down one of the more elusive backs in the ACC. Jahmyr Gibbs is so dynamic. You want to make sure you got him out of bounds. A little extra oomph. A little bit too much there, costing the team.
This is Gibbs. Put the shoulder down and lowered the boom. The ball came out. BC's running away with the football.
All right, this will get interesting, Tom. Remember against Miami.
Rolling on the field as the runner was down. Second down.
Georgia Tech fumbled the football 4 times against Miami. They got all of them back. It came down to the review every time, and this would be a better look at it here. Oh, well, okay.
Rolling on the field as the runner was down. That play is under further review.
That left elbow may be down. Remember, they called him down on the field to take a look at it.
Was confirmed. The left elbow for Gibbs hit the turf, and then the fumble occurred. The knees are not down, though, James, right?
No, it's the elbow. And that's all that matters. Boom, see that elbow there, and here comes the ball now. Actually, the right wrist actually hits the ground as well. And, the hand doesn't make a player down, but the wrist beyond up to that elbow That's just like a knee being down, but that was well after the left elbow had hit. So good call on the field, and they get it right with the review. Confirmed, not stands. So
214 all-purpose yards in the game for Jahmyr Gibbs. After last week, he had 237 all-purpose yards, a career high. Gibbs to the end zone, and he barrels his way in for Georgia Tech. A 4-yard touchdown run. And we're an extra point away from being tied for the 3rd time in our game.
Big smile from Jordan Yates, the workhorse. Well, a little bit of a slip up there as he took that handoff, able to double clutch it, secure it as he went over the goal line. Good job by that right side of the offensive line to clear the way. The hot hand right now belongs to number 1.
Uh-oh. Off the upright. No good on the extra point. Brent Samaglia hits the upright. So Gibbs takes it in from 4 yards away to make it a 1-point game. Samaglia unable to tie it. Heavy metal for Samaglia. Samaglia had been 28 of 29 on extra points this season. Gets a medium 5 from his head coach Jeff Collins. This one off the upright. And the hole from Austin Kent.
The hold may be a little bit, you see that ball angled a little bit toward the end zone as opposed to, he's talking it over and trying to figure out, he didn't like the hold is what I'm trying to say, and what it looks like anyway from up here. Regardless, you're trailing by 1. Your team has fought their guts out to get back in the game as Stewart gets set to kick it away. And it's a Georgia Tech team. 5 of their 6 losses have been by 1 score. Just trying to figure out a way to finish and win a football game. And now you finally come back, look like you tied it up. But you got to deal with this, a missed extra point. BC getting the ball back now.
At the goal line, Levy. Flag is out. Levy past the 20 on the return.
Been bragging on BC. Doing a good job in the penalty category. The last drive, though.
Return, holding, receiving team number 29. Penalty, first down.
That's 6 penalties total for Boston College now to Georgia Tech's 11. But 3 of them have come in the last few minutes of game time. The 2 15-yarders on Georgia Tech's offensive drive to help them along the way. And then this one, when they put them back inside their own 10-yard line to start this drive. 8:53 left to go.
Eagles up over 400 yards of total offense. They average 355 per game. That is 12th in the ACC. Leading by a point. That'll be a loss on the play. Sinkfield. They lose 3. Charlie Thomas, Jr.
Sinkfield injured, running back from Boynton Beach down in South Florida, just north of Fort Lauderdale, off to the sidelines.
Segaro is the back to the left of Phil Dracovic. 11 of 18, 272 yards, and a couple of TD passes to Zay Flowers. Both of those were in the first half. Dracovic has the football, and he's going nowhere. Fenced in by a committee of Georgia Tech defenders. A loss of 1.
The motto, the marketing campaign used to be around here. Together we swarm. Let's find a swarm right there by that defense of Georgia Tech. Hung together on that one. And Jurkovec going the wrong way. So 3rd and 14 now. That ball's back near their own 5-yard line. Where are they trying to break those routes off at? Got to know where you are on the football field defensively.
That student section of the band behind the end zone, behind Jurkovec, trying to support its team over the middle and threading the pass up to the 25-yard line to Trey Barry. Carpenter took him down. First down of the play at 22 yards.
Easiest throw for a quarterback is right down the middle of the field, and they leave it wide open for Barry. Where are they running those routes at? Where are they trying to break them off at? Just right down the gut, right down the middle. Jurkovec delivering a strike. The big Trey Barry, the transfer from Jacksonville State. First down, Boston College.
Second catch of the game for Barry, going for 22 and the first down out to the 28-yard line. BC runs it. Not a whole lot of success there. But now the clock certainly a factor as we approach crunch time for Jeff Collins for the Yellow Jackets. Trying to avoid another tough luck situation. BC trying to string together a couple of victories for Jeff Hafley. Virginia Tech last week, as they honored 9/11 hero Wells Crowther in the red bandana game. They're trying to take out Georgia Tech, and for Boston College looking for its first win in Atlanta since 2007. Jurkovec on the play fake. All day to throw it. He had an open man, a juggling attempt at the 45 and caught Jalen Gill. 17 yards, the juggling grab from Gill, and a flag is out at the 40.
Well, first of all, there's a defender there in the window sitting right underneath Gill, but then he just floats up. He almost like he gets bored, thinks he's going to come up and make a tackle on the run. The back end of it, how about Jalen Gill?
How about the collision between Flowers and Carpenter?
Collision as Flowers went low. I think it's just two guys. I mean, getting tangled up. Is that where the flag was? They threw a flag. But it was just a sideline warning, we're being told. Jalen Gill. How about that catch? Had his hands on it and then caught it as he went down to his back, hitting hard and moving the chains up near midfield now.
3 catches, 57 yards for Gill. This is Garwo taken down around the ankles at midfield with 4 yards.
Tom, watch this catch, just like Johnny Gill. My, Johnny Gill used to sing. That is my. Wow, he's got it secured as that backside hits is in the field of play before that shoulder pad goes out of bounds. Outstanding catch, the transfer from Ohio State. Nice pickup on first down, 2nd and 5. Again, trying to eat up this clock in the second half like last week, Boston College.
This is going to be a first down and more for Garwo. Able to escape would be Georgia Tech tacklers for 13 yards.
You know, and here's the difference. We talk about Georgia Tech trying to figure out what it feels like to win. Here's Boston College, and this is exactly how they finished the game last week against Virginia Tech. That 4-minute just chewing it up. Letting that clock tick down, moving that football forward here. They'll try to put some points on the board at the end of this drive. They're just chipping away at this Georgia Tech defense now.
Garwo again. The 3 points that BC allowed to Virginia Tech, James, last week tied a school record for the fewest in an ACC game. The last time they had done it prior to that, 2017, the red bandana game against Florida State.
Big plays, the chaos plays for Boston College. You've got to secure that football for Georgia Tech. Can you get a piece of that rock? Can you create huge turnover and put the ball back in the hands of your offense? Jurkovec and company content with letting that clock tick all the way down. Play clock down near 2.
Each team with a turnover in our game. Fumble recovery for Georgia Tech. Interception for Boston College. Garwo for 3. How about the names on this list?
Oh, Matt Ryan is here now. Emmett Manna, Doug Flutie, Glenn Foley, Sean Halloran, and hey, Phil Jurkovec is just getting started. Missed the 6 games this year.
310 yards passing on the day for Jurkovec. Couple of TD passes, 13 of 20. TD passes of 48 and 39 yards to number 4, Flowers. Whistles as the play stops with 2:56 on the game clock.
First charge timeout. Boston College. 30 seconds.
So BC takes a timeout. We told you their last win at Georgia Tech was 07. Matt Ryan at the controls at that point. They went on to play in the ACC championship game and lost to Virginia Tech in that title game back in 07. Here's what you got left if you're Jeff Hafley and BC with Florida State and Wake Forest. Wake in a big game with NC State tonight to perhaps decide an inside track in the Atlantic Division.
FSU, haven't checked in a while, but they were on top of Miami at halftime.
Not anymore, Bates.
No? Oh.
Into the 4th quarter and 21-20 Miami. Trying to extend their winning streak.
Always a big game, no matter where those two programs are. It's such a fun rivalry. Love them or hate them, both of those teams. College football is more fun when Florida State and Miami get together. They're the gossip.
How about this
football weekend?
James, for Georgia Tech, Notre Dame and Georgia. Georgia Tech has not beaten Notre Dame since 07 with a win in South Bend, 33-3. This is the 10th play of the drive. Jurkovec, all kinds of room. A lane to the end zone. And for the 3rd time of the game, Jurkovec with a rushing TD for the Eagles. This one is 31 yards.
Phil Jurkovec carries the ball into the end zone for the Eagles touchdown. That's number 90.
Coming out of the timeout, everybody with a white jersey on thought Garwo was going to get that football on 3rd down and short. Jurkovec pulling it. And again, trotting untouched into the end zone.
So Litton to give BC an 8-point lead.
To go in the 4th quarter. The score is now Boston College.
Dominic
Georgia Tech 30.
goes crashing down. And Jordan Dominic, unless he has some different assignment, he's got to do a better job of containing on that edge. He's not going to be the one that makes that tackle chasing down Garwo from behind anyway. You got to play within that defense. Everybody's got to be on the same page and do their job, not the guys next to you. You got to trust your guys. And a nice play call by Frank Cignetti, offensive coordinator for these Eagles.
How about Jurkovec with the 3 rushing TDs? Last week against Virginia Tech, he ran for 65 yards in a rushing TD. Tonight, 71 yards and 3 scores on the ground, 2 TD passes and over 300 yards passing. Part of an elite group at Boston College, as we showed you a moment ago, including the names Matt Ryan and Doug Flutie and Glenn Foley. This is Griffin. They're keeping it away from Gibbs. If you weren't with us at the beginning, Gibbs had the 98-yard return. Kick return TD. For more on that Boston College quarterback, here's Lauren.
Thanks so much. Yeah, Phil Jurkovec is one of those guys that head coach said brings hope to this team. And I talked to Alec as well, the center for Boston College, and he goes, he's one of those guys that no matter if we're practicing, no matter if we're in their locker room, he's just bringing so much energy and intensity. And I was standing over there on the Boston College sideline, and before every single drive, he's like, this is our drive, guys, let's go. You could just tell the sense of calm that he brings this team, how much they trust him, and how much hope he does bring that Boston College team.
Near interception for BC, Lauren, in that secondary with a 45-yard line. Cam Arnold.
I think the big word there, too, from Lauren is hope. And how many times on our call with Jeff Hafley did he say, hey, he brings hope to the whole team that we can win every single game. And Jordan Yates needs to settle back down a little bit. Remember, a little while ago here in the second half, he had the interception to Woodley as they were driving, taking it down, looking to punch it into the end zone. That one nearly picked off, so a second down and 10.
BC went 10 plays and 90 yards to take a 38-30 lead. There are penalty markers out. I see at least 3. Kalani Norris, the receiver for Georgia Tech.
Illegal substitution. Defense. 12 players on the field. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
5 yards, you know, it's you're looking at a second down, 10 coming up, or third down and 10 rather. Instead, you're going to move it up a second down and 5, helping him out. These costly penalties in the second half help out Georgia Tech. Won't help them out at all. Got to clean things up now. The tables have turned a little bit in the penalty category. BC helping out.
Yates spins it too far and out of bounds. McGowan, the closest Yellow Jacket to the football.
It's third down and 5.
2:27 on the game clock. Yates in for Sims. Coach Collins had to go to Yates. Sims fighting a myriad of injuries, including a shoulder injury to his throwing arm. And so Yates has come in, had a nice game, 16 of 25, James, 121 through the air and a touchdown pass. Also a rushing TD for Yates, a 2-yard run in the second quarter. BC had the 28-24 lead after the third quarter and led at halftime, 28-21.
So Hafley using Boston College second timeout of the second half. 1 timeout remaining for them, 2 for Georgia Tech.
Around the ACC Thursday, the OT win for Pitt. Clemson gets a victory. Louisville on top of the Orange.
Look at the points Virginia Tech is putting up, 40 on Duke in the fourth quarter. They only scored 3 against this BC defense last week. And Wake Forest, NC State about to go. That'll be fun.
Miami trying to win 4 in a row after their early season struggles under Manny Diaz. Trying to beat their in-state rival, leading in the fourth. Just an 8-point game here with 2.5 minutes to go. Yates has to figure something out. Throws on the run. Gibbs couldn't break the tackle. He's near the line to gain, which was about the 43-yard line. Arnold on the tackle of Gibbs for 5 yards. It is a first down. It is a first down.
Jordan Yates, good job under pressure. Again, whatever slot he has to move that arm to get it out, he's delivering it. Gets it to the right guy to move those chains. Fresh set of downs for Georgia Tech.
Yates again gets wrapped up. Brandon Barlow. Loss of 4 and a sack for Brandon Barlow.
Getting to the quarterback early. These downs. On first down there, a nice sack. Coming in with 12. They've had a few here today. Boston College has on defense.
Yates, pass deflected over the middle. Vinny DePalma got a hand on that one. Just like that, James, third down and long.
Tom, I think Yates is at his best when he's on rolling, bootlegs, when he's rolling a little bit and throwing that football. Yeah, that's where he threw the interception to Woodby, but I think it gives him a little bit more of a chance, and I think he looks a little bit more comfortable when he's on the fly and delivering that football. Again, he's about 5'10", so he's in there with these big bodies, and he can't see that whole field really well. So a 3rd down and 14.
They've been good on 3rd down. 6 of 10, but this is 3rd and long. From inside their own 40 for Yates. Ability to run and throw, and that one was going to be a tough play all around. And it's incomplete to Norris. 1:36 on the game clock.
And down here to the 4th down. Obviously, they'll have to go for it here. Went for a 4th down and 19 earlier in the game, only to be shut down. There you see the 1 of 2 on 4th down. The one conversion was on a fake punt. Lukabu, that's not him, but his defensive coordinator told him we'd wish his mom and Baya a happy birthday. She's watching it. Funny talking to him. He said, my mom has come a long way. There he is. There's 10. He said, in my junior year in high school, she finally started to kind of understand the game of football, and he loves it. Loves his mom and wanted to wish her a happy birthday. So, nice birthday present if they can become bowl eligible with a win here tonight. One more play away, perhaps, for Lukabu and his defense.
Lukabu was with Hafley at Rutgers, Cincinnati, and San Francisco in the NFL as an assistant. 10 played linebacker at Colgate, and running this BC defense and trying to make this 38-30 score hold up. And it's 4th down for Georgia Tech and long. Yates in the second half, just 5 of 11 for 30 yards and an interception, and that was at the 3-yard line by Woodby. So that erased any chance of points on that drive late in the 3rd quarter for Georgia Tech. Here we are late in the 4th. An 8-point difference in a lead for the Eagles. 4th and 14 from their own 39-yard line. Pressure on Yates and the blitz, and he's dragged to the turf. Boston College with the sack. They may have stripped the football at the end of the play also. Either way, it's BC football. J.T. Thompson has the football for the Eagles. Valdez was first on the scene with the pressure and the blitz on Yates.
Wow, bringing the heat, dropping an end, and it's only 4 that they bring, but it must have felt like about 12 bodies coming at him for Jordan Yates because they were there in a hiccup. And there's defensive coordinator Tem Lukabu. Excellent job by his defense here down the stretch when they needed him the most. Wow. Great big win on the road for these Boston College Eagles. After snapping that 4-game losing streak, back-to-back wins now.
Pat Garwell carries the ball.
They can hold on to this football and run it out, and that would be win number 6 in bowl eligibility. And on the other side of the field, Jeff Collins, we've hit on it quite a few times in this football game. That is now, looks like to be 6 of their 7 losses, 1-score games. Just can't find a way to finish these games. You can't find a way to win.
If the score holds up with 1:21 to go, it would also be the Eagles' first win away from Chestnut Hill this season in conference play. 0-3 coming into the game against Jeff Collins and the Yellow Jackets, who have lost 4 of their last 5, and they are staring defeat in the face with 1:21 to go and trailing by 8. The Eagles have the football near the 15, and Georgia Tech on 2nd down. They're going to run it with Garwell. He rolls to the 10.
Garwell, the ball carrier.
4 yards for Garwell. So Georgia Tech had a chance to tie this game. Gibbs plows his way into the end zone. You're an extra point away. Samaglia, no good. No good. Jurkovec, end zone please for the third time in the game, and that one 31 yards away, combined with rushing TDs of 8 yards and 14 yards. Those first 2 rushing TDs for Jurkovec were in the first half, and here in the fourth quarter, that 31-yard touchdown run. The difference right now for Yates and the Jackets. And again, James, it could be a single-digit loss, and that would be the 6th of the season by 9 points or less if this score holds up with 1:14 to go. Razor-sharp edge in the ACC, without question. Not only for Georgia Tech, but across the league, but it's supported by the evidence and the close losses for Georgia Tech.
They'll have to kick this field goal. Let it tick down, obviously. No more timeouts left for Georgia Tech. So, with a successful field goal, make it an 11-point game, and Georgia Tech would have to go to work really fast, and then if they can make some magic happen, they've made magic happen time and time again with an onside kick. But first things first, see where we go with this.
27 yards away, Litton. That's up and good. So he's 2 for 2. 31-yarder and a 27-yarder, both in the fourth.
25 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. The score is now.
And that would appear to cement this victory for Boston College. Connor Litton, the freshman from Christiansburg, Virginia. He's only missed once all season. He's now 9 of 10 on the year. Jeff Hafley, what do you say? It's good. From 27 yards away.
Well, now more than ever, you don't kick it deep to number 1, Jahmyr Gibbs. But also, if I'm Georgia Tech, I may try to switch those spots or run some sort of reverse to Jahmyr Gibbs, because they've kicked at the same spot. Jemias Griffin every single time. Switch it up right now. They don't do it. Here we go.
Short kick, 25-yard line. Griffin. And now just 21 seconds on the clock. This is the last ACC game for the Jackets. Florida State and Wake Forest still on the schedule for Boston College. A couple of Atlantic Division opponents. Notre Dame and Georgia still on the schedule for Georgia Tech.
You mentioned those 3 wins, and it certainly looked like this year was the year that this Georgia Tech team under Jeff Collins was going to get over that 3-win hump. And not to say that they still can't do it, but 2 tough teams left on that schedule. Notre Dame and the number 1 team in the nation, the Georgia Bulldogs, right now.
340 yards of total offense, Georgia Tech. 505 for BC. Yates darting near the 50 for 6 yards. No timeouts. Final seconds. Georgia Tech trying to get one more play off. Just barely did it. This is the last play of the game. Yates unable to get rid of it. Boston College 41-30. And the first win in Atlanta since 2007 for the Eagle program. Jeff Hafley's team is bowl eligible, 6-4 in the year. Georgia Tech, James, now 3-7.
With a chance to be bowl eligible with a couple of wins here at the tail end of the season. So good of you to join us, everybody. I'm Dave O'Brien. My partner is the newly minted Boston College Hall of Famer, Tim Hasselbeck. Kelsey Riggs joining us on the field. Partner, congratulations into the BC Hall of Fame just last night. And the guy who's running the show now for BC, who is back after the broken wrist, Phil Jurkovec, he's going to join you one day in that Hall of Fame.
He's an outstanding quarterback, and his return has given Boston College hope. Hope offensively and defensively. And there's a couple of reasons why. He's always a threat to score when the ball is in his hands. Great example against Virginia Tech. Zay Flowers doesn't look open, but the accuracy on throws down the field make Boston College a different team offensively. Then his ability as a runner, and not design runs. This is a great example of when things break down in the passing game of how difficult he can be to get down. He's drawn comparisons to Ben Roethlisberger because of that physical style of play. He's given them hope. There's reason for hope, and it's impacting both sides of Boston College football team.
Yeah, responsible for 6 touchdowns in the last 2 games since his return. For more on his story, let's toss it down to Kelsey.
Well, guys, their head coach Jeff Hafley told us that this team is rejuvenated with Phil Jurkovec back, that his quarterback is more confident than ever as a leader as well. He's the guy who's speaking up in the locker room now. He's breaking this team down. Mentally, he is all in, and physically, as far as that risk goes, he says he's still not 100%, won't be for a few months, but he's feeling more like himself than he ever has. Their offensive coordinator, Frank Cignetti, said having him creates hope, which turns into belief, and that sets your soul on fire.
Oh, speaking of heart and soul, how about Jordan Travis of FSU? And this is a guy who can break your ankles. He can do it with the running game. Last week threw for over 270 yards in the air.
Yeah, probably, his best drive of the season was the game winner against Miami a week ago. And, with all of the hope and belief that Boston College has in Phil Jurkovec, Florida State has that same hope and belief in Jordan Travis. And his ability as a runner has been well documented and is outstanding, but he's really developing as a passer, and they're a different football team. He's been in and out of the lineup, but when he plays, they are a handful to defend.
Yeah, look out, he owns the 2 longest runs by an FSU quarterback all time. 88 yards against Pitt last year, 66 yards against Boston College. Florida State won the toss. They defer, so BC will receive the opening kickoff in the sunshine here in beautiful Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. And we are set to go on a gorgeous day. The high today, probably about 46 degrees. Travis Levy will take it right at the 1-yard line. And across the 20, got a block there. And finally knocked down, so Boston College on the attack. Jurkovec, this has been a great story. He was a tremendous high school athlete. Growing up in Pennsylvania, obviously a great quarterback. He was also, after Notre Dame, coming here to Boston College, a great story here too, because last year, 10 career starts, BC record almost 2,600 yards in the air, and this year he is 4-0 as a starter, Tim.
Yeah, and you talk about his record here at Boston College, the impact he's had on the program. That's why they missed him so much when he was out of the lineup with the wrist injury.
Jurkovec gets away from one tackler and fires and complete. Got that one free to Jaden Williams and picks up a quick first down. The stop by Cooper, but a 19-yard gain immediately.
And that's a big-time play by Phil Jurkovec. That's not the design of the play. Had a little bit of pressure, directed some traffic, was able to find the big pickup.
Return to start the Virginia Tech game on November 5th. After missing basically half the season, Garwo is going to be taken down by Keir Thomas, a 60-year man for FSU. The Noles 4-6 coming in, fresh off that huge win over rival Miami and Tallahassee. FSU winning it 31-28 when Miami illegally spiked the ball with less than 3 seconds to play, ending that game. Pat Garwo in the backfield has a chance to go over 1,000 yards today. Jurkovec on the back pedal and incomplete. Off the fingertips of Garwo. Had an opportunity to make a catch there, but incomplete.
Yeah, Garwo, not necessarily the back. They like to use that of the backfield. And Mike Norvell, just to kind of talk about the situation that Florida State is in. I think this team has been improving under his leadership, and you see it seeing growth on both sides of the ball from September to now, in my estimation.
3rd down 10. They expect magic when the ball leaves Jurkovec's hand. He's going to rifle this one, and that's going to be incomplete. And an opportunity for an interception. Marion Cooper had a chance to make a play there, but incomplete. And BC to punt.
Yeah, fortunate it was incomplete because it ends up being a poorly thrown ball, and was nearly intercepted What's interesting with Jurkovec, with him being back and all of the confidence that they have in him, and they feel like the big play potential, there's been some talk about his hand strength not being back to where, you know, it should be, or at 100%. And I think there are a few times, Dave, where the ball comes out of his hand a little funny like it did there.
Short punt. And keeps on rolling to the 20-yard line. And that's where BC will down it. 35-yard kick. And that means that the Seminoles get their first crack at it offensively. Jordan Travis. Solid game against Miami. We mentioned 274 passing yards. Didn't throw a touchdown, but that was a career high. He rushed for 62 and ran for 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, you know, and he rushed it 22 times. He is an outstanding runner. And it's hard to be an accurate passer when you're running the football a lot, but seeing growth in him as a passer and as a runner, he's really the first thing you need to deal with as a defense when you see the Seminoles.
Good group of running backs as well. The quarterback will flip this one on the move and hit the tight end McDonald for a first down and a 12-yard pickup. Cameron McDonald has a couple of touchdown passes this season. He has 19 catches, number 2 on the team.
And that first play, that drive opener, is a great example. That's almost a halfback pass. He's so dangerous as a runner. The way that looked like run before the tight end ends up leaking out.
Jashawn Corbin, the back, along with Travis, so dangerous running the football. He has 6 rushing touchdowns this season as well. And on 1st and 10, he's going to hit Douglas. Douglas on the move and will pick up another first down. He was huge against Miami. Caught 4 passes for 90 yards. One of those went for 60 in the victory against Miami, and that picks up 22.
And you can see what Florida State's trying to do. There's a shift in a motion, and then it's Douglas scraping across the formation, and he gets lost in coverage as Isaiah Graham Mobley isn't able to stay with him.
And flags down on 1st and 10. Just getting underway here at Boston College on a Hall of Fame induction weekend.
Delay of game. Defense, disconcerting signals. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
An unusual call, and Jeff Hafley not happy with it, but obviously disconcerting signals would be the defense trying to simulate the snap count, which obviously you can't do, and that one goes against BC.
So cut it in half, 1st and 5. Corbin in motion. And a quarterback again will handle the football. On the move, Travis, and stopped by Cam Horsley after a 3-yard gain. Eagles coming in at 6-4, 2-4 in the ACC. They are bowl eligible in a dramatically up and down season for Boston College. They started the year 4-0. Had a shot to beat Clemson here in early October, missed that opportunity. Then they lost 4 straight. And obviously the return of their quarterback has made a giant difference. Corbin trying to bounce outside, strung out past the 30-yard line and out of bounds, and he'll give him 8 on the carry. Rashawn Ward with the carry, and they will move the sticks.
Now, I'm impressed with Florida State right now. You're doing a lot. They are a game plan specific offense and try to give you different looks. It's been shifts and motions, and you know, right now BC not really able to come up with an answer.
Empty backfield here. Travis, and complete on the near sideline. Wilson with the catch. Ontario Wilson, they call him Pokey. And Elijah Jones to stop him. Jones playing very, very well for BC. Gain of 4.
Yeah, the corners for BC have played well this year. Brandon Sebastian and Elijah Jones. But I also think for Florida State, they do feel like the speed at their wide receiver, position and group gives them an advantage in this matchup.
2nd down and 6. Travis with the handoff for Williams. Tried to cut outside, and eventually DePalma with the tackle. Vinny DePalma, the junior out of New Jersey. They call him the coach on the field for the defense for the Eagles. He's the most vocal guy out there.
Even referred to him as the maestro in terms of getting things set up. And he's had to play valuable snaps with Isaiah Graham Mobley out. And The big 3rd and 6 here. I'd expect an RPO for Florida State.
Travis taking a snap, looking, and over the middle, and finds a receiver. There is a flag down. Jordan Wilson with the catch, but a flag dropped right at the 10-yard line. And looking like
pass interference.
FSU.
Offense, number 4, 15-yard penalty. Repeat 3rd down.
Yeah, Jordan Wilson is wide open, and it looked like he was running a bit of an option route. And, you know, so here's Wilson. He ends up just running an option route. He ends up getting called for the push-off. And I got to be honest, I didn't see it, and I don't think it's there. I think what the official ends up seeing is that Cam Arnold kind of stumbles, but
yeah, that's a bad call.
That's a really bad call because Jordan Wilson is running an option route, and Cam Wilson's just kind of running past him and stumbles. Not sure that that was seen correctly by the official.
So it brings a 3rd down and 21 for Travis. Trying to air it out for that sideline, but incomplete. Flags dropped here as well around the 20-yard line.
Well, Cam Arnold's going to give it back with this pass interference. And
pass interference. Defense, number 27, 15-yard penalty. Automatic 1st down.
Yep, right back the other way.
Yeah, just never turns around. He's running with Corbin, and the reality is a lot of times you get linebackers playing outside the numbers in space, in coverage. They kind of panic, and that's really what Cam Arnold did. He's in good shape in terms of how he's relating to the back, but just decides to grab him and obviously saves the drive for Florida State.
Another empty look. Going to fire that one to Toafili. Turn across the 30-yard line before they spin him out. And a stop by Brandon Barlow, a 5th-year man out of New York. Going to lose 2 yards. 2nd down 13. Travis of North Carolina accounted for all 5 touchdowns in that win. Became the only player in FSU history with 3 passes and 2 rushing touchdowns in a single game. Dropping back to throw, and incomplete. Short over the middle. It was tipped to bring up 3rd down.
Yeah, you're right. He does have the shallow cross coming open, and it's a good read by Jordan Travis, and hard to see who it was, but hand gets up there and gets knocked out. And so now you're kind of in one of these known passing situations, and this is where I think you can really see growth in Jordan Travis's game. Known passing situation, routes have got to be down the field. If he can stay in rhythm, he's generally pretty accurate. 9th
play of the drive for the Seminoles. Travis again, pressure on, and he's going to go down at the 40-yard line. Sacked on the play by Elijah Jones. We just talked about how effective he has been, and that's going to be a 12-yard loss.
Yeah, here we go. Pressure is coming off of this side, and Travis wants to escape out of it, but they do a good job, BC does, of keeping contained. It's a secondary pressure. You see him come off the edge. Travis just not able to hold it, and now obviously with the sack, takes him well out of field goal range.
So BC with a huge defensive play early. Jalen Gill will watch this one float. And it's going to be down at the 1-yard line. On a coverage by Florida State. A standing coverage there by TJ Davis. 38-yard kick. Debating whether this outfit is permissible before Thanksgiving, but I think here in New England it certainly is with the temperatures in the 40s. I mean, Santa's here.
Look at Santa, this BC hat.
Shakai Davis, by the way, downing that ball at the 1-yard line. So this will be a 99-yard effort by Jurkovec, and already activity on that front line by the Seminoles, so that will certainly help the Eagles' cause.
Offside, defense number 91 with contact, 5-yard penalty, still 1st down.
And the reason that's such a bad penalty by Robert Cooper is everybody knows that the risk reward as an offense when you're backed up of going on to a hard count, something is always there. It's coached. You know about it. Obviously, the breathing room that gives an offense is significant. It's a nice job of using the snap count by Jurkovec.
1st and 5. Moving the football out to the 6-yard line. And we'll keep it on the ground here. And a stop by Amari Gainer on Garwo. That'll gain 3. Seminoles lost their first 4 games of the season. They barely snuck past Syracuse, or it would have been 0-5. They started out with an overtime loss to Notre Dame and then fell to Jacksonville State, Wake, and Louisville. Also losing to Clemson and NC State. They are 9-1 in their last 10 meetings against Boston College.
I've been impressed with the resolve after the slow start.
And stacked up tight defense on the line there by the Seminoles. Fabian Lovett, part of that strong front 4 for the Noles.
It is a strong front 4, and Lovett just does a great job of shedding the blocker, and that's Trapillo who's filled in for Christian Mahogany. It's the strength of their football team, no doubt about it. They're 4 defensive linemen, and they're active, and they've gotten everybody in the conference's attention so far this season.
3rd down 2. And it's Garwo, actually Levy this time with the carry. Travis Levy with Keir Thomas on the tackle.
Well, and there you go. And that's the second time we've mentioned Keir Thomas. And you know, Jermaine Johnson gets a lot of attention, but Keir Thomas has had a tremendous season as well. And that's a big play on 3rd and 2 when it looked like there was maybe room to pick up the 1st down.
Only got 1. So Boston College backed up and will punt. And Wilson back around midfield for the Seminoles. Trying to get great field position here early. Wilson back to the 40. Looking for some room and takes a pretty good shot there, shy of the 50-yard line. 47-yard kick, a 7-yard return. There is a flag down. 6:40 to go here in the first, and no score. Florida State and Boston College. And they will get together and talk about the flag. You mentioned an awfully sharp hit right around midfield.
There's no foul on the previous play. TV timeout.
That means us. We'll take that break. 0-0 game in the first.
ACC Network College Football is presented by the Eat Fresh Refresh at Subway.
Well, these folks don't have to go to school to learn how to stay warm. They're very, very good at it. You're going to need some help today. All bundled up, starting to feel a little bit like winter finally here in New England.
It is. I think that Florida State probably caught a break with the sun, and that it isn't a little bit colder, but definitely a great day for football.
And wonderful to have a noon kickoff. We haven't had many of those, our particular show here on the ACC Network, and a huge day in the conference. And Travis is back to throw, and incomplete off the hands of Ward. And could not make the catch. Boston College, Tim, banged up defensively with some key people out.
Yeah, and with the injuries on defense, they're just not as fast. You know, speed on the defensive side has been a bit of an issue. It's why getting Isaiah Grant Mobley back in the lineup has helped. Brandon Sebastian, same thing. But losses, you know, for out today, Josh DeBerry and Salah, you know, that ends up being a pretty significant deal for BC in terms of the speed discrepancy with the replacements.
And for Corbin, trying to dance back to the center of the line, got across the 50-yard line, and we'll pick up 3 yards as we toss it down to Kelsey Riggs.
Well, guys, we got to talk with their defensive coordinator, Tim Lukabu, about some of those injuries, and he told us, look, it's November. Regardless of what league you're in, you say a prayer, you hope you've drafted or recruited well, because you have some big-time injuries this time of year. It's when guys really have to step up. We'll see if they're able to.
3rd down and 7 for the Noles. Again, an opportunity to become bowl eligible with a couple of victories. Trying to come up to Boston and pick off the Eagles today. Travis crossed the 50-yard line and taken down into the BC bench by Cam Arnold. He'll gain 7 though. And good pressure by Marcus Valdez, but not enough to deny them a first down.
It's a really good job by Jordan Travis. You see the pressure that gets brought inside. Florida State does an excellent job of picking it up. Isaiah Graham Mobley looks like he slips. And that's all Jordan Travis needs is one defender to fall. He make you pay.
Does not need much. He's going to rifle this one and a drop. Drop by Parchment, the wide receiver. Opportunity to make a catch there. Did not haul it in off the hands.
Yeah, and that's a miss for Jordan Travis. He has Parchment, balls thrown behind. He also had Pokey Wilson going down the sideline. And I think it's one of the things, I referenced it earlier, is after runs for quarterbacks, it's just harder to be accurate at times. I think that's what got Jordan Travis.
2nd and 10 at the 40. Travis with another handoff. Open space here on the right side by Corbin. Cam Arnold with the stop, but that's an 8-yard gain. Corbin's averaging 6.5 yards per carry, and he can be very dangerous bouncing outside like that.
I think it's a good stable of backs that Florida State has. They rotate a bunch of them in. They're all pretty versatile, and for Boston College, when they have defenders in place to make tackles, especially in the front, they've got to be able to do it, because when they get to the second level, the speed for Florida State will really start to show up.
They're down 2. Wants to put it in the air, now on the move. And got close. Cam Horsley eventually with the stop. There's a flag once again on the play. So a flag down, 4:46 to go here in the first. No score here at Chestnut Hill, and they will gather again to discuss this call.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, 15-yard penalty from him to run, automatic, first down.
No question about it. Vinny DePalma's got his hand in there, and Jordan Travis's face mask, and plays like that are the things that are really that may make Florida State a difficult offense to defend. That's a nice play. Climb in the pocket on a 3rd and 2. Even if you don't get it, you're close. Maybe go for it on 4th down, then obviously draw the penalty. Gives you a big pickup.
FSU's been outstanding in the red zone this season. And on the outside to carry once again. Got down close to the 15-yard line by Ward. We mentioned that for a 4-6 team, Florida State has been excellent in the red zone, converting 25 consecutive trips. They're first in the ACC in red zone percentage at over 71%, and in touchdown percentage.
And 13 is the biggest reason for it. His ability to be a tough physical runner, I just think opens up so much once you get down in the red zone, and gives you another player you have to defend.
2nd and 9. Travis to roll. Gets free of one. Fires that one and complete. And a catch made by Wilson. Wilson for the corner and in for a touchdown. 16 yards for the strike.
Well, I just said it was 13. It was Jordan Travis when they get into the red zone. And it's plays like that that are exactly why. I mean, it's a move the pocket bootleg play, and he's got immediate pressure, and there just is a calmness about him. That's an excellent job of finding Wilson on the over route for the score.
Brings on Ryan Fitzgerald for the point after. So Florida State on top here in the first quarter with 3:43 to go. And they have taken a 7-0 lead. Pokey Wilson finds the end zone.
Well, he finds the end zone. It's because of the work of his quarterback, Jordan Travis, finding Wilson as Florida State gets out on top.
We welcome you back to ACC Network Football presented by Subway. And here Boston College, it's the Seminoles striking first on top 7-0.
Yeah, really impressive drive, in terms of what Jordan Travis was able to do. A couple of first downs running the football, obviously drew the face mask penalty. And a really good play for the touchdown.
So the Noles to kick off. And Levy will take it across the 20-yard line, the 25, and a nice return of 27 yards back to that route.
Well, here's Pokey Wilson. He's running an over route, but watch what happens to Vinny DePalma, the linebackers. He's trying to get back into coverage. Wilson just ends up colliding with him, gets him on the ground, and actually I think it ended up helping time things up a little bit for Florida State because Jordan Travis, remember, had to react and move in the pocket. Also need to mention it's an outstanding block by the tight end Jordan Wilson on Brandon Sebastian to help Pokey get into the end zone.
Well, an injury here as Joe Lang is the man down for FSU. The return came out to the 32-yard line. And good to see Lang back up on his feet. So Jurkovec coming back out for Boston College. All of the BC coaches say that his return means, and you mentioned it in the open, the word hope. He brings supreme confidence. Jeff Hafley said it was like hitting the reset button on the season, like we were starting the season all over again when he returned 2 games ago, because very few people thought he was coming back from that wrist injury, that busted wrist. Speaking of getting busted, good hit there at the 30-yard line by Derek McClendon, going to lose a yard.
Nice job of retracing the steps by McClendon to get Jurkovec down, but you're right, David. And Jeff Hafley didn't tell his team that Phil Jurkovec was coming back, even when he thought that he may. Just kind of showed up at practice one time, and the defensive guys were like, wait a second, who is that, under center? And he has given them hope. I think last week against Georgia Tech was a great example of it when they're down 21-7, but yet head into halftime up 28-21, and a lot of it because of their quarterback.
Jurkovec can do this too. Staying up, trying to make a move, but they come up and say hello is Jermaine Johnson, who does that an awful lot, doesn't he? 62 tackles now, the most in the country for a Power 5 lineman.
Yeah, this is a big-time hit by Jermaine Johnson. Jurkovec just kind of fighting for more yards, and Jermaine Johnson, that is a big guy with a lot of speed and a lot of talent pursuing to the football. He's been incredible this season, has had an outstanding year, and one of the reasons why when people talk about Florida State's front four, he's the first name that you think of.
Indeed, he's an All-America candidate, leads the ACC in sacks. Jurkovec, a little bit of pressure there, underthrown. There are flags everywhere, and an interference coming up. Looking for his tight end, Luchetti there, but Cooper guilty on the flag.
Pass interference. Defense, number 37. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Marion Cooper gets it with that 3rd FSU penalty.
Yeah, Mike Norvell doesn't like it, and there's a lot of grabbing going on both directions.
Yes.
I mean, I think, and Mike Norvell's furious. I think he probably has a right. I mean, Luchetti's grabbing, Cooper's grabbing, and it just kind of ends up being, which way the official wants to call it.
Well, they get the first down out of it, 1st and 10. BC on the move. And diving ahead, it's Garwo. He'll pick up 2 yards. We were talking with Frank Cignetti, the offensive coordinator for Boston College, who's one of the most delightful coaches to chat with. And he said, I'm not comparing Jurkovec to Aaron Rodgers, who he coached at Green Bay, but he says they're similar in this regard. When you call a play, when he's passing, something magical can happen. 2nd down 8. Here they come again, going to drag him down. He got it free, though. Somehow got a completed pass. Got that one to Luchetti, the tight end. And a little bit slow on the rise. All of that for 2 yards. Serious pressure again by Johnson.
Well, Ben Petrullo having a hard time with Jermaine Johnson, and listen, you can create bad plays happening at, but this is a little bit what you see from Jurkovec. At times it seems reckless, and he hit the ground hard. after that collision, and looks to be up and okay now. But that's why you see these comparisons or hear the comparisons to Ben Roethlisberger, because he's hard to get down and finds a way to get the ball out of his hands to avoid negative plays.
Somehow complete. Open space to run. He'll slide down. Then he got stuck. And that's going to bring a flag. No question about that. Jamie Robinson is having a really nice year for FSU, but draws the flag and a penalty coming up.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness with targeting. Number 10, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. Previous play is under further review.
With targeting, Jamie Robinson, a sophomore out of Georgia. 65 tackles coming into this game. 2 first downs by penalty on this drive for Boston College.
And here's what's going to happen. Because Jurkovec is sliding feet first, he's giving himself up, which means he's a defenseless player. And so when he's a defenseless player and gets hit helmet to helmet and then his head slams against the ground, I think this will be upheld as targeting. And these things, and I've said this a number of times, I think it's so hard for defenders. Robinson's a great player, and Jurkovec's hard to bring down. We've talked about it. He's a big physical runner that doesn't go down easily. And as defenders, you don't know that he's going to slide. And so you're getting ready to tackle him, and there goes the slide. I think it ends up being a call that gets upheld.
Michael Webster, the replay official today, taking a long look. And if FSU loses number 10, Robinson, it's a big loss in his secondary.
I mean, it's a huge loss. Coming into this game, Robinson had 65 tackles. I mean, he's kind of been all over the place, and that's a big penalty. I mean, it's a really big penalty, and Jurkovec too, just on the other side of this. 2 plays in a row where he gets blasted.
Yes.
And you go back a couple more plays to find the big shot that he took as he was running out to his left. So
Phil's like, explain to me why I wanted to come back again here at the tail end of the season. Well, of course, it's been a huge story for BC, and he just doesn't lose.
He's like, hey, my wrist is fine, but now everything else hurts.
Everything else is going to be aching come Sunday. Florida State on top 7-0 as the ruling on the field is a personal foul and targeting. Here it is.
After further review, the ruling on the field of targeting number 10 defense is confirmed. Number 10 is disqualified for the remainder of the game.
Defenseless player, the key, as you said right at the top.
Well, and that's the thing. When you slide feet first, you're giving yourself up, which means you are defenseless. And, Jamie Robinson did not have a whole lot of time to decipher whether or not Jurkovec was going to try to run him over, get around him, or slide feet first. And just the challenge of playing in the secondary with the way the rules are today. I think Mike Norvell knew right away when he saw it on the video board that it was going to go that direction. He's able to talk to Jamie Robinson after that news.
So with the penalty, 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line of the Seminoles. And a little toss here for Garwo to the center. And we'll pick up 3 yards. Had 175 yards, 2 touchdowns in their big victory against Missouri early in the season. So the seconds moving down here in the first quarter. 2nd down and 7. And they're going to let it run out. So that is the end of the first quarter. Boston College on the move right now, but the Seminoles have the lead 7-0 on a picture-perfect day here in New England. On to the second quarter at BC. Now BC with only 38 yards of total offense, but 50 yards on penalties. 4 Florida State penalties have helped their cause as we get the second quarter underway. 7-0 Seminoles. Jurkovec back at quarterback, takes the snap, He'll step up and wrapped up. Down he goes. Fabian Lovett to tear him down. They're going to wind up losing 6 yards.
Yeah, Lovett gets the sack, but right here, they can't block him. I mean, this is an issue right now for Boston College offensively. Ben Petrula just can't block Jermaine Johnson. You know, we're just run one play in the second quarter, and you see the impact that Johnson has had, and basically game planning had to start with pass protection is what Frank Cignetti told us, and it's been a problem.
3rd and 13, Jurkovec airborne and incomplete. I'm not sure that a guy can have a better game than Jermaine Johnson had against Miami, but he might be having a better one today. Semi-finalist for both the Lombardi and the Benark Awards, and against Miami, 3 sacks, 5 tackles for loss, and he forced a fumble.
Yeah, I mean, he was all over the place, covering ground, and listen, he just is an absolute game wrecker. And just defensively, when you have that impact player, that edge player that is an impact player, it can just change the complexion of your entire defense.
It's a 46-yarder, Connor Lighton, and that one is good. So Boston College gets on the board, and the freshman kicker, his head coach is very, very high on him. True freshman, he is now 10 out of 11. He's been excellent.
Good kick. Just to finish up on Jermaine Johnson and the situation, I think if you're Boston College, you've got to make an adjustment now. You know, a lot of times you come into a football game thinking, okay, we know that this guy's a good player, but we think our guys are good too, and we can probably hang in there. And then you get into a game and you realize, all right, now we have an issue. We need to give him better attention. And so whether it's chips, whether it's putting a tight end there, or whether it's moving the pocket away from him, I think BC's going to have some type of response. Otherwise, Jermaine Johnson's going to continue to disrupt them.
I think it's been said before on the other side of the field, opposite number 11, we've got an issue.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
We've got a problem here, and we better figure it out today, because he is all over the place. Corbin will let that one bounce, and now has to slide down and make the play and stop it at the 15-yard line. And now FSU, as we look at our marathon drive recap.
Yeah, and it was really all about Jordan Travis using his legs. With the 3rd down run, great job escaping. Then on a 3rd and 2 runs, picks up a face mask. And then it was his ability to be elusive in the pocket to give him time to find Pokey Wilson for the score. And that's why, you know, all this hype and excitement and hope surrounding Phil Jurkovec. But the Seminoles feel the exact same way about 13.
They certainly do. He was the first Florida State quarterback to account for all 5 touchdowns in a game when he did it against North Carolina since Jameis Winston in 2013. A world of talent for the Seminole quarterback. Trying to pick up a 1st down. And diving outside, Corbin will pick up 7.
Florida State does such a great job with that play. A little bit of a pitch to get their backs on the perimeter. And as soon as they stretch you horizontally, they'll fake that pitch, and then Travis will just knife through the middle of your defense.
2nd down 3. And a sophomore out of West Palm Beach. Back to throw it. And throws it short and will pick up that 1st down on a quick strike to Corbin. Running backs for Florida State, dangerous after the reception, and they throw to them a lot.
Yeah, we referenced how versatile they are. Just a little angle route by Corbin. Good accurate throw to allow for run after the catch. And
flag down and incomplete. Attempting to hit his tight end McDonald, but a flag.
Offside. Defense, number 91. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 1st down.
So another penalty here. 13-11 to go in the 2nd quarter at Boston College. And it brings up a 1st down and 5 here for FSU. Trayshawn Ward now the running back, the freshman. As Tim mentioned, it's a loaded running back room for the Noles. There's a lot of talent there. Maybe Corbin busting a hole this time, gets outside and picks up a big first down. That was Ward, actually. Trayshawn Ward with the carry, goes for 18. And Woodbay with the tackle.
Yeah, and it's a missed tackle by Isaiah Graham Mobley, who is a really good player for BC. Can run sideline to sideline, but he's missed a lot of time. And Tim Lebeku, the defensive coordinator, basically said to us, look, I never feel good about, guys when they've missed time and they've missed practice. I think it's shown up a little bit so far for Isaiah Graham Mobley.
1st and 10. On the move, gonna keep it down that sideline and picks up another first down. And a 13-yard scamper for Jordan Travis.
Jordan Travis does such a good job just of breaking contain. There's going to be a twist that comes around here, and it's his speed that ends up getting him to the perimeter. That just creates such a big play. They actually have a good defense called, BC does, to try to contain him. They have TJ Ram got to force him inside, but his speed gets him to the perimeter.
Corbin back in, finds a hole, still up to the sideline and banged out. And FSU moving it as Mike Palmer eventually shoves him out with a 12-yard scamper.
Yeah, and right now BC's having a hard time tackling. And Corbin, these other backs are doing a good job of breaking tackles. And I think it's one of the things that, BC has probably done a good job of this season is getting guys to the ground, but been an issue so far against Corbin.
Fired into the flat and complete, and the shot to Douglas, who will pick up 3 yards. I mentioned what a big day he had against Miami. They used the freshman a lot. 2nd down and goal.
And I think plays like that are one of the things that can really start to make Florida State one of these teams that are hard to defend. Yes, you're running the football in between the tackles. You're hard to tackle, and then, hey, we're going to spit it out for a one-on-one outside the numbers to a guy as talented as Ja'Kai Douglas.
Once again, FSU knocking on the door. Travis looking to his left and complete, looking for the end zone and diving for the pylon. They're in for a touchdown. A 7-yard strike. Toafili there to make the catch and dive ahead. A 7-yard touchdown reception.
Well, once again, Florida State just spitting the ball out. So Toafili's going to basically come back and catch his football. Here comes Wilson, who's going to block on the perimeter and get another block on the perimeter. So essentially it's an extension of their run game. Just spit it out outside the numbers and have your big physical tight ends block secondary players to create an opportunity for an easy score. And once again, it's Florida State productive once they get into the red zone.
That makes it 14-3 Seminoles.
And there's no question Florida State's got BC off balance defensively because of the run-pass balance. That time, Toafili for the score.
FSU, despite some penalties, looking strong early. Travis, 8 out of 11, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and you just see the efficiency in the passing game. Think about so many of those 8 completions were balls that were really within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, just spitting the ball out, letting his talented players work on the perimeter.
Roadhouse with a kickoff. And through the end zone. We'll come out to the 25-yard line. 10:42 to go in the second. Jurkovec has been feeling a lot of heat in the first half.
A ton of pressure, and a lot of times when you face a quarterback that's got the ability to hurt you with his legs, you'll have a spy, you'll rush the quarterback differently, and Adam Fuller, the defensive coordinator for Florida State, I think really just felt like coming into this matchup that they would control the quarterback with their front four, and so far they've been successful doing that.
And so far, number 4, the very talented wide receiver for Boston College, Zay Flowers, has been shut off. Jurkovec will rifle this one and got it complete to Gill. Getting across the 30, talking about all that pressure on number 5.
Yeah, and they've hit him. They've gotten after him. So it's, getting after him when he's taken off to run the football, but then also when he's been in the pocket, finding a way to get to him. And obviously that one there, targeting, but he's taken some shots. And every quarterback, I don't care how tough you are, and Jurkovec's certainly tough, every quarterback eventually feels those hits. They're cumulative throughout the game.
Sinkfield out of the backfield. Robert Cooper will wrap him up. Big question on Jurkovec, of course, is will he leave after this season, Tim? Mel Kiper has him as the 6th rated quarterback in the upcoming draft. Kenny Pickett is number 1. Falling ahead for the first down here.
I think it's an interesting point because I think everyone here at BC thought that he was going to miss the entire season with that wrist injury. He's come back. He's played well. He obviously has good tape. I think he'll end up testing really well whenever he gets the opportunity to do that. And so, yeah, it could be an interesting decision for him. It'll be hard either way.
1st and 10. Looking to go airborne. Takes a knock, stays up. He's going to rifle that one. He hung it up there, and the ball comes free. Luchetti, the tight end, and cannot hang on there. Big time pressure again. This time, Keir Thomas. We've called that name a bunch.
We have, and it's pressure once again because he's got Zay Flowers. You see, he was about ready to throw the football. It's because he had Flowers running down the middle of the field. Probably would have had a touchdown. I mean, there's nobody home. He can't get it off. Flowers knows it, and then actually is able to find a completion to Luchetti, but it's Kalen DeLoach who does an excellent job of just being violent through the football once it got to Luchetti.
Jurkovec with a handoff here and some open space to run, and a pretty good hit there to upend Sinkfield. That was Jarkus McClellan and a 9-yard gain.
Yeah, it's really the first big run, and I would expect a quarterback sneak again like they did earlier.
3rd and 1, and again picking up a first down.
BC likes to do that. You get in some of these 3rd and shorts quickly, they will just hustle and get set before the defense can kind of get it communicated that, hey, here comes the quarterback sneak. And then Jurkovec will do a good job of not just taking that quarterback sneak in the A-gap. If he's got to go all the way out by the tackle, because that's where the soft spot is, he's comfortable doing that.
Moved ahead of the 48-yard line. 1st down 10. Once again, all sorts of pressure by Thomas. We'll throw it, kind of pitch it toward that sideline as he got dragged down in the direction of Luchetti. Take another look.
I mean, they're trying to get a naked bootleg coming at Keir Thomas. It's another amazing job of Thomas staying home, making a great play. And then it's Jurkovec doing his best Big Ben and getting the ball away. And because Luchetti's there, Phil Jurkovec just saved BC offensively about 12 yards.
Sure did. On 2nd down, Sinkfield trying to get out of that backfield, can't do it. They're all over him. It's Jermaine Johnson again. Another tackle for a loss. -5 on this one.
BC can't block Jermaine Johnson. Just can't block him right now. Here we go, and this is Tyler Vrabel trying to block him, and you just see for a man his size, the quickness, and Vrabel kind of gets his weight out in front. And you see the quickness, the hands, and the swim move. But Jermaine Johnson, we've seen him in the passing game. There he is in the run game.
6'5", 260. And all over Boston College. Jurkovec with time. And now on the move. Racing across the 50-yard line. He'll slide across the 40. That's a 16-yard run for a first down.
And that, plays like that end up being backbreakers for defenses. Keir Thomas once again getting home. Ends up getting the hand warmer, from Jurkovec, and Jurkovec already probably feels like he's played an entire
on
game.
The field with the line the game was made. Previous play is under further review.
So they will take a look at it. It will check the spot when we come back. 7:15 to go before halftime at Boston College. That is a really good-looking crew right there. The Hasselbeck family on hand, and they were at the banquet last night to see Tim go into the Boston College Hall of Fame. Again, congratulations to you, partner.
Thank you, Dave. And honestly, thank you to the whole crew. You guys have obviously glad to be here with you guys. And you know, a lot of people have had to dig deep to find plays of me at BC, so I appreciate it. And it's also good to see Tom O'Brien, former Boston College head coach and head coach here while I was a player.
He showed up to celebrate your honor last night, which a great thrill for the family. There's a lot of Boston College alums in there. I mean, a lot of them. Great school. Down to carry. Busting free Sinkfield down the left side. Got across the 20-yard line. And a 21-yard breakaway before Kevin Knowles stopped him.
And Boston College is going to need to figure out a way to get productive plays like this in the run game, because it's been a struggle to pass block, and it's a pretty good job there blocking up front. Sinkfield running hard, and we've seen a couple of pretty good pickups for BC in the run game. I think they're going to need to do that with how difficult it's been for them to protect Jurkovec in the passing game.
Jurkovec with 3 rushing first downs on his drive himself. First down 10. And a pitcher, Sinkfield again on the carry, using him a lot on this drive, but nowhere to go there. Will lose 3 yards as he is upended.
That's a big play by Kalen DeLoach, who essentially puts down Ben Petrullo. Number 20, DeLoach at 220 pounds, going after the 315-pound Petrullo, which ends up being a really, really nice play as BC's trying to get to the edge.
12th play of this drive, 14-3 Seminoles. Jurkovec. They'll dump this one right over the middle, and a quick strike. Got that one free to Jaden Williams. Knowles again with the stop, but not before a 12-yard pickup.
Jaden Williams is a player that they want to get the football to. And think about Jurkovec, who's been under a lot of pressure. Does a nice job of hanging in the pocket as Williams was running a fairly long developing route. And he's a young player with probably the most speed out of this receiver group for BC.
3rd and 1. Sinkfield trying to pick up that yard. They cover him quickly. Didn't get it. Did not get it. Malcolm Ray, the defensive tackle, with a big stand to bring up 4th down.
And I think I would probably kick the field goal in this situation, as hard as it's been to block Florida State's front. And that's a good example of a 3rd down where Malcolm Ray is able to get in the backfield and make a play. They try to draw him off sides, but I would kick the field goal.
BC wants to talk about this with about 4.5 minutes to go here before halftime.
Timeout, Boston College.
And BC will take their first timeout. We will take the break as well. Florida State with a 14-3 advantage here at BC. Now Jeff Hafley has made the decision to go for it here on 4th and short.
And I think they just feel like they can't stop Florida State. So I think Jeff Hafley's kind of making the decision. They're having a hard time defensively, and for that reason, going to leave the offense out there.
That front 4 for Florida State has been unstoppable. 4th down and 2. And Jurkovec. Garrow with the handoff, takes a crunching hit, still moving those legs, still moving, and Florida State said he didn't get there. Jarian Jones came up with a big hit, and Florida State with a defensive stand, they deny Boston College.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see Phil Jurkovec under center and then just run a lead play. He's under center and they're just running a lead play here, and they're running it right at Jermaine Johnson, who just throws, looks like Joey Luchetti, just out of the way. just stands him up and throws him out of the way. And once again, it's Jermaine Johnson who's just been too much.
He's in virtually every play.
Yeah, and I think that I was surprised to see BC just decide to run the football right at him, just because you know that in critical situations, BC's best thing is putting the ball in the quarterback's hands.
So the Noles take over. Travis going to throw long, has a wide receiver out there, and a big completion for a first down pass midfield to Pokey Wilson.
Well, after a big, stand defensively, Florida State decides to go at him and run him basically a rail route or a wheel route to Pokey Wilson, who's able to get outside the defense. And nice throw by Jordan Travis.
Yeah, 41 yards. Empty backfield here, first down and 10. Travis has him on the move again, and another complete pass. And fired out to that far sideline and caught by Daniel.
You go to the previous play. Here comes Pokey Wilson in motion. He just runs up the sideline, running a little spot route here. And BC doesn't do a great job of communicating or passing that off. And so Elijah Jones has got to end up running with him. He just can't stay with Pokey Wilson.
Second down and 6 here for the Seminoles. Moving the football again. Already on top, 14-3. Their defense has been stout. The offense has been smooth, and that's because Travis can do so many things with it. On the carry here, Graham Mobley will get credit for the tackle. That's a 5-yard gain.
That's an example of that play I was referencing earlier. Could get a quarterback sneak here.
And ahead he goes to move the chains. Florida State confident they have it. Inside the last 3 minutes of the second quarter. Let's see if they're going to measure this.
Timeout for measurement.
And they will.
I'd say the play to run off of some of these like quick quarterback sneaks, or the fake quarterback sneak and then something to get out to the perimeter, is all these teams, you bunch everyone up in there. Everyone knows that you're going to quarterback sneak it or thinks that you are. And I think Jordan Travis ends up getting this.
Here come the measurement guys with 2:48 left. Whoa. And how about this spot? He did not get it. So wise choice to measure, just shy. So brings up 4th and inches.
Your reaction was exactly what I was thinking. It was like you were speaking for me when you saw, I don't know, about 6 inches left for Florida State to pick up. And
yep, did not get it. So the football around the 38-yard line. 4th down and 1, less than that for Florida State. And now movement up on that front line and a flag down. And it goes against Gibbons, the left guard for FSU.
Ball start. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Well, here's Gibbons right here, the right guard, the transfer from Notre Dame. You see his stance. He's getting ready to get low. You almost wonder if BC had a stem on. We saw him earlier for, getting called for almost simulating the snap count, and there was definitely a stem, and Florida State appears to be keeping their offense out there.
Indeed, 4th and 6. Going to continue to go for this, a very determined effort. Deshaun Corbin back in a running back. And flags again.
Snap infraction. Number 53. Offense. 5-yard penalty.
Wow.
Still 4th down.
On the center, Smith.
Maurice Smith looks like he's going to snap the football. It's almost like the ball comes out of his hands. You see that? It was like he was rolling it on the ground. Now, what he wisely does is pick the football right back up. Now it's a penalty, illegal, a snap infraction, but he doesn't pick that up. It's just a muffed quarterback center exchange. But how about that sequence for Florida State? You think you're picking up the first down on 3rd and 1. You don't. You're maybe going for it on 4th and inches. And then 2 consecutive, basically, pre-snap penalties that force you to punt.
Jalen Gill back at the 10-yard line. And over-end punt and a fair catch, and that's where the drive will begin. That's a 38-yard kick. 2.5 to go before halftime. (14-3), and Florida State with the lead. Our Aflac trivia question here on this beautiful afternoon in Boston, which was the last team other than Florida State or Clemson to win the ACC Atlantic Division. That's what Wake is trying to do today, but they're having their struggles against Clemson at Death Valley.
And we knew that Wake had a tough close to their schedule, and it's proving to be the case.
Garwo with the carry. And straight on will pick up 2 hard-fought yards there. DJ Lundy will stop him.
Timeout, Florida State. It's their first charge timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
And we'll keep it right here. Clemson has just scored, by the way.
Please put 2 minutes, 26 seconds on the clock.
And they lead 17-3 in the second.
Thank you.
33 consecutive home wins for the Tigers. That's the longest FBS streak in the last 10 years.
Well, it was interesting to see, Wake Forest at 10 and, Clemson not ranked, but at home, a favorite to win that football game. They are hard to beat in Death Valley, and when you think the magnitude of the games down the stretch for Wake Forest, obviously win and clinch, but if you don't win, then you're traveling up to Chestnut Hill next week to play a Boston College team that's got their quarterback back. So yeah, Wake Forest really has their hands full.
2nd and 8, play action. Jurkovec down again. It's Thomas and Johnson.
Timeout, Florida State. That's their second charge timeout of half. 30-second timeout.
And they lose 6 yards on the sack. And back to our Aflac. They give you the answer. Which team the last one other than FSU or Clemson to win the ACC Atlantic Division? It was BC in 2008.
Matt Ryan had quite a bit of success at BC. Remember that is the Matt Ryan era. And
ACC Atlantic Division champions was Clemson with the 7, FSU 5, BC and Wake Forest. Now Wake in 2006, so trying to do it again.
Well, and Dave Clawson said when they faced North Carolina State last week, it was like, no, this is Florida State Clemson now. That's what this is, and he's done a great job with that football program.
3rd down 14 after the sack. Jurkovec working out of the end zone, gets rid of it. And they're going to take him down in the end zone for safety. Or are they saying he got a cross? I think they said he did.
Ruling on the field, the ball was caught outside of the goal line. Forward progress at the 1-yard line.
Forward progress at the 1-yard line. Inside that.
Previous play is under further review.
Going to lose 5. They will take a look.
How much time?
Here's our best look at the line.
That's a safety, guys. I mean, that to me, and that is an awesome shot by our crew. But I'm looking at that, and that appears to be a safety. Travis Levy is catching the screen. Now, you remember, it's the opposite of scoring a touchdown. So the entire ball has got to be, into the field of play, not just the edge of it. And so when you look at this, Travis Levy is catching that football, ball in his right arm. Kalen DeLoach, who's made a couple of awesome plays here today, does an excellent job of beating the block of Zion Johnson, who's trying to get out to block him on the screen. I think that's a safety.
I'm with you. Football never got across there. Play under review with 1:58 to go. The defense for Florida State has shown up in a huge way here in Boston today.
In a huge way. The defensive line's been dominant. The linebackers, whether it's been DeLoach or Gaynor, have been so active.
They definitely feel like that's the case, the safety.
Well, and here's the story. They can't block the defensive ends right now, and so even though you're backed up.
After further review, the ruling on the field is a safety. Please reset the game clock to 2 minutes, 18 seconds. Boston College will have a free kick.
And so even though you're backed up, you call a screen because you have to. It's 3rd and long, and you call a screen to draw the defensive ends in, which they do. But it's Kalen DeLoach who beats the block of Zion Johnson, and I would guess that was the last thing that Frank Cignetti thought would happen, calling a screen in that situation, that the back would catch the football in the end zone for a safety.
Once again, it was Jermaine Johnson with all sorts of pressure. You said it a half hour ago. They have no answer for him. And in the subsequent half hour, they have not figured out any answer for number 11.
No, and again, Frank Cignetti talking to him in preparation for the game said, look, our game plan meetings started with pass protection, and you can see why.
Corbin busting it across the 40-yard line. Number 11 has been the player of this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of done everything, and it's not just been in one facet of the game. It's been the run game and the passing game. He's done a great job playing on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage. He's gotten big hits on Phil Dracovic, and it's look, we're highlighting him, and he's been dominant. But Keir Thomas has probably done just about as good a job on the other side. It's been a race to the quarterback, and what a find for Florida State.
Yeah, with the safety on top, 16-3. Final couple of minutes here, the first half. Travis gets free. He's on the move again to midfield. And kept on trucking before Valdez took him down, but a 12-yard pickup.
Yeah, I think the difference we're seeing in this football game right now is Boston College, when they get there to make a play behind the line of scrimmage, they're not making it, and Travis is running for first downs versus Dracovic, who's been hit a bunch behind the line of scrimmage.
Now the receiver went down, incomplete, fired out of bounds. It was Wilson who went down on the play. No flag thrown. Minute 48 to go.
It looked like Pokey Wilson just lost his footing down at the bottom of your screen. They're rolling to him, and it's kind of as he's running that little pivot route, feet come out from underneath him, because I think it was a good, accurate throw by Jordan Travis.
Bringing up 2nd and 10. FSU with time to get more points up there before the break. Travis has been strong again, running the show for the Noles. And another good pass and another completion. This time to McDonald, the tight end, for a first down and a 26-yard gain.
Boston College rotates the coverage to a single high safety look, and with double seams called for Florida State. Good job of seeing it, and good job of McDonald being ready for the football.
Under 90 seconds now. And a handoff. Corbin tried to dart outside, got across the 20-yard line. Bryce Steele tangled him up, a 3-yard gain.
Now, Florida State's got plenty of time, just about a minute left. They do have a timeout left. They do have to hustle, but plenty of time after using a couple of those timeouts to stop the clock earlier when BC had the ball.
Another empty look. Travis wants the end zone. Thrown into the corner, incomplete. With a minute and 2 to go. And a 16-3 advantage for FSU. Florida State trying to pick up win number 5. Coming off that giant win against Miami, 31-28. Corbin returns as the running back now for the Noles. 3rd down and 7. Travis on the move at the 30, and out it goes. Off into the stands. Boston College and Cam Horsley bringing some pressure.
It was a good job of BC. It's man-to-man coverage, and guys did a good job of running with the receivers for Florida State, and then as Travis escapes outside the pocket, this ends up being a pretty big stand. For as poorly as Boston College has been able to play on offense, The fact that they hold Florida State there, pretty big stop.
Be a 36-yard attempt here by Ryan Fitzgerald. And this one is up, and this one is good. Boy, they are just automatic in the red zone. It's 28 for 28 now.
Which is incredible. Typically, it's been touchdowns, but at the same time, kicking game has been good, and just so much confidence, that comes from that. Once you get down in there, it's deflating when you get denied. And so being able to come away with points, one of those things about just kind of being infectious and contagious, certainly a big deal.
Halftime report coming up. Wake Forest and Clemson. Big update brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance and Tim's induction into the BC Hall of Fame. Our entire crew feels like we're part of that, and the honor for my partner. He's a 2-year starter here at Boston College, 29 career touchdown passes, some huge wins along the way, and then a long career in the National Football League. 19-3, the family gathering here, many families to see players inducted with the ceremonies last night. Get your own sign, man.
That's what happens when your brother has a luxury suite at the stadium, I think.
Sinkfield wants to run it out of there. Gets across the 20. First down and 10. We're talking about the Atlantic race and what is on the line today with Wake at Death Valley. Got to win one of the last two. They close out the regular season here at Boston College next weekend.
Yeah, and I think we knew that this would be a bit of a challenge, for Wake Forest. They had a close one last week as well, and NC State obviously not out of it. And then the other aspect of it is this: Clemson, who I think everybody basically wrote off, still in the hunt.
Very much so, and they're up 17-3, incomplete, intended for Gill. You would think after all of these years, we'd all be smart enough to not write off the Clemson Tigers in any scenario.
I think Dabo Swinney, who's coached, teams recently with, a lot of good fortune for his football team and dealing with success. I feel like he's almost built to deal with adversity as well, and has coached his team well through that.
Jurkovec underthrowing a receiver here, incomplete. Trey Barry, the tight end, the man he was looking for, but didn't get there.
Well, I referenced it earlier. Sometimes, since coming back for Phil Jurkovec, the ball just hasn't come out of his hand right. And I know they've talked about his grip strength not being 100%. That looked like one that just didn't come out of his hand the way he would have liked it to. And I think BC's got to be careful here. Running the football and just kind of getting to the half might be the best play.
3rd and 10. On the move, Levy. Levy upended around the 3rd. Well, kept up. And got a couple of extra yards after the point of contact. He makes 9 on that play with 29 seconds remaining.
Timeout, Florida State. That's their 3rd and final timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
FSU on top 19-3. ACC football coming your way, 4 o'clock. Syracuse up against number 20, NC State. And a primetime game, Virginia Tech and Miami. 2 programs in flux right now as far as the athletic departments and the head coach.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It'll be interesting to see the effort and energy you see from those teams. I usually felt like when there was a big shakeup that it grabs everyone's attention in a way that you see guys end up playing really hard in those environments.
4th and 1, they'll punt here with 29 seconds before halftime. And Wilson standing back at the 25-yard line. Florida State is going to have the football to begin the second half, so they are in great shape right now. Wilson with a fair catch. And 23 seconds to do something after a 38-yard punt.
Look, I will say this, at Boston College.
During the kick, holding, number 5, return team. That 10-yard penalty will be enforced from the end of the kick. First down, Florida State.
Wake Forest, by the way, has just scored, so they trail 17-10 against Clemson.
Well, I will just say this, too, about Wake Forest. you have to expect they're going to score 35. I get they maybe haven't seen a defense as good as the Clemson defense that they're facing in Death Valley, but I think everyone on that Wake roster, both sides of the ball, just has an expectation that they'll score that many points in every game.
That's because they do, right?
Yes.
I mean, what they're averaging over the last 6 or 7 games. First down and 10 here for the Seminoles, last 23 seconds. Travis going to go deep, looking for a long strike here, but incomplete. And no flag on the play, intended for Malik McLean. And a coverage by J.T. Thompson. 16 seconds to go.
I tell you what, BC playing this fairly aggressively for this situation. I mean, just around 20 seconds left in the half, playing cover 1, which basically means man-to-man coverage with only a single high safety deep. McLean gets beyond the defense. BC's kind of fortunate that Jordan Travis overshot that.
Second down 10 for the Noles. And will stay on the ground. Corbin looking to get outside, but out he goes, chased out by Marcus Valdez. Talented defensive end, a grad for BC.
And I will tell you, I think Boston College has to feel fortunate at 19-3 going in at halftime if it remains that way, with how poorly things have gone for them offensively.
And how stout the defense has been on the other side for Florida State. Travis will be chased down. He goes. That was Valdez again, who's had a good first half. They're going to lose 11.
Timeout, Boston College. That's their second charge timeout of the half. That's their second timeout. Please put 5 seconds on the clock. 5 seconds.
So reset the clock to 5. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay, and so that's an interesting distinction here. With 1 second, you don't have to punt the football on 4th down. Take a snap, quarterback just launch the ball out of bounds in the direction of a receiver. Now with 5 seconds, you may still be able to do that, but it's got to develop a little bit longer. You have a chance for something bad to happen. Now, you wonder if Florida State feels like they have to punt, and if that is the case, you obviously want to punt the football out of bounds. Looks like they're going to leave the offense out there. What I believe they end up doing is running a receiver down the field. Jordan Travis throws the ball as far and as high and out of bounds as he can to the right to let the clock expire.
4th and 21. Travis from the 1-yard line. He does exactly that. And that's the end of the first half.
That's the end of the half.
With Florida State on top 19-3 over BC. My partner heads down to the field for the halftime ceremony. The BC Hall of Fame, and that class will be introduced to the crowd here at Boston College, here at Chestnut Hill on this gorgeous day. We will be covering that ceremony for you as well. At
Please
halftime,
put 20 minutes on the game clock. 20 minutes.
FSU leading BC 19-3. Tremendous first half on the defensive side of the football by Jermaine Johnson and Keir Thomas. And with Coach Norvell, here's Kelsey.
Coach, your defense came out and made a really strong statement in that first half. What did you think of their performance?
I thought they've done a really good job here in the first half. We still had some mistakes, some penalties that extended drives. Guys are playing hard. We've been able to stop the run. Just got to continue to be clean on our fits. It's a really talented Boston College offense, so we got to do a great job in the second half.
Your team continues to be successful in the red zone, 3 for 3 so far in the first half. What do you need to do to see that continue?
We want to continue to make sure when we get down there we're scoring touchdowns. We've had to settle for a couple field goals, but I like the way that our guys competing. We got to be smart. We got to make sure that we're owning the ball here in the second half and play 34 minutes of Seminole football.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Well, he's got to be delighted with the defensive effort in particular. When we return, Jordan Cornette and the guys will be on to catch up on everything in the ACC with the Auto Owners Insurance Halftime Report right after these messages.
I played the game and I'm still the same, and I never changed just to get a dip. We call that ballin'. Doing this is my calling. Flow is so appalling. My phone off and she calling. I'm like, yeah, what it do? Penthouse, man, what a view. Fall back cause I'm coming through with my whole team. They coming too, that's real.
18 seconds. Boston College will have a free kick.
ACC Network Football presented by Subway. We're ready for the second half. Florida State, an impressive first half here at Boston College, on top 19-3. Phil Jurkovec, one of the better quarterbacks in the country when he's healthy and rolling, but the ends were driving him nuts. I mean, Florida State came at him all through that first half.
Well, when he's healthy and rolling, and one of the ways you stay healthy and can roll offensively is you're standing upright, and that just hasn't been the case for Phil Jurkovec. They haven't protected him well. He's been hit a ton, and because of that, it's been a struggle for Boston College offensively. We'll see what kind of adjustments they were able to make during halftime.
FSU on top, and they get the football back. Longman with the kick. And Corbin's going to take it out of the end zone and across the 15-20. And diving ahead to the 25 moments to go, Kelsey with Coach Hafley.
Coach, their defensive front gave you guys a tough time in the first half. What adjustments do you need to make?
We got to block their ends. Phil's getting killed. We got to protect for him better. We got to be aggressive right now. We're down. We got to be aggressive, and we got to do some things better coaching, obviously, too.
Because of that, Phil wasn't really able to get into a rhythm in the first half. What was your message to him at the break?
I just told our whole team in there, I don't care what the score is. I want to see us respond, and I want to see us fight.
Wants to see fight. Also wants to see his quarterback stay away from Jermaine Johnson and Keir Thomas.
And see his tackles block those guys. That's definitely been a factor.
Jordan Travis, first handoff as we get the second half underway. It's Corbin. And bouncing ahead for a 6-yard gain. And stopped by Cam Horsley. Again, the Eagles coming in at 6-4, 2-4 in the conference. The Noles at 4-6, 3-4 in the ACC. But coming off that big win over Miami. And the Seminoles will finish their regular season at Florida next Saturday. Mike Norvell said there are only 2 games at the beginning of the year I talk about with my team. Miami and Florida. That's it. And on a run into wide open spaces, it's Corbin again across the 50-yard line to pick up a first down with a 20-yard run.
Yeah, it's Corbin again. He's going to come in here. He's going to end up winding this back. But look at the movement they end up getting up front with their offensive line. He's doing a really good job. And I think the offensive line generally has been probably the most improved segment of this team.
Looking for a long strike. Oh, that's a tough play, but incomplete. He had the catch made for a split second. Andrew Parchment, but unable to hang on. Covered by C.J. Burton.
It's a pretty good throw by Jordan Travis away from the defender. Parchment, that's one you like to see him catch because the ball's right there. Back shoulder throw, hard to defend. Been a nice pickup, great throw.
Second down 10. Opening drive of the second half. FSU really trying to put a hammer down immediately. Ward in the backfield. It'll be a pass play instead. He's going to hit McDonald. And McDonald very tough to bring down. No one's done it yet. And those sticks keep on moving. Woodbay finally wrapped him up at a 15-yard pickup.
It's a great job. Play calling and execution there. Just kind of the run action gets Cam Arnold to aggressively play downhill. And then the throw comes in right behind him.
FSU wants to move quickly. And they're doing it. Another first down. Ward wrapped up this time by Cam Arnold. And will lose 2 yards on that carry.
I've been impressed with Florida State, just their balance. I mean, the run action, some of the plays they have off of the run action, and they got a bunch of players involved as well. Just so unique each and every week, Dave. Almost looking like a completely different offense at times. Certainly have a good plan today.
Second and long for Travis. Good time in the pocket. Lost it over the top. And a jumping catch, incomplete. That was Ward out of the backfield. Boy, they're so effective throwing to the running backs.
They are, and you know, they get these man coverage situations, and I think it's just the matchups that they like. You see where Ward is coming from, basically from, you know, in the backfield down the sideline.
Going for the end zone, and a catch in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Malik McClain with an outstanding grab, a flag down, but up high for the grab, but a touchdown, at least for the moment.
Legal substitution, defense, more than 11 players on the field. That penalty decline, result of the play, or touchdown.
That did not take long, did it?
Not take long at all, and you know, Jeff Hafley talking to Kelsey at halftime wants to see how his team is going to respond. Well, I mean, the response came from Florida State, who just put together an impressive drive. And then Malik McClain just doing a great job of going up and getting the football, not waiting for it, attacking it. He's able to come down with it as BC's kind of waiting for it to come down to them.
Yeah, McClain, talented preseason freshman All-America out of Alabama, his second touchdown of the season. The extra point good. FSU holding a hammer.
Yeah, holding the hammer is right. And it was that talented freshman climbing the ladder to help Jordan Travis out. Phil Mickelson was grilling him. Just, oh, the Hasselcast. We get Matthew in there. Is that what they're going to call that now?
That's it. It is now. You've named it. We've branded it, as we like to say. It's a done deal. I'd watch that.
Would you?
No question about it.
I don't know if Matthew could handle the questions Phil Mickelson was
Sinkfield on a breakout. Now cuts back inside. Across the 50-yard line. Dragged down at the 40. So there's the answer that they've been looking for all day. This goes 45 yards on the return.
Well, and they needed something to spark them because Jeff Hafley was looking for some fight out of his football team, and the defense did not give it to him in that first drive. They are able to get some good field position, which has been a bit of an issue for BC throughout this game. But finally, you know, start a drive in plus territory.
FSU just coming off an impressive 7-play, 75-yard into the end zone drive that went 237. Garwo in motion on the fake. Jurkovec slams on the brakes, keeps the football. Here Thomas all over him. He's going to lose a yard on that carry.
And once again, it's great effort by Keir Thomas. Now, Jurkovec looks like he maybe is going to be able to climb up and scramble, but it's Keir Thomas with great pursuit, basically relentless pursuit from the backside. And it was kind of interesting talking to Adam Fuller when we were asking about Jermaine Johnson, you know, also talking about Keir Thomas and how valuable he's been for this defense.
Senior out of Miami. Jurkovec with time to throw this time, but it's incomplete, intended for Williams. Let's go down to Kelsey.
Well, Tim, you touched on it a little bit right there when Fuller told us that he's been as valuable as an addition as we've had, saying that, look, Jermaine gets a lot of the attention, and he should, but Keir Thomas has been doing big things for them as well. I actually got to talk to Jermaine Johnson a little bit about Keir, and he said the way he approaches the game, he's got this professional mindset. He's a guy that's gotten really close with him, and he says the way you come out and knowing he has his back every single time makes a big difference.
Yeah, they both look like Sunday afternoons are very much in their future. Jurkovec flushed out of there. Evading one tackle, directing some traffic downfield. Going to keep it, and got past the marker. And a good job as he is knocked out of bounds, went sprawling there, but that's 17 yards.
It's a really good job of coverage. You just look at what happens. You know, they're playing with a two-high shell, and essentially they rotate it down. Now, there's really nowhere for Jurkovec to go with the football. We've seen this a bunch out of him. Nowhere to go. He's able to escape, and then he usually creates a lot of big plays when that happens. It's a good job there, just making a decision to run with it. Nice gain for BC.
Having trouble throwing the football today on the carry. Garwo to the right. Chad Garwo came in with a chance at a 1,000-yard season. He was about 100 yards shy of that coming into play. He's going to gain 6 on this carry.
And, you know, BC, you know, as bad as it's been, Just think about last week for them against Georgia Tech. They were down. They looked a little bit flat. But there was some fight in their offense, which is why I think Jeff Hafley was talking about seeing some fight from his team. At least the offense seems like they're responding.
And off again. It's Garwell. Had an opening there. Finally down, but a first down. Thought for a moment he was going to break into the end zone. He picks up 10. Akeem Dent with the stop. And first and goal here for the Eagles.
Yeah, and with a lot of football left, you know, Boston College doesn't need to change its identity offensively. It's going to stick with the run. And, you know, you can't be in a situation against this front, especially the way the first half went, of just dropping back every play. It's already been decided that, you know, BC really can't pass protect one-on-one.
Garwell to the 5. Only 5'8", 215 pounds. Pennsylvania guy, and gets tough yards. Picked up 3 there.
You know, BC likes his vision, his power, but also his balance. You know, he kind of runs through plenty of contact, but has great balance.
Second and goal for Boston College. Trying to get back in this game. Garwell bouncing outside and gets a little bit closer. And he has been the man on this drive. Jarvis Brownlee with a tackle with 9:16 to go in the third.
Yeah, and what BC's trying to do with their run game is come down and block the edge players to force the corners for Florida State to replace, meaning become the new force players and make the tackle. It's Brownlee a couple times on this drive.
On the 2-yard line, Garwell, and he's just going to... Down goes the quarterback. An outstanding stop there by FSU all over Jurkovec. That was Keir Thomas again.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Jermaine Johnson said, look, I got the first half. Keir Thomas, you get the second half in terms of being disruptive. And Jurkovec, I think, just makes the wrong decision on his own read. Rather than giving the ball to Garwo as Keir Thomas came up the field, he decided to keep it, and Keir Thomas there to make the play.
Thomas is just having a huge afternoon. So 4th and goal. And they'll stop play right here. They're both pretty angry at the moment, and we'll take a timeout here. 26-3. FSU dominating so far. Well, Mike Norvell very happy with the score, but not that last incident on the field.
I was furious. I mean, looking at the top of the screen, and then he goes and lets some of his defensive players have it. Talking about the substitution, and here's why. When you look at it, basically forced to take the timeout because there's only 10 guys on the field. And, you know, with 10 guys on the field on a critical 4th down, you've got to burn a timeout. And kind of a mistake that you don't want to make and wouldn't expect to make with as well as they've played so far today.
Well, 4th and goal, 26-3. And a long drive here for Boston College. FSU trying to make another stop. Jurkovec in a handoff this time and got down and into the end zone for the touchdown. Pat Garwell, they really jumped on his back on that drive, and from 3 yards, he's in for 6.
There's no doubt about it. Dave leaned on the run game that drive, and Boston College comes back with the zone read that they ran earlier, where Jurkovec ends up keeping the football, made the wrong decision that time, made the right decision, handed to 24 and let his big back punch it in.
9 plays and 40 yards, took a little over 4 minutes.
Further review.
And they will take a look on the scoring play. See if the knee went down before he got across the line.
And his knee is definitely down shy of the goal line. Looks like right there, and it's kind of hard to see where that elbow is with the football. I think another great shot right down the goal line. We had one earlier. Our guy Torian with the handheld camera helped us out on the safety, which actually overturned the call on the field.
That's the key.
The shot was so good. And, you know, here, ruling on the field is the touchdown. And I just don't know with bodies around there and where his knee comes down, if there's enough evidence to reverse that call.
Give you another look as Garwo dives ahead, and that's so hard to tell there.
Yeah, and you know, his knee's down shy. Obviously, the ball's out in front of his knee in his left arm, which, you know, from this angle here, when you see his knee go down, it's still so hard to tell where it is, but I will say it is a great shot. I will say, I just don't know that there's enough to see where that football is when his knee is down to overturn it.
That call on 4th and goal, so obviously a giant call in the game. And they continue to look on the field. The ruling is a touchdown for Pat Garwo, his 7th of the season. Michael Webster, our replay official.
What's interesting, I mean, with as long as this is taken, we look at that shot from right down the goal line, his knee is clearly short. But we know the ball from the other angle is in his left arm, and you can't see where that is because of a defender in the way.
So, to your original point.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
Will be a touchdown. Just not enough evidence to overturn that.
No, not enough to overturn it. And you know, a huge play for BC, because now, you know, if the kick ends up being good, you know, it's just a 2-score game. Obviously with touchdowns and 2-point conversions, which, you know, the word of the day seemed to be, when we talked to BC, hope. With their quarterback back, at least you have some hope.
Litton connects on the point after. That drive set up by a 45-yard kickoff return. And Garwo into the end zone. So here's the play where he kept it. Jurkovec, and that backfired.
Yeah, and so it's a zone read, and they're reading Keir Thomas right there. If he comes up the field at all, you're going to give the ball to the back. And Thomas does a great job of reading it, and so they just come right back to it. He's like, all right, he came up the field, give it to him, and it doesn't have to be perfect. You know, a lot of times, Dave, people talk about quarterbacks reading the defense. Well, it doesn't just apply to the passing game, especially now with so many quarterbacks, part of the run game with zone reads. You know, that's a read as well. You're reading that defensive end, need to make the right decision in the run game. First time Jurkovec did not, second time he did. Gets BC back on the board.
Danny Longman laying into this one. And Corbin to bring it. Oh, he got popped at the 20-yard line. And that was the end of that return. And a pretty serious stick there. Joseph Sparacio answering the call, and you know, his head coach was saying at halftime, need to get tough, need to get a little mean and get back in the game.
Looking for some fight, and Sparacio giving him a little bit of fight, and I think this is the response Jeff Hafley was looking for. Yeah, but as we talked about Florida State defensively dominating BC, you know, offensively BC really has not had an answer for Jordan Travis.
They'll run it here, make it a spin move to pick up a couple extra yards. Brendan Barlow with the stop, and a 7-yard gain. Let's get on to Kelsey.
Well, guys, exactly what you're saying right there about keeping that spark alive and the energy is what I'm hearing on the sidelines. Vinny DePalma, one of their vocal leaders, said this is no time to feel sorry for ourselves. We can't have bad body language. We've got to go out there and make plays. Coaches really preaching, tackling, and having confidence.
Quarterback will keep again. And Travis dragged at the 40 by Graham Mobley, but that's a first down. He scampers for 12.
The athleticism out of Jordan Travis is really impressive. Really bad snap. And look at this. Like, no big deal. One hand, I got this, and then do a good job of executing the read off of it, which was either give the ball to Corbin or keep it. He kept it. Nice play.
Coming off 62 yards rushing against Miami. And staying on the ground again. And Travis, the West Palm Beach native, rushed for over 100 yards in back-to-back games this season. 113 yards against Syracuse and then 121 against North Carolina.
You know, being down on the field prior to the game and seeing him up close, he's a big, strong kid. I mean, I just, looked bigger than I thought he was, which is, when you add in the, how he's run the football, been a part of it, and the backs, obviously, we've seen what Corbin has done, been good as well.
Travis dumps it off short. And a completed pass out of the backfield. And once again, it's going to be Treshaun Ward with the catch, gaining 4.
Well, Brandon Barlow reads the screen, sees it. Looks like he's there ready to make the play, but just retrace your steps to the top of the screen. 44, Barlow's going to see it and turn and go to Corbin, but just can't get there fast enough. And then you see Corbin, who does a good job of getting up the field as soon as he catches that football.
Key call here, 3rd down and 4 for the Seminoles. And the sophomore quarterback trying to move those sticks again. And that's going to be complete here on the near sideline. Complete to Parchment. And that will move them again. A 14-yard pickup.
Yeah, it's just a simple little out route at the bottom of their screen versus off coverage. And Florida State's done that a few times today where you get off coverage, they'll roll Travis to the receiver, and it's pretty easy pitch and catch for Jordan Travis and Parchment.
Empty backfield on 1st down at the 40. Trying to get out of that pocket. He's still alive. Zips the pass incomplete. On a short toss to Ward, but could not connect.
One of the things about Jordan Travis that I feel like has really shown itself, and I think there's been growth throughout the season, is how good he is pre-snap. And the coaches referenced it when we had a chance to talk to him this week. A lot of times he uses that fake clap and then the clap to initiate the snap. But looking at the defense and then getting this offense into the right play.
He'll throw the football again. And did not get anywhere near 1st down there. It was Douglas with the catch for 6. So once again facing a 3rd and 4.
Well, and I will say, just like we saw on 2nd down, if Boston College is going to play as much off coverage as we've seen, they've traditionally throughout the season been a press man football team defensively, but given a fair amount of coverage, JT Thompson, 33, has been playing off quite a bit. Looks like he's impressed now, but if you get free access throws, just go ahead and throw it out there, which we've seen Jordan Travis do.
McDonald, a tight end in motion. Another short catch, another short pass, and going to be well short. Philly unable to get anything after the grab. In fact, it loses a yard. And it was Jaden Woodbay there to make the stop.
Well, it was interesting. They ran this play earlier. This is the play that Tuafili caught for a touchdown. They motioned the tight end over there. They get 2 blockers out in front, just spit it outside. That time, BC seen it, and Woodbay had seen it, and the Florida State transfer got out there quickly. Yeah, Jordan Travis is like, wait a second, I think they've seen that play before.
Yeah, transferred this summer from FSU to BC. So 4th down and 5. And Travis to go for it. Good protection in the pocket. It's broken up, incomplete. Intended for Douglas, but Mike Palmer, the 5th-year man, but a flag is down with 3:35 left in the 3rd.
There are 2 fouls on the play. Personal foul, high hit on the quarterback, number 97. Defense, we had illegal formation. Offense, more than 4 players in the backfield. Those fouls all set. Replay 4th down.
Wow. Well, a couple things here. I mean, Valdez can't go high on Jordan Travis because Mike Palmer ends up making a great play. And man, you know, it's these plays, forcible contact. That's how they call them. I mean, that's just, whether people like it or not, that's how they call them. That's a redo, and you know, for BC, I expect him to come after Jordan Travis.
So the Seminoles get another shot at it at 4th and 5. Travis throwing short again. He got it in there, tangled up, but he's going to pick up enough for a first, a 9-yard gain, a flag down. And they continue the scrum. Jordan Young with the grab, the wide receiver. They're going to get together on this flag. 3:24 to go. A couple of them dropped here.
Illegal formation. More than 4 players in the backfield. Number 76 was not on the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 4th down.
Yeah. Darius Washington, look at his stance. He's so far back that they're not saying he's on the line of scrimmage. And it's happened 2 plays in a row. You know, typically how that works is if an official is going to flag an offensive lineman for not being far enough up on the line of scrimmage, he'll warn him. Hey, 76, you know, you're cutting it close, like you got to move up. Normally you get some type of warning. So considering that it was flagged, the previous play, you would think that Darius Washington would maybe adjusted his alignment.
Hill standing at the 10 as FSU punts. And trying for the corner and a coverage by FSU. Able to get down quickly. It was Wilson. 35-yard kick. Great field position. One time knocked down in a big way in a standing coverage.
You see the struggle that it's been for Phil Dracovic. I mean, just 5 of 12 for 34 yards in the first half. Nothing going in the second half. And Zay Flowers, their big play receiver, just 1 target. Dave, you got to feel like that's something that's got to change. And even if you don't have time to get the ball down the field to Zay Flowers, you got to find other ways to get to him. But it's been, the story's been pressure. And they had Flowers down the middle, and Keir Thomas was able to get to Dracovic before he was able to get it off. But I almost wonder if Frank Cignetti, with maybe some of those touch passes, fly sweeps, something to get the talented number 4 more involved.
Quarterback's going to hang on to it again and drag down in the backfield. Nowhere for Dracovic to go. DJ Lundy taking him down, a loss of 2.
And you see the speed of Lundy. I mean, we know Dracovic eats up a lot of ground once he gets rolling, and Lundy does a good job of racing him to the perimeter to get him down.
You mentioned speed. The defensive speed of FSU is striking.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, just watching it, see the way they go, especially the way they rush the passer, the way they pursue. It's been impressive.
Dracovic back into the end zone. And that time Flowers covered too much. And that's going to be a number of flags dropped. Brendan Gant, strong safety all over him.
Pass interference. Defense, number 5. Automatic first down at the spot of the foul.
First down and a little bit gimpy, Flowers.
Yeah, Flowers is running a shallow cross, and there's another shallow cross coming his direction. They're trying to get a little bit of a rub. They don't get it. Gant just grabs him early, and you know, at the end of this, looks like he got kneed in the calf or something. Kind of hobbles off.
Garlow tried to cut back inside, but they are there to say hello. Kalen DeLoach, who's had another big game. And Flowers trying to work out the pain, that calf that took a hit.
Yeah, and that'd be a huge, I mean, look, if BC wants to mount something to come back, he's their big play guy. They're going to need him back out there.
Yes.
If they have a shot.
40 catches coming in. He's been shut down today. Dracovic, short. Another flag as he hit Gill, but a flag dropped. 5-yard pickup. And McClellan with the tackle. 1:05 to go here in the third quarter.
Personal foul, illegal hands to the face. Number 91, defense. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
That's Cooper.
And, when you think about what's happened today, BC's biggest plays have kind of come on penalties from Florida State defensively, and the illegal hands to the face by Cooper aiding this drive for BC. You see the right side of the screen, 91, on Zion Johnson, just kind of pushing in his helmet between his face mask and his helmet.
Florida State penalized for the 10th time, Tim. 4 of those for first downs. So those penalties really kept Boston College alive. Jurkovec with time, and it's broken up. Florida State busts up the play. Akeem Dent to slap it.
Well, Dave, you just mentioned the speed showing up for Florida State defensively. That's a great example of it, as Akeem Dent is chasing, a route, an over route. Those are hard to run down. Now, the ball's thrown a little bit behind Jelani Galloway, but it's Akeem Dent with great closing speed to get his hand in there to knock it away.
Brings up 2nd and 10. Flowers back in and completes to Flowers. Evades one, evades another, cuts outside. He'll get to the 40, cutting back inside. And they are going to take him down at last, but a marvelous run after the catch. It goes for 45.
Dave, I think his calf is okay. He runs a little bit of a spot route. Jurkovec takes a while to get it to him, and then this is what we were referring to. He's such a dynamic player. I mean, that's not down in two-hand touch either time, and he's a really special player. Frank Cignetti has told us in the past that he wants to get, at least 2 touches a game to Zay Flowers. You can see why.
They needed that life. 38 yards after the catch for Flowers. Our Subway game refresh. Boston College hanging in there. The drive started on their own 4-yard line.
But, you just look at what's happened this half. I mean, just a big return. They were able to punch it in on 4th down. And then Zay Flowers, after he looked like he maybe was going to be hobbled, looked anything but hobbled on that 38-yard pickup. And now BC in a 2-score game just outside the red zone, and Phil Jurkovec starting to get in a little bit more of a rhythm than he was in the first half.
And flag immediately.
Prior to the snap, false start. Number 16, offense. 5-yard penalty. Still first down. Please reset the clock to 15 minutes.
It's on the tight end, Luchetti.
Jeff Hafley's like, really, guys? Like, right now, BC can't afford to get off schedule because of their inability to pass protect. And so penalties like that are never good, but they hurt more in certain situations. And when you are having a hard time with pass rushers, that would be one of those situations.
Very experienced offensive line with 3 grads. First down and 15. He's going to fire that one, broken up by Florida State. They do have a man down. Zay Flowers, the intended receiver. Brownlee getting up.
It's a good job of Brownlee at driving on the ball. Flowers probably could have come back to it a little bit, but clearly for BC and Jurkovec, the challenge is that ball kind of lost a little bit of energy as it was getting there. And again, it's Keir Thomas, who just kind of pushing Tyler Vrabel back into the quarterback's lap.
2nd and 15. Time to throw it, and overthrew it. He wanted Jaden Williams, nowhere near. 3rd and 15 coming up for BC.
You just can tell, and I said it earlier, that hits on the quarterback are cumulative. And typically what happens when you are having a hard time protecting the quarterback, the coach will say, hey, look, we can't hold it back there. The ball's got to come out on time. And one of the things Jurkovec does so well is hold the football and then create big plays. Just hasn't had that opportunity because of the way Florida State defense has played.
From the 27-yard line, rifles that one in a diving catch and completed to Levy out of the backfield for the first down. Big play for the Eagles. 17 yards.
Big play and a great call. Basically get the back coming out, run a post. Our post out of the backfield. And what that does is it basically gets a flat-footed linebacker trying to cover the middle of the field. Good call, good execution by BC.
Early fourth quarter, play action, Jurkovec flushed out of the pocket. Directing traffic, and he wants the end zone now. He's going to be short of that inside the 5-yard line. Knocked out by Knowles, but he'll scamper for 7.
Almost like Phil Jurkovec forgot that he could run it. You know, it was, we mentioned him directing traffic. He's trying to tell Zay Flowers where to go. And all of a sudden, I think he heard the crowd. That happens sometimes, like the big gasp of, hey, or you can take off and run, which obviously he eventually decided to do.
Flowers wide left. Second down goal for Boston College. Hanging around today against Florida State. At times it looked like they were going to get blown out here on their home field. Garwo to carry, runs into a stack in front of him. No place to maneuver there before Robert Cooper made the tackle. And 3rd and goal.
This has been the best game that I have seen Kalen DeLoach play. We're 20 for Florida State in the middle of that defense. When he's not making plays, he's standing up linemen to let his teammates make plays. He's done a tremendous job today. I mean, this entire Florida State defense has, but I think it's been his best game I've seen him play.
Jurkovec under center here, looking to throw it. Pressure, and it's down on the deck, and it's picked up by Florida State. FSU with the football. Was it a fumble?
Ruling on the field is a fumble, recovery by the defense, 1st and 10.
Now recovered by Robert Cooper, number 91. And under immense pressure, it came loose.
Yeah, Zay Flowers running a little whip route at the top of the screen. See that? That to me is
ruling on the field was a fumble, recovery by the defense. Previous play is under further review.
He's out-leveraged the defense, and Phil Jurkovec is trying to hold on to the football and come off of it when I think that ball should have gone out to Zay Flowers. And you know what's interesting, I initially thought the ball was hit and came loose in his hands. Looking at like that again, if his arm is coming forward, his elbow gets hit, but the ball was secure in his hand, if that's coming forward, I think there's a chance that that is an incomplete pass.
And guess who? Jermaine Johnson in there once again, ruling on the field a fumble.
After further review, the ruling on the field is an incomplete forward pass. 4th down and goal at the 3-yard line on the left hash.
So no fumble. Jurkovec's going to try and carry to the end zone. He jumps in for a touchdown. Touchdown, Boston College. A 3-yard run from the quarterback. Calling it 2.5. And that makes it 26-16. Boston College. Got to go for 2 here.
You do. What a turn of events when you think about it. I mean, really, by the narrowest margin, that ball is ruled incomplete because it's secure in Jurkovec's hands as it's going forward, and then another opportunity. They basically run quarterback sweep, and now need to go for 2 to make it a 1-score game.
So BC going for the 2-point conversion. Have the tight end Luchetti in motion. Garwo, the running back. Obviously, Jurkovec can do that as well, and a timeout.
Timeout, Boston College. That's their first charge timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
12:57 remaining in this one.
Well, so you look at what happened here. They're going to end up blocking down on Keir Thomas and then pulling around Tyler Vrabel. So they essentially get quarterback sweep, get the perimeter, get big guys blocking little guys out in space, and then great effort by Jurkovec to sell out to get into the end zone. And you know, and Hafley didn't like the look he had for the 2-point play. Looked like Phil Jurkovec running down the field
yes.
to get the timeout called. And listen, if you don't like your play, you think of the magnitude. And listen, it's a 2-point swing here. you have to love your call. Makes it a one-possession game, which, with the way the second half started, with Florida State marching the ball down the field, clearly has BC, in a much different situation than they were after that initial drive.
And energized. 13 plays, 96 yards. They had a long way to go, and now going for 2. And they finally got Flowers involved. Jurkovec back to throw, and going to be broken up and incomplete, so cannot convert. Going for 2 there. He wanted the tight end, the Chetty, but Akeem Dent was there.
Yeah, and the problem is Cooper now getting pressure, and so as he's trying to get the ball to the corner, he's just under pressure one more time. Can't follow through on the throw, and so rather than the throw going to the back pylon, and he gets hit again. And look, that was pretty much catch, drop, throw. That was not, a quarterback holding on to the football, and ball ends up being inaccurate. And I think once again, you've got to credit this Florida State defensive line. That's just been disruptive the entire game.
And Jurkovec takes another pop. He has spent considerable time on the ground here today. He's been hit a lot, sacked 4 times, hurried half a dozen times, knocked down 4 times.
Yeah, and we know he's tough. I mean, he rushed back from this injury, but when quarterbacks get hit, it just takes its toll over time, and I think that there's been an element of that with how he's played.
26-16, and Monday night Catch-A College basketball doubleheader starting with Charleston Southern against Georgia Tech at 7. That's followed by Coach K and his number 7 Duke Blue Devils taking on the Citadel. Both games right here on ACC Network, as well as the ESPN app. One app, one tap.
It's a big drive for Florida State. When you think about, some of this momentum back in the favor of Boston College, I would think that we get a heavy dose of Jordan Travis in the run game.
Travis going to hand off here. It's Corbin. Can't get loose. Quick response by BC and Chris Banks.
But almost a turnover created because of the penetration at that mesh point of the handoff, Dave. And Florida State almost fortunate that there wasn't a mishap in the backfield.
2nd and 9. Florida State with the football, 4-6 at the moment. Try and draw even inside the ACC. With a victory, they'll be 4-4 in conference play. Travis going short and busted up by BC on the diving effort by Cam Arnold, the linebacker. Nice job reading that one. 12-11 to go.
Well, BC is bringing blitzes. Here comes pressure, okay? And then what happens is they peel off of it and cover this angle route. And that's a heck of a play in zero coverage by Cam Arnold coming underneath.
Third down 9. Trayshawn Ward into the running back. Travis holds his ground and throws it incomplete. Another one broken up. And the stop by BC. Wilson was the intended receiver, but C.J. Burton was on top of him.
And C.J. Burton, they end up doing a good job of just locking it as the switch release happens, and then the ball's left a little bit inside. That was probably a little bit fortunate that Burton wasn't able to make a better play on the football and pick it off. You want to miss that one towards the sideline, and it's a pretty quick 3 and out for Boston College.
So Gill standing back at the 35. First 3 and out today for Florida State. How about that? And a fair catch, some contact there, and a flag is down. Fair catch was called for. Now Boston College suddenly gaining some momentum. And a flag dropped. 26-16 FSU into the fourth quarter. Late afternoon here in Boston.
And you think Boston College has had a few drives today where it started inside the 5-yard line. As the officials discuss whether or not there's enough contact.
After the completion of a fair catch signal, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, kicking team, 15 yards from the end of the kick, first down, media timeout.
You know, and Mike Norvell not happy about it because the amount of contact seems quite minimal for a personal foul. But BC's defense stepping up, giving Phil Dracovic in the offense another shot at it.
ACC Network College Football is presented by the Eat Fresh Refresh at Subway.
Great day at halftime for the Hasselbeck family. There's Matt, or Matthew as you call him.
That's right.
Your
Matthew.
mom and dad. There's your dad, an NFL guy as well. Great family legacy. Jurkovec on the move across the 50. Slipped a little bit as he cut inside. And a stop by Brownlee, a 3-yard gain.
You know, and yeah, you know, Elizabeth, I think a little overboard getting the kids the T-shirts on there, but really fun. Good to see Pat Kraft, athletic director of Boston College, thankful for the BC Varsity Club, and Derek Knight and all those guys put a lot of work into it. Great time for my family.
I say great job, Elizabeth. That's the way you do that. A spinning move on a nice carry by Alex Sinkfield. You know, when he's gotten an opportunity today, he's played very well.
He's played really well, and you know, the run game has come to life a few times for Boston College, and you know, there's still plenty of time to, again, not change who you are offensively. 11 minutes left in a 10-point game. You know, BC continuing to kind of pound the football, still okay.
Pat Garwo returning as the back here for the Eagles.
And to me, I'm going zone read here because it's been so hard to block the defensive ends. Just read them.
Garwo takes it, finds an opening, and picks up a first down. Kevin Knowles will stop him, but up before he gains 6 and moves the sticks.
And that's exactly what that was. It was a
timeout, injured Florida State player.
That's DJ Lundy, middle linebacker, is down. We will have to take the break.
Media timeout.
39 remaining, 26-16 FSU. Man, that offense has come alive for the Clemson Tigers at the right time.
I mean, in the wrong time for Wake Forest.
Well, Boston College on the drive here. First down and 10 for Jurkovec. Wants a big strike here. Has a receiver into the end zone. Flowers. And a touchdown. 36-yard strike to his #1 receiver. We've been wondering much of the day, when would he be a big factor in this one, and he is now.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Strike is right, because that was a beautifully thrown ball by Phil Jurkovec. And then we've talked about Zay Flowers and his speed. And they like to use him on, you know, what are called downtown routes.
The touchdown. Previous play is under further review.
And I think they're going to look at, you know, if he ends up being out of bounds as he tries to sneak inside that pylon.
Zay Flowers for the 5th time this season, if it holds up. Here's the look. Yep. That looks like a touchdown.
To me, this should be a quick one because, you know, the ball's in his right hand. His left hand kind of hits that pylon and appears to be over the goal line. You know, I think, you know, Zay Flowers kind of had an interesting season because without Phil Jurkovec in the lineup, I think it was a bit of a struggle for him. You know, there were times that he was getting open and was not getting the football.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
And that's hard for receivers. They're used to getting the ball. They're used to having big plays. And when you're getting open and not being rewarded for it, it can be hard. And sounds like he's kept a good attitude through that. And, you know, now having Phil Jurkovec back in the lineup, you can see the difference it makes.
Connor Lighton for the point after to make this a 3-point game, and he will drill it to make it 26-23. So high drama here on the Heights.
Well, Flowers is going to end up in the slot, and you know, ultimately what happens is he ends up getting outside, and you see where he is lined up so far inside the numbers that he leaves the quarterback all of that room to throw the football. And Jarvis Brownlee has got so much room to cover, and so you see how the condensed split of being inside the numbers leaves all of that room to kind of fade into, and for Jurkovec to put the ball. It's a good job of kind of formationally giving your best player an opportunity to just go run underneath it, and then a good job by Jurkovec. And you see the big play threat, just 2 catches for 80 yards. And you know, one of them down the field and one of them just a kind of a 5-yard spot route.
Yeah, it was a non-factor really in the first half. Targeted only the one time, but a couple of giant plays here in the second half to draw BC to within 3, 26-23. As they kick off. And a fair catch. Just yesterday, Kelsey Riggs caught up with Zay Flowers.
It's just great to have him back, like to have his presence in the locker room, have his presence on the field, because you never know when he's going to do something like explosive or give you a pass that's like you never had before, or even run. You know, you seen that he got faster. He ran for 3 touchdowns last game, but it's great to have him back.
I would say it's definitely good to have him back, guys. Before the offense took the field, Zay Flowers skipped all the way over to Phil Jurkovec, looked him straight in the eyes. They shook hands. They didn't say anything, just looked at each other like, this is it, this is the moment. You saw how they just responded, and also the defense coming out and responding on the other end as well. But Zay talked a lot about the confidence that he has with Phil Jurkovec back, and they were throwing each other a lot of compliments rather. Zay talking about, hey, I'm one of the fast guys on this team, but you should see what Phil's doing. Phil really put in a lot of work to work on his legs during that time that he was out, guys. It is paying off between those two.
At Boston College with touchdowns on their last 3 drives. Travis trying to answer now, and he'll fire that one complete. Low one to Douglas, but going to pick up a first down.
To me, Zay Flowers talking sounded like a guy that was like, hey, make sure you throw it to me more.
Injured Florida State player.
You look faster, you're better looking, passes I've never had like that before, the whole thing. And they have a special connection, there's no question about that. And Zay Flowers, a really talented player who has long speed, but also has great quickness. And, you know, I think that just got to find more and more ways for him to have an opportunity to touch the football.
Player down is Darius Washington, a tackle for FSU. Today you were inducted into the BC Hall of Fame. Who was that guy for you when you were the starting quarterback here on the Heights in Boston? Who was the go-to guy?
Dedrick DeWalt was my guy from Chicago, Illinois, and he was a really good player, similar to Zay Flowers. And in fairness to my time here, Dave, let's be real, it was about the run game at BC. And that's usually the case with Boston College. The history of great offensive linemen here, great running backs.
Although, as you would say at that particular period, a giant mistake by the offensive staff. I mean, a total waste of a, well, you had a tremendous career, and obviously with 29 touchdown passes, you're in the top 10 all time here at BC, and that's saying a lot with the quarterbacks who come out of here.
There have been some good ones, but BC going to have to do it, you know, through the air and on the ground, and they're going to have an answer for this. We've seen this twice now, Dave. Rolling the quarterback out and working the perimeter. That's an area where Florida State definitely feels like they've got a good matchup advantage. Their receivers outside the numbers versus Boston College's corners.
Went to Williamson, the freshman, as they connected for 9. 2nd down and 1 for the Noles. Travis Likes to throw on the move, so effective with that. Another completion, or actually he dropped it, yeah. Incomplete. Intended for Williamson again, and good coverage by J.T. Thompson on the hit.
Yeah, I agree, Dave, because I thought that he caught it as well. Good job being violent at the moment of truth for J.T. Thompson. Now 3rd and 1. We've seen Florida State go with some quarterback sneaks. I would believe that there's some type of option they have. Either give the ball to the back or have Jordan Travis keep it and try to follow a blocker.
3rd and short. And a timeout.
Timeout, Florida State. That's their 2nd charge timeout. Media timeout.
Will break as well. 9:11 to go here at BC. Not a bad way to start the day. This is the first of 3 games here on ACC Network. Syracuse, NC State, and Virginia Tech and Miami still to come. Over 9 minutes to play. 3rd down and 1. Travis handing off for Corbin. Couldn't bounce outside. He's denied. He is denied a 1st down. Vinny DePalma's had a big one. Brings up 4th down and 1.
And it's a nice play by Mike Palmer, and almost think that Florida State, would have run some type of option play. Instead, they kind of just get, under center and decide to run right at him. And for Florida State, I do not think that I like the decision to go for it here. You have the opportunity to play field position, pin Boston College back.
Well, the crowd the most alive it has been all day. And diving ahead. Did they get it off in time? I mean, the clock was winding down.
Prior to the snap, delay of game. Offense, 5-yard penalty.
Did not get it off. Boy, they have made mistakes that have really cost them today.
In pre-snap penalties, I thought that they were basically in a situation where they were going to try to get BC to jump off sides. Think about maybe not snapping the football, but they were trying to sneak it and get the 1st down. And I've got to be honest, you see the play clock down at the bottom, and it's at 0 for a little bit before that ball is snapped. And I actually think this helps Florida State. I think the right decision was to punt the football, try to pin Boston College, give them a long field.
And Mono, and a fair catch by Gillett around the 10-yard line. That's where the drive will begin now for the Eagles, a 47-yard kick. And now Phil Jurkovec, who came back a couple of weeks ago. Many, including Phil Jurkovec, were none too sure he would return this year from a broken bone in the wrist. He's been much better in the 2nd half, Tim.
Been much better because they found big plays. That being said, he's still only completed half of his passes. And for Florida State, if you think about the thing that has really hurt them, it's been penalties that have aided drives. It's one of the reasons I felt like punting the football is the right move is, hey, play good defense, don't hurt yourself. You get a good chance to get the ball back.
Exactly 8 minutes to go in this one. They'll stay on the ground, and Garwo, not a lot of room to maneuver, picks up 1. Keir Thomas has had a brilliant day for FSU with the stop.
Yeah, he's had a brilliant day, and part of what's happened, the ends for Florida State have won against the tackles. But the other thing that's happened is when Boston College has tried to block Keir Thomas and Jermaine Johnson with tight ends, it just hasn't worked.
2nd down. He steps up, gets it off to Flowers. They're going to be so entertaining to watch. They're going to collar him out as he is spun out by Deloach, but he picks up 12.
Yeah, simple shallow cross by Zay Flowers, and Deloach, who I mentioned earlier, has been having a great day. He just can't run with Flowers. That's not a great matchup, but a good job of getting him down. It did look like he had more shoulder than nameplate there, which is why that would not be a horse collar tackle.
1st and 10. On the ground again. And a carry by Garwo, stopped by DeLoach.
And DeLoach is like, hey, look, let me make those plays where you're running the football. I'm a linebacker, let me remind you. Chasing, their fastest player across the field, that's a tall task. So, hey, let me play downhill and tackle a running back.
Galen out of the beautiful city of Savannah, Georgia. Second down, Jurkovec on his feet and sliding ahead. And picks up 13 yards. Akeem Dent gets credit with the stop, but a 13-yard pickup. They move the sticks again.
Yeah, Jeff Hafley's furious because his quarterback gives himself up again. Sliding feet first. And then, it's his shoulder, but he's giving himself up. Jeff Hafley's furious, and I will tell you, these are hard for defensive players, but that one doesn't look that much different than the one we saw earlier today.
No, it did not. Under 6 minutes to go. Garwo cutting back inside to the 40. Brownlee and Dent there with the stop, 5-yard gain. And that clock continues to run. Florida State up by 3.
And Boston College has always talked about being able to lean on people, wear them down by running the football, and kind of the idea of repeated blows in the run game. And you see their balance, offensively between first and second half, obviously much more productive, and leaning on the opponent is part of that.
Garwo really a workhorse. Thomas with a tackle. He'll gain 3 yards. 5:15 to go here at Boston College. 3rd down and 2 coming up.
And when BC is in these situations, and again, I'll go back to it. We saw how productive it was down near the goal line. These are zone read opportunities.
Garwo took the initial hit. Now he's going to go down. And nothing doing there, says FSU. And DJ Lundy also has been a very big presence defensively for the Noles today. That brings up 4th down, and they're going to bring on the punting unit. Much to the dismay of the crowd here.
Well, I don't know why the crowd is booing when their team has fought back in the football game. Obviously, fans like going forward in some of these situations, but the defense has been responding for Boston College, and so.
Timeout. Boston College, that's their second charge timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
Although I will say the timeout would lead you to believe that maybe Jeff Hafley is maybe agreeing with some of those booing fans.
Giving it consideration. So he's down to 1 more timeout. Florida State has 1 more. With over 4 minutes to go here. 4th down and 2. And we shall see what BC decides to do, down by 3 points.
Punting the football, there is no guarantee that you're going to get it back. Certainly no guarantee that you're going to get it back with timeouts still in hand and enough time to do something. And so, Florida State, who's been in a ton of close games and has had the benefit of playing, some of this situational football where 4-minute offense, if you're protecting a lead. I think Jeff Hafley is maybe saying, look, our best chance to win it may be to go for it.
So he is going to bring his quarterback back out there and hope for some Jurkovec magic at 4th and 2. Garwo, the running back. On the move, he hurdles for a 1st down. A 4-yard run and jump for the 1st down for the quarterback.
It's a design quarterback draw, and it's an outstanding decision to bounce it. And we've seen this a couple times now. Just the willingness. Here's a decision. It's supposed to fit inside, but because of the stunt, he bounces it outside. Just an outstanding effort to sell out to pick up the 1st down.
Garwo, big hole. Outstanding run, stopped by Knowles, but that'll gain 9 for Pat Garwo, and BC is on a move.
And here, Dave, is what's big about going for it on 4th down and getting it now, is now you're not in a 2-minute offense situation where it's pass, 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 and letting the defensive ends pin their ears back. Now it's a situation where you can continue to, and in fact, you probably want to, take some time off the clock and run the football.
Garwo again, another hole for him. A first down scamper of 7. Kevin Knowles with the stop. Boston College very confident when Garwo has the football.
And we've seen this out of BC. Big, strong, good run-blocking offensive line. Now creating some space for Garwo, who's running hard.
About 3 minutes to go. He'll get another carry. And continues to make yards. Stopped by the free safety, McClellan there, but he'll gain 2.
Well, and here's the interesting thing. You just mentioned it, Dave. McClellan making the tackle, the free safety for 2 yards. So what does that tell you? The safeties are coming up in run support. So the next thing off of this is hard play action shot down the field.
Garwo again, this time they stack him up. Nothing doing on that play. Thanks to Malcolm Ray, and Jarvis Brownlee came up from the corner and dumps him for a 2-yard loss. So 3rd down approaching.
And basically field goal range is right about the yard to gain for a first down. And so for Boston College here, you know at 3rd and 10, this is 2-down territory.
Lighten the kicker has hit one from 49. Jurkovec throws that one and incomplete, intended for Gill but short. So more good coverage by the FSU defense. They're on top by 3 with 1:52 to go.
And once again, it's pressure. Keir Thomas right in the face of Phil Jurkovec, not able to follow through, and that's why the ball kind of dies and is behind Gill because he's open. And I think if Jurkovec isn't under pressure from Keir Thomas, that he's going to get there, and now you have to go for it.
4th and 10. Under 2 minutes to play. Jurkovec to throw. Looking downfield, all sorts of time. Now he heaves it. He throws it up for grabs, and it's intercepted by Florida State. Picked off by the Seminoles and by Akeem Dent with 1:42 to play.
And basically, you know, it's been a combination today of great pass rush, but then coverage. You just look what happens. There isn't really anywhere. Jurkovec is looking this way. There's really nowhere to go with the footballs. He's looking to his left, kind of all covered up. So before he can get back to Zay Flowers, who essentially has a double on him on the bottom of the screen, see Flowers, he's going to hook up. You see Dent who's getting ready to drive on the football, and then as the ball goes up, Dent does a nice job of making a play on it, and Florida State defensively comes up with a big stop.
Another one. The Noles have had several today. At times they've been their own worst enemy with the penalties, but at other times they've made gigantic defensive plays. Travis diving ahead.
Timeout, Boston College. That's their 3rd and final timeout. 3rd and final timeout, 30-second timeout.
So the Eagles take their last one with 1:37 to go. Only a couple of times today has Flowers been a big factor. Looked like for a moment he was going to help lead them to a come-from-behind victory today, but right now it's 26-23 FSU.
Yeah, and then there's some frustration out of Flowers, looking like, hey, looking for an opportunity to have another chance to touch the ball. And, you know, now for Boston College, you know, your best case scenario is get enough stops here that you get the football back with around 15-20 seconds left. And for Florida State, you know, I don't think there's any reason to throw the football. I'm doing anything I can to find an extra gap in the run game and keep it on the ground.
Keyshawn Corbin the back. He'll take the football. Still on his feet and sliding down and in bounds. So the clock continues to run.
And smart play by Corbin, obviously, as that was bottled up inside. And again, you know, if you're Florida State, Jordan Travis, I want to snap this at the last possible second. You almost think Mike Norvell might use his last time out, you know, when the play clock hits 1,
Just
to talk
under that
about
now,
what they want to do.
Right there with the official. And there's your timeout. At 50 seconds
Timeout.
to go.
Florida State, third and final charge timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
Take a look at our MVP of the game, brought to you by Sports Clips.
Well, you just look at the efficiency pass in the football, 20 of 32, and I think it's been really impressive to see him manage this football game the way that he has. You know, his first touchdown pass was outstanding because it was great movement in the pocket, and then he was able to do a lot of this. Basically get the ball out to his talented playmakers on the perimeter, and he made a big play down the field. He's been really good, and you know, it was interesting, Dave. I just got the sense this week when we had a chance to talk to BC, and they were so excited about Phil Dracovic, and rightfully so. Then when we talked to Florida State, they're so excited to talk about Jordan Travis and kind of what he means to their football team. And
you know, we were talking with Kenny Dillingham, the offensive coordinator, and he said he has such a great relationship with the head coach, with Mike Norvell. The two of them are on the same wavelength, and one of the things so impressive about Travis is he's very cool and very, very confident. He'll take a hit here at the 15-yard line as the clock continues to run. 26-23, Florida State on the verge of knocking off Boston College and dropping the Eagles 6-5, and FSU still with an opportunity to go to a bowl and get 6 wins.
Yeah, and here's the deal. With that play, because they took so much time off the clock, you know, there's a 3-second difference between the play clock and the game clock. And so now, much like we saw, you know, at the end of the half, you now get a 4th down play with less than 5 seconds left. You see Mike Norvell talking about, hey, take the delay of game. Now there's 2 seconds left, just like we saw.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down. Please put 3 seconds on the game clock, 3 seconds.
So 3 seconds back on.
And basically, just like we saw at the end of the first half, where you don't want to punt, risk something bad happening. You just take the snap and throw it as far as you can, high and out of bounds, and the clock will run to zeros. And I will say this, that's a very good job by Mike Norvell in that situation. Think of what he did. Let the play clock run down on 3rd down, took his last timeout, ate some clock, and then here you go, throw it out of bounds to ice the game.
And that does it. Done really perfectly by Florida State. And they win the game 26-23. This is a team that was 0-4, came very close to being 0-5.
And Mike Norvell talked about never being 0-4 before in his career. The way his team has fought through that has been impressive. And the other thing that'll be big for them, Dave, is you get the 6 wins and become bowl eligible, is he is trying to change the culture at Florida State and build them back. That will go a long way.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Dave O'Brien, my partner, Tim Hasselbeck. Kelsey Riggs is on the field. A special hello to the NC State Wolfpack. You know they're going to be watching every minute. Huge for them as well. And, Tim, it has a chance to be a high-flying offensive game. We certainly know that Wake Forest can score with anybody.
They sure can, averaging over 40 a game. And this really comes down to, can Wake Forest find a way to get stops defensively? BC obviously can score as well with Phil Dracovic as their quarterback. So the defensive challenge is there for Wake Forest to get it done.
Well, Boston College won the toss. They have deferred, so Wake Forest will receive the opening kick. And we are set to get it underway. Danny Longman to kick off here for BC, coming in with a record of 6-5, and Morin will let that one sail right through the end zone. It'll come out to the 25. Let's toss it down to Kelsey.
Well, guys, Boston College is really battling this week. They had 32 players that were affected by the flu. They're without 10 of those players today. Most notably, their quarterback, Phil Jurkovec, had it earlier in the week, missed Wednesday's practice. Jeff Hafley just told me a lot of the guys you'll see today still battling through it. Their defensive coordinator, Tim Lukabu, said, look, everyone's hurt, everyone's sick, but this is an opportunity to win our version of a championship.
And Kelsey, you're a trooper as well. You're a little bit under the weather today. It's that time of year. So Hartman to get it going today for Wake. And a handoff to Christian Turner. And he gets stacked up by BC. They can be very tough to run on. And Sam Hartman has had a slew of brilliant games this season, none more so than against North Carolina. He threw for 398 yards, 5 touchdowns, also rushed for 2. That's a big part of his game. He's going to fire this one complete to Morin. Lost the football, but it's going to dribble out of bounds. The hit there by Elijah Jones, who's had an excellent year. They're going to pick up 7.
But Dave, you mentioned that, obviously Sam Hartman, a passer more than a runner, but can hurt you both ways, and has just done such a great job operating in this Wake Forest offense.
He'll fire short, skip the toss there. You were watching him during some of the pregame drills, and he had some issues with the wind the way it is. He's throwing into the wind.
Yeah, it's cold. You referenced it being cold. There's also a fair amount of wind, and at times it seems like it's just up high. As you see the flags at the top of the stadium, really getting moved around. But I thought it was starting to affect, down on field level, and so throwing into the wind could end up being an issue for both quarterbacks.
So Mora on to punt, and a quick possession there for Wake. Hangs it high, and it's going to be Flowers. Watch that one bounce past the 30-yard line. Zay Flowers, who as a wide receiver is one of the best in the country, should be huge today for that man. Phil Jurkovec, starting quarterback. Opportunity for him to add to those numbers. It's been a short season because of a broken bone in the wrist. Recovered from that a few weeks ago. Struggled at times against Florida State last weekend. He was outstanding in the second half, almost brought them back.
Yeah, and it was up and down. A lot of it had to do with the pressure that Florida State was able to put on him getting to the quarterback. But they still have hope when he's their quarterback. That was the operative word a week ago. They feel like they have a chance to score anytime the ball is in his hands.
His running back, Pat Garwo, who was closing in on 1,000 yards. And will take the first handoff of the day. He's at 4 100 rushing yard days. He goes for 3 there. Phil Jurkovec, the Notre Dame transfer, has played 15 games at BC. 6 times he's thrown for 300 yards. Matt Ryan and Doug Flutie both did it 12 times, so approaching some outstanding company. Big question is, will he stay?
Yeah, that is a big question because there's, he's been rated as high as the 6th best quarterback prospect by Mel Kiper. As you look at quarterbacks that could come out this year, and he's a really talented guy. Now, he hasn't played a ton of football, and so, more opportunities. If you think about what Kenny Pickett has done at Pitt, maybe makes sense to see Phil Jurkovec continue to play at this level.
The Flowers get the handoff, trying for that 30-yard line. He's forced out of bounds on the carry by Ryan Smenda.
We referenced the wind. Look, the ball's spotted, okay? And so Boston College is huddling up, and there goes the wind, moving the football. Just to get a sense, that's down on the ground down there. I do think it ends up being an issue, and I do remember, kind of going down to the field level and thinking, oh, hey, it's not that bad. And then the longer I was standing down there, the more you realized that the wind did seem to be like it was an issue, not just in the area where it would affect the kicking game.
3rd down. Luckily, some sunshine today here in Boston. Another handoff and no place to run whatsoever. That's going to be a loss of 2 yards. The stop by Dion Bergen. And no place to hide there. Bergen with a good effort for Wake Forest. They come in 9-2 and 6-1 in the ACC. Wake clinching the Atlantic Division if they can win this game today. Carlson about to punt, and Morin back, standing at the 22-yard line. Just an amazing performance last night by NC State. if you missed it. Incredible in Raleigh, engineering a comeback for the ages, scoring 2 touchdowns in 26 seconds to beat North Carolina 34-30, setting up a giant day for Wake Forest. Second drive of the afternoon coming up for Wake Forest. It is 40 degrees, feels like 30 with the wind chill here in Boston. Sam Hartman with a school record 64 touchdown passes. No flu bug for the Demon Deacons. BC was certainly afflicted, although one of the key guys, wide receiver Gill, did start. And Quentin Cooley, whose dad played at North Carolina, gets the carry. A stop by Brandon Barlow, a 50-year man for Boston College, and a 5-yard pickup.
Yeah, and with Wake's injuries at running back, Cooley's a guy that played well a week ago, and you could probably see get more snaps and more carries today.
Got another one there, and gains 4 more. Isaiah Graham Mobley, who is just back and starting to get healthier. That's huge for Boston College on a day like today.
And Wake moving at a really fast pace offensively.
So I'm not so sure if you'd call this a tortoise and a hare kind of thing, but BC is going to be very patient today. Wake is not.
Well, and we saw BC huddle up in their initial drive offensively, and look at the pace. We've seen Wake go fast, but this is about as fast as I've seen them go.
Hartman back to throw, good time in the pocket, and zips the pass, and complete to Perry, gets away from one tackler, picks up a big first. And a 17-yard gain with a man down. That's going to be Bryce Steele, a linebacker for Boston College, in on the tackle. But down here with 10:47 to go in the first. And the first major strike of the day for Sam Hartman to A.T. Perry, who catches his 53rd ball of the season.
ESPN College Football is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
15 years ago, the last time, the only time the Demon Deacons have been in the ACC championship game, Riley Skinner led number 16 Wake offense against number 23 Georgia Tech. Sam Swank hit 3 short field goals, 9-6. Not exactly a barn burner as far as a big score. To talk about Wake Forest and the opportunity, Tim, this team could win 12 games.
It's incredible. And offense a lot different than putting up 9 points as well. It's a big part of the reason why.
Hardman flushed out of the pocket, on the run, looking downfield, and fires that one complete, and somehow got it free to Perry again. Vinny DePalma wraps him up, 24-yard pickup.
That's a really good job by Sam Hartman, because Boston College brought pressure. He did a good job of escaping, and then as he was escaping, I thought he may take off to run, but Perry decided to work with him. He was able to find him.
Quentin Cooley, and stopped just about in his tracks by Marcus Valdez, and company picks up just 1. Back to that last play.
Yeah, and you just see what happens. Cam Arnold is a free runner right up the middle. See what I mean about room to run, and obviously it's such a good connection with Hartman and A.T. Perry that they're able to find him when he's on the move.
Hartman 31 touchdown passes, but he can run as well. He tucks it and dives ahead. This game will certainly test one of the real strengths of the BC defense, which is stopping the pass. They're number 5 in the country, allowing less than 168 yards a game.
Yeah, and I think BC would be happy to see Wake Forest run the football, slow the game down, not, have the opportunity for the big shots on throws down the field.
3rd down 4 for Hartman. Looking to 5-yard line and complete. He'll pick up another first down. That was Jaquari Roberson. He is the other half of that 2-headed monster wide receiving core.
He's the other half of it, but what a catch by Roberson. If this ball is thrown low and behind on an out-breaking route, that's really hard for a wide receiver. Outstanding adjustment.
Cooley straight on, still on his feet. Getting down around the 3-yard line and picks up 2. 5'9", about 215 pounds. I mentioned that Christian Beal-Smith is healthy enough to play despite a high ankle sprain, left ankle, several weeks ago. 2nd down and goal for Wake, pressing the matter right away here in the first quarter.
And based on that push, I expect to see Wake continue to run the football.
And blown dead here, and a flag down.
False start. Offense, number 50, 5-yard penalty, second down.
Now Wake Forest with the number 4 scoring offense in the country. Dave Clawson's team getting 43 per game. He has just officially agreed to a long-term contract extension.
And well deserved. He has done an outstanding job at Wake Forest, and he's a great fit for this program, and his players certainly respond well to him.
Hardman on a run and getting close to that goal line, lunging in. It's a touchdown. He scores. He was on top of a player, so he gets in a 7-yard scramble, and Wake Forest strikes first.
Yeah, Dave, I think you're exactly right. I don't even think that elbow is down, because I think the elbow might be on the calf of the Boston College defender that's on the ground. And I think it was Cam Horsley who he's on top of. See that left elbow? And then by the time Hartman's shoulder hits the ground, the ball has already crossed the goal line.
It was indeed Cam Horsley, 6'2" sophomore. Of course, they're going to review it right here to see if this will hold up. Bob Welch, the replay official today. Bob came in and said hello and said the technology for review has just gone to an extensive degree through the roof. Give me another look here.
I believe the first thing that touches down on Hardman is his shoulder, his left shoulder, because that, well, unless it looks like that elbow. Yeah, maybe that elbow does hit the ground. Again, even if that elbow is what hits the ground, the rest of his body is on top of Horsley, and because of that, I think this one's going to be hard to overturn. What's unique about what happened there is that was a called pass play. Hartman is trying to get the ball to the flat, and whether it was the defender driving on it or someone in his throwing lane, he then just kind of adjusted and kept the football, and it almost looked like a quarterback draw, except for he had no lead blocker, which was a good, tough, hard running by Hartman, and then an excellent effort to get into the end zone.
It's been such a great year for quarterbacks in this conference, and so many of them have the ability to break your back with their legs, with the running attack. We were watching Sam Howell last night. Hartman, Jurkovec is a guy who runs so hard. They are really good on the ground.
I think it's a great point, Dave. There's been great quarterback play in this conference, and along with it has kind of been the dual threat aspect of it. Not everyone has to look exactly like Malik Cunningham as runners. You know, they can kind of do it the way, as you mentioned, Sam Howell last night or all season long.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
Yeah, to your point, virtually impossible to overturn that. And so a touchdown, 10 plays, 71 yards, 3.5 minutes, and into the end zone for Sam Hartman. And exactly the way Wake Forest needs to go today. You know, as quickly as they're going, as fast as they're moving. Trying to pile up some early points. Nick Skiba is on for the extra point. So Wake Forest about to take, if he makes this, a 7-0 advantage on an afternoon they have to own here in Boston. And 7-0 Demon Deacons. Let's take a look at our pocket protection, brought to you by Nationwide.
When you think about, you know, the success of this offense, a lot of it has to do with the guys up front. They're going to work guys into the flat. This is where I think Sam Hartman is trying to go with the football, but because, you know, he has Valdez right in his face, doesn't like the throwing lane, he just takes off and running. There's multiple defenders unblocked. It's not a designed quarterback run, it's a pass, but as they come up the field, there's a vertical running lane. Sam Hartman decides to take it, and just think about his production. 30 touchdown passes and 10 rushing touchdowns. The company he now keeps, guys like Taj Boyd and Deshaun Watson and Lamar Jackson, just goes to show you, Dave, what you were saying. Good quarterback play in the conference. Sam Hartman is right at the top of that list.
I mean, I get it. His last 7 games, he's thrown for, what, 2,500 yards, 22 touchdowns. It's natural to say, well, he's a great passing quarterback, and he is. He's piled up ridiculous numbers, but that's such a weapon to be able to do that, to be able to run it in as he can.
And it's decision-making. Like, that right there is a great example of the decision-making. Called pass, not there right away. Rather than just get stuck holding the football and take a sack, be decisive, get up the field, and obviously good things happen.
So a 7-0 lead for Wake and a short kick at the 25-yard line. Let's get down to Kelsey for more on Sam Hartman.
Well, guys, I caught up with Sam Hartman this week, and he's very aware of what's on the line. So are his teammates. He actually sent a text message to some of his roommates from freshman year. It's a picture of a rally towel that he got from a basketball game freshman year, and on it they wrote ACC champs 2000 and left a blank. He sent that to the guys as a reminder. Look, this is what we came here to play for, not being overconfident, but knowing that they have an opportunity to do that with the win today. He told me this is a good kind of pressure. This is what Coach Clawson said. This is the pressure you want at the end of the year.
That's a wonderful anecdote, Kelsey, and you can tell how long they've been thinking about it, too. Just how meaningful it will be if it comes to fruition. Trying to get to the ACC championship game against Pitt. Garwold got him by the jersey and dragged down at the 30-yard line by Ryan Smenda and Yasir Taylor. That'll pick up 3.
You know, I referenced it earlier about, you know, what this program has done under Dave Clawson when you talked about his contract extension. This isn't typical. You think about the Atlantic, you got to go back to 2008 to have it not be Florida State or Clemson. The fact that Wake Forest is in this position, this goes to show you the job that Sam Hartman has done, the job this coaching staff has done to get to this point.
Jurkovec back to throw. Dumps it off short and incomplete. Intended for his running back, Garwold. Well, yeah, you're talking about a school of less than 8,500 kids, 8,500 undergrads. And at one point, to be eyeing an unbeaten season when they were 8-0, going into week 9, that's really special.
Yeah, and Dave Clawson has kind of told his team, this doesn't happen every year. Like, don't assume this is a yearly thing to get to this point. And so whether it's that towel or whether it's the journey some of these players have been on, I do think they know what's in front of them.
Long throw going to that sideline, intended for the freshman Williams, but off his hand. Chased by Gavin Holmes. So with a win, this is what it means for the Demon Deacons. Clinching their first ACC Atlantic Division title since 2006. Be 7 wins in the ACC for the first time in school history, and 10 wins for the second time in the history of Wake Forest. That's an awful lot for one afternoon. Warren back on the punt and creeping up to the 25 and a fair catch. So that's where Wake will take over on offense. 45-yard kick. The second score of the day here at Boston College. Kevin, thank you very much. Great to be with the great Kevin Connors today. BC, by the way, 2 possessions, 2 3-and-outs. So a very slow start. Hartman trying to stay hot for Wake, and another tip ball. And that continues to happen for him. It's happened in 2 or 3 games, and Boston College has been a big part of their week practicing. Hands up, knock it down.
Yeah, and you've seen North Carolina State have success with it. You referenced, batted balls. Look, Sam Hartman oftentimes is throwing the ball 1 yard from the line of scrimmage. Usually quarterbacks are 7 yards deep, but because of the way they, have that mesh point and have, Hartman climb.
And the pass completed, got beyond the 30-yard line and caught by Donald Stewart for a 7-yard gain.
You just kind of finish up the thought. Like, it's hard to find throwing lanes, and your defensive linemen are right there. It's one of the best ways to try to stop this Wake offense.
Going at lightning speed. Broken up. Robertson, the intended receiver, but BC broke it up. And that was C.J. Burton, the freshman out of Richmond, Virginia, quick to the football.
Yeah, and the ball slightly behind, not by much. And Burton makes a big play, a player who's not played a ton and not had, a ton of action kind of at the moment of truth, but does a good job there on a 3rd down. And I feel like BC needed that when you think about how slow they've started offensively. You can't have your offense out on the field all afternoon against an offense like Wake Forest.
Boston College and Wake meeting for the 28th time. The Eagles lead the series 14-11-2. Flowers with a fair catch. Series began in 1941 at Fenway Park. 36-yard kick. Well, it's rivalry weekend in ABC Saturday Night Football presented by Capital One as the 116th annual Bedlam game. Number 10 Oklahoma, number 7 Oklahoma State. Tonight 7:30. Sooners have beaten the Cowboys the last 6 times.
Could end up seeing a rematch depending on the outcome of that game. That should be a good one.
Boston College has lost 22 in a row to AP-ranked teams. That includes bowl games. Trying to put an end to that today. Jurkovec some play action, looking downfield. He's going to air it out. Long toss, but it's going to be underthrown. He just looks like he's having a difficult time throwing the football.
He doesn't. He's actually got the wind to his back. This is the direction that you should be successful throwing the football. And, they fake the end around. Here's what they do. They end up faking the end around to Zay Flowers, and they have a post to Williams deep. And I think that if Jurkovec lets this go early, he's got him. Safety comes out of the middle of the field. Throw it to the middle of the field. He's late. He eventually gets there. Williams ends up outrunning his arm. Really wasn't even close to completing it, and I just think that it's kind of bad timing and not seeing it right away.
2nd and 10. Wants to air it out again. Pressure coming, and they're going to nearly take him down. Somehow getting through, still on his feet. Throws it short, and the pass is complete at the 35-yard line. Outstanding pressure there by Wake Forest. Smenda coming hard. Only gains 3.
It's great pressure. I mean, you see it. He basically, Smenda is in the backfield. Just can't get him down. But back to the Big Ben, comparisons. Just finding a completion and avoiding a negative play. It's a really good job by
Pat Garwo.
Jurkovec. And then Garwo, who's really not much of a receiver, just 2 catches on the year, makes a really difficult catch there to help his quarterback.
3rd down 7, so all that just a 3-yard pickup. Going to stay in the air again. This one has a little more on it, but actually going to be intercepted. It's going to be picked up by Taylor. Taylor circling, and once that got airborne, Tim, it just kind of died.
It absolutely died, and he has Zay Flowers on the corner route. He's won right away, and when you win on a corner route as a wide receiver, you just keep your angle high. That's why you see Flowers with a high angle, and then the ball is thrown short, almost as if he was bending it off. This is a poorly thrown football by Phil Jurkovec. And Jasir Taylor makes a good play on it.
So Sam Hartman and Adema Deacons back on the attack. Cooley looking for a hole. And he'll take a pop by Jaden Woodby, the FSU transfer. And they'll untangle them, and that's a 5-yard gain. BC has had arguably one of the streakiest seasons of any team in America. They started out 4-0, then they went 0-4. Of course, they lost their quarterback Jurkovec for half a dozen games. He came back, they won 2 in a row, then they lost to FSU here last week. Hartman out of that mesh will fire that one incomplete. A flag is down. He was trying to hit Roberson, but the flag dropped. Coverage there by C.J. Burton. .5:17 to go.
Holding. Defense. Number 0. 10-yard penalty. First down.
The crowd doesn't like it, but pretty obvious.
The challenge for these defensive backs, you play in cover 1, meaning there's a safety in the middle of the field. The defensive backs are playing man-to-man coverage, and with the action and with the way that the receivers come off the line, sometimes is the guy releasing just to run me off? Is he going to try to block me? Is he running a route? And oh, by the way, he's 6'5". It's just such a challenge for these defensive backs.
Hartman's going to stay on his feet again, cross the 40, and steps out of bounds. He'll pick up a first.
See, these are the things that if you're Boston College, you can't allow happen. It's difficult enough defending this offense. If you start creating running lanes for the quarterback to take off and scramble, while you're playing man coverage, it's going to be nearly impossible to stop.
Complete to Perry. Perry moving outside, looking for the end zone. He dives, and he's there at the pylon for a touchdown. 33 yards for the score. A.T. Perry goes in for the 12th time this season.
It's essentially what we saw a second ago, in terms of the play action to an in-breaking route, and what an outstanding effort by A.T. Perry. As a receiver, it's like, look, I've done all this hard work. I'm not going to go out at the 1. I'm going to finish this off. And it's like he knew it from the 5. But you see it, it's just an in-breaking route. The linebackers step up because of the run action. And then the run after catch, you just see how much ground Perry covers at 6'5", which with each stride.
Yeah, his mom, Chastity, ran track at Arizona State. So you know where the speed comes from. And it is 14-0. Wake Forest on top. We go back to the studio, and Kevin.
All right, OB, and your Rocket Mortgage studio update. We get Georgia, Alabama next week for the SEC Championship. Today, Acho, Stetson Bennett, Jermaine Burton picking on Tech.
Yeah, they found a connection early. You see Jermaine Burton get by the defense and in the end zone.
George Pickens in uniform for the Dogs. It's 10-0 on ABC.
Meanwhile, back here on a cold day in Boston, 40-degree temperatures, wind chill of 30. A nice start here for A.T. Perry. 3 targets, already 74 yards to him.
And we've seen games, we've called games where he's had over 20 targets. So the fact that he targeted 3 times and obviously has been productive with them is a good sign for Wake Forest offensively. The other good thing for Wake offensively is, that interception of Phil Dracovic was their 25th takeaway, which has them in terms of takeaways.
Another short kick. Sinkfield coming up. And crossing the 30. It's a decent field position here for Boston College, and they need it. And tomorrow afternoon, catch the ESPN Events Invitational Consolation Game. Bill Self's number 4 Kansas Jayhawks. Rick Pitino's Iona Gales. 1 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. And a championship game is Dayton and Belmont. ESPN 2 at 4. Jayhawks were upset on Friday afternoon by Dayton on a buzzer beater.
Dave, it's been fun seeing college basketball back. It was also fun to see you and Dickie V earlier in the week. It was really a special moment for anybody that, not just a college basketball fan, but sports fan in general. That was awesome. Special
Such
night.
Joy in seeing him back to work where he belongs. On the carry, the quarterback, Dracovic, will keep it, pick up a first down. He wants more, though. Staying on those feet before he is nudged out by Joshie Davis, but a 28-yard run by Dracovic.
Well, Dave, you said it earlier about great quarterback play in the conference and Hardman being able to run. Well, here's Phil Dracovic on a zone read, decides to keep the football. Achetti gets a good block to seal the edge. Williams doing a nice job of blocking down the field, and Dracovic, finally giving this Boston College offense a little bit of life.
Phil among those who are battling the flu bug. The report that Kelsey gave you earlier that over 30 players were afflicted in some manner. On the carry, it'll be Garwo straight on. He was able to shake off the flu bug. Phil, the number 6 rated quarterback by Mel Kiper for the upcoming draft, should he decide to come out. And lineman shaken up a bit. That is Alec Lindstrom. But he's going to hang in.
And like Dracovic, I do think the offensive line was relatively affected by that flu bug as well. As you said, a lot of guys playing through it.
Jeff Hafley said they bought out all the Terraflu all around CVS stores in Boston. Here's Dracovic again. Takes a pretty good pop there, but picks up a first on that scramble. Smenda with the stop, but a 10-yard gain.
And I like what Frank Cignetti is doing here. A couple missed throws, missed opportunities in the passing game for Phil Dracovic. And, one of the ways you can get your quarterback into a rhythm is maybe give him some opportunities to run the football, get hit a few times, feel like you're in the flow of the game and having some success. And it's worked so far on this drive as Frank Cignetti's kind of dialed up some quarterback runs.
Frank's had a long career, terrific career in the NFL as well. He's worked with some of the great quarterbacks in the history of the game. Garwo finds a hole across the 20-yard line and down to the 15. Another first down.
It's a good job of guys blocking up front here. They're going to get movement there, and it's going to create some opportunities for Garwo. The guy's just moving, and Lindstrom, who we saw on the ground, doing a good job of getting a piece of Smenda. And you know, Garwo, 1 foot in the ground, get vertical, run through arm tackles. That's what they like to see out of their run game, for sure, with Garwo's power and balance through the hole.
1st and 10, last couple of minutes of the first quarter. Boston College trying to get something on that scoreboard. Garwo again dancing, and he stops. Not much there. Mustafa stops him, and they got nothing on that carry.
Yeah, Mustafa with a good tackle there. Tackling an issue a week ago at Clemson for Wake Forest, especially in the secondary. Dave Clawson told us that there were 15 missed tackles defensively, things that really hurt him a week ago, and he was eager to see his team respond and tackle better, and obviously what is a huge game for his program.
The other thing lately that's been out of character for Wake Forest is turnovers. Yeah. Usually they're way ahead winning the turnover battle. That's been a big mark of Dave's success. 2nd down 10. On the ground again. That was Sinkfield with a carry. Mustafa coming up to say hello again and losing a yard.
Yeah, and that's a good tackle by a player that, you know, in a group that was struggling with it. Now, because of the good tackling on the early downs, 3rd and 10 here, and kind of forcing Boston College's hand in terms of having to throw the football.
Under a minute to go in the quarter. Alex Sinkfield, the grad, the running back. Trikovic thrown for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown. That's the tight end Trey Berry, who hauled it in, and Boston College gets on the scoreboard.
What a throw by Phil Trikovic. It's drop 8 coverage. You know, Wake Forest, knowing that BC is going to have to throw the football, drops 8, and it's just an outstanding throw on an over route by Trey Berry, who was limited a week ago because of a knee injury, and the 5'11" Nick Anderson just not able to go up and fight for the football at that height that Trikovic places the football for Trey Berry.
Berry 6'6", 245, so he's already up there. And a nice moment on a senior day for him as Lighton sticks the kick. I think I just heard the echoes of a cheer from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. The first couple of drives offensively were not what the Wolfpack were looking for. Certainly wasn't what Boston College was looking for. But they're in 3-by-1, and you're just going to get a seam route to this far seam. It's basically an all-go special concept. Verticals, but you're 2-on-1 in the free safety. Nick Anderson kind of caught in no man's land, and then it's just an excellent placement of the football. As Travion Red is getting some depth, and so the ball's got to be kind of high and away, and you know, Anderson's trying to rake at the ball, but that's a great catch by Trey Berry. You know, he didn't play a whole lot a week ago against Florida State, and so having Trey Berry back in the mix certainly, you know, changes this offense. And I feel like, Dave, when we watch Phil Trikovic, the guys he really trusts are Zay Flowers and Trey Berry.
Morin back at the 2, and he's going to take it. Gets to the 20, nearly tripped up, gets through one man, gets a couple of blocks, and a flag is down. In fact, a bunch of them being thrown around that 40-yard line. And a possible face mask right at the end there, as Wake Forest has taken a 14-7 lead. 31 seconds left in the first here at BC.
Personal foul, face mask, kicking team, number 2. 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run. First down.
That's on Bryce Steele, the freshman.
And it almost looks like Steele has really got the shoulder pad. You know, he's in the inside of his jersey, maybe a couple of his fingers are on the face mask. And with a really good return, and then the penalty, Wake Forest starting this drive in plus territory. There is no way that that is the situation that Jeff Hafley wants to see his defense in.
Wake gets the junior Christian Beal-Smith back in there. He had not played since November the 6th. And on the carry, he'll duck in and pick up 5 yards. First Wake Forest passing for 323 yards per game, getting almost 500 yards in total offense every time out.
Yeah, and there is such confidence in their group offensively. I mean, they know. I mean, even Lyle Hemphill, the defensive coordinator, it's like, look, we're going to score 30-something points. I mean, that's a done deal. We're not worried about that. So, yeah, they feel like they can score on anybody.
Into the first. Wake Forest leading 14-7 on a day they can win the Atlantic and move on to the ACC championship game. On to the second quarter. Sam Hartman 6 of 9, 95 yards, 2 total touchdowns. BC on the first 3 drives, Tim just 10 yards. Last drive was a whole lot better.
A lot better, and it was the quarterback runs that got him going. And now BC's going to have to find a way to stop this offense.
So Hartman on 2nd down and 5. And a handoff for Beal-Smith. We're talking about that NC State come from behind victory last night. Just incredible. They were down 30-21 and rallied to win that game. You talk about the onside kick and then an interception on a last-second heave, and somehow they win the game 34-30, and they are still alive for the Atlantic. NC State's had a terrific year. That's going to be incomplete. Looked like it was going to be caught by Morin, unable to make the catch, and it falls incomplete.
And Morin stumbled coming out of his break, but then the ball was put there nicely by Hartman, and he just dropped, and now kind of in no man's land with where they're on the field. Going to go for it on 4th and 3.
53% of 4th down conversions. Going to throw it short over the middle, and they're going to get it. They pick it up. It's Chapman, the tight end, with the grab, and a first down. It goes for 4 yards.
Yeah, and Boston College brings the linebackers, much like Clemson did a week ago. Here come the linebackers, Steele and Isaiah Graham-Mobley, and then replace the blitzers with the throw as Chapman is just running a shallow cross.
Triple wideouts to the left here for Hartman. And then mesh-style offense. It's Beal on the carry. Beal-Smith. And picks up 6. And there is a flag around the 30-yard line. First minute into the second quarter. And we'll see what this is all about.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense, 15-yard penalty. The down counts, 2nd down.
Dave, you mentioned, here you go, I think it's going to come after the play. The down counts. There's some wrestling kind of going on at the end of the play, and some extracurriculars, and the helmet comes off, and that's going to draw a flag. And you mentioned the penalties, the turnovers being kind of a new thing for Wake. The personal foul stuff have been things that have hurt them as well. Get them way off schedule offensively.
Nagasamawa on that one. Good pressure, incomplete. Firing over the middle. Barlow right there on the coverage. Good pressure.
Well, we've seen pressure. We've seen a couple critical downs now where Boston College decided we're coming after Wake offensively, and that's really what Clemson did a week ago and had success getting to Hartman. We've seen that out of Boston College, although I would expect on 3rd and really long to play coverage.
At 3rd and 19, saw Perry on the sideline there a moment ago, and firing straight ahead and complete. Really tough pass, and somehow got that one to Keyshawn Williams for 15. And now another 4th down coming up. What do you do?
Well, I think we'll kick the field goal, but you see why that is such a big play by Hartman. Nice job of climbing in the pocket and making a difficult throw, a fairly difficult catch by Williams. It's what good football teams do. 3rd and 19, sure, you don't get the first down, but because of the big pickup, you give your team an opportunity to kick a field goal.
This will be a 44-yard attempt for Skiba, who is a career 89% Hits this one long, and he drills it. Skiba's had an outstanding career. The junior out of Clover, South Carolina, makes it 17-7. Kevin, thank you very much. Here at 17-7, Wake Forest, and about to punt. Boston College, a little bit up and down offensively, certainly. And trying for decent field position here early in the second quarter. Alex Sinkfield will move it across the 20 and the 25. And got it around the 30. The drive will begin there after a 25-yard return. And coming up, Sunday NFL Countdown tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, ESPN. Catch an interview with the Pats rookie quarterback Mac Jones. Plus, Sam and the guys rank the top plays from this week's Turkey Bowls and Monday Night Football. In the nation's capital, it's Washington and Seattle at 8 o'clock Eastern time.
There's my brother who's on Sunday NFL Countdown and was on the Seahawks, obviously. He's, I think he gets to catch some of the game before he heads down to New York.
Is Matthew a little camera shy? I wouldn't think that's true.
No, he's definitely not camera shy. In fact, he probably changed just for that camera shot.
They'll break this one open on a big carry straight ahead. Well done there by Pat Garwo to pick up 20 yards. Found the hole, and he stuck it.
Yeah, and Boston College needs to get this going. They want to control the game and limit possessions by running the football. And in order to do that, you have to have some success with it. And certainly they did with the quarterback runs on the previous drive. And if they can get this going, what that then does is it makes Wake Forest to commit to stop it, which will open up bigger things in the passing game.
Times it's almost jarring to see a team in the huddle this often, as BC has been. Another big hole for Garwo. Garwo cutting outside. First down, Boston College. Jasir Taylor able to bring him down, but a 23-yard run.
Yeah, and this is just such a good job of blocking on the perimeter. Excuse me, inside. You're getting a zone will concept, which is Luchetti coming through, and as Ja'Cory Johns comes up the field, Garwo just hits it. And I'm gonna tell you right now, like, if they can come off the ball like that, it's really going to force the hand of Wake Forest to get everybody involved to try to stop the run game.
Alex Sinkfield now the running back. It'll be Flowers. They've tried this a couple of times. He evades one man. It's almost like they're trying to manufacture touches for him.
Well, exactly right. We had a whole half last week against Florida State where Zay Flowers was only targeted one time. And it wasn't like they weren't trying to get him the ball, but it was a lot of stuff down the field, and they couldn't protect long enough to get him the ball. So we've seen a touch pass right there, a fly sweep earlier, and even if you're not having success with it, it does stretch the defense horizontally and will help you run the football right at him.
He's one of the great receivers in the country. Quarterback Jurkovec. Jurkovec down the sideline, steps out, and a first down for BC. Chased out by Nick Anderson, but that's 19 yards.
Yeah, Boston College has Wake on their heels with their run game right now, because we've seen it where it's been that zone read, which is what that was, where quarterback has the ability to keep the football, or if the defensive end comes up the field like the previous big run, you just hand the ball to the back.
That's what North Carolina did.
Yeah, and quite honestly, a lot of teams have had success. And Wake's been okay with it as long as they can tighten up in the red zone.
Garwo taking a shot flag down in the backfield on that carry. Second quarter.
Holding, offense, number 72, 10-yard penalty, first down.
That's on Lindstrom, the center.
Yeah, and it was unnecessary. It was just a wrestle after the play by Lindstrom, and with how you're running the football, there's Lindstrom, the center, and the ball's going to his left. It's just that finish right there, the takedown. Look, the ball's being run to the left. Defender is going to your right. Just shield him. You don't need to finish him, and now just put your offense way off schedule, 1st and 19.
Jurkovec has not looked comfortable throwing the ball. This is a guy coming back from a busted wrist, obviously, but he's had some difficulty hanging on to the ball. Straight ahead he goes. He gets down inside the 5-yard line. That'll pick up 14 more. So he's deciding he can do more damage with his legs.
He has, and that again is Frank Cignetti deciding it, because that's a designed run. That is a quarterback draw. Make it look like pass, but offensive linemen releasing down the field to block the linebacker level players. And at his size is a powerful runner. But Dave, you called it. I mean, just 19 yards passing the football. Is rushed for 70 so far.
2nd and goal for Boston College. Garwo kind of leaning back toward that 5-yard line. He gets stacked up on the play and stopped by Davis. And the clock running as we close in on 9 minutes to go here before halftime on the beautiful campus of Boston College.
You can just see the tempo, Dave, for Boston College. Of course they want to score, but I think that's goal number 1. The other goal is huddle up, take it slow. You referenced it earlier, and they'll probably end up snapping this football inside 5 seconds on the play clock.
And that is the case. Jurkovec back, now trying to run, and barely got back around the 5-yard line. Actually going to lose 1 yard on that play. Travion Red gets credit for taking him out.
And, Boston College sending the field goal team on, and, Dave Clawson said, look, defensively, and we were talking about this earlier about their ability to score, Wake Forest, Dave, as long as the drive ends in a turnover or a kick, and I think Dave Clawson is fine with a kick of any kind. Field goal punt doesn't make a difference to him because he feels like he's going to score touchdowns with his offense. And so this is a win. As good as that drive was for BC, it's a win for Wake Forest.
23 yards into the win, but a little chip shot there by Lighton. BC back on the scoreboard. 17-10, Wake Forest. Senior day here at Boston College. That is John Tessitore. And that is the son of Holder for Boston College, but the son of our great colleague Joe. Alec Lindstrom, we've given him some love today, the senior. Ben Petrula, for 60 consecutive games he has started for Boston College. Travis Levy, terrific running back. The seniors, Grossell, Dennis Grossell, out of the state of Ohio. Graham Mobley among the defensive players celebrating the ends of their careers. Brandon Sebastian, key man. Yeah, pretty good class, Tim.
Yeah, and it's always special for all of these seniors. And your last game in your home stadium, and it's neat this time of year to see it all around the country, really. And so much that goes into it. A lot of sacrifice for these college football players in terms of being ready to play each and every week. You mentioned Petrullo, 60 straight starts. I mean, think about what it takes to play offensive line each and every week in a college football season. And so
he did not play the first game as a freshman, but he has started every game since. He said, I feel like I've been here forever.
Well, he has.
Yes.
And I think it's fun. It's fun for their parents to be down on the field and celebrate it with them, and just always great.
Wake with the football again. Sam Hartman rolling. And complete to Roberson. And we'll pick up a first down. Sebastian with a tackle down to Kelsey.
Well, Coach Cignetti, their offensive coordinator, talked to us about what they'll be losing on offense. And he was saying it's not just on the field, it's the locker room, too, what these guys bring to that. And it was Jeff Hafley, actually, who told us that, look, it's not about spoiling Wake Forest's season right here with this game. It's about our seniors. It's about the guys in the locker room. And one day down the road, we may have the opportunity to be playing for a championship, and we need to play our best football at this time of the year.
Kelsey, thank you. Brandon Chapman, the tight end, with a catch. And just as you say that, they're moving the football again. And they're going to pick up another first down as Christian Turner goes straight on. Elijah Jones with the stop, but a 4-yard gain and a first.
And the contrast of the pace is amazing, isn't it? As Boston College is huddling, it's almost like Dave Clawson saying, look, the slower you go, the faster we are going to go on offense.
First down for Hartman. School record 64 touchdown passes coming in. Looking for a long one here, but incomplete. That was intended for Roberson, who's had a spectacular year. Came in 57 catches and 8 touchdowns. He and A.T. Perry, that dynamic duo of wide receivers for Wake.
Yeah, they're so good, and that's right there is an example of kind of what they try to do. Give opportunities to just go up and play the football. Very rare miss for Hartman to throw it out of bounds. I mean, typically, you want to just throw these alley-oops, just put it up in space.
Searching, and incomplete. He wanted Whitehart, but incomplete. Brings up 3rd down and 10.
You know, part of what Wake's doing is they're putting trips into the boundary, a bunch into the boundary, and then they're getting an isolated route up for A.T. Perry. But Boston College has been doubling Perry. There's just been a kind of a big crowd down in the boundary to the trip side.
Here they come, and they drag him down. Hartman nowhere to go. Valdez with the sack. Marcus Valdez, number 97, his 5th of the season.
Yeah, and here's Valdez. He's going to end up getting to the quarterback, and Hartman is going to look to his left, trying to get to A.T. Perry, but it ends up being a double, and then Valdez just continues to work, and Devontae Gordon, who had a rough week last week against Clemson, not able to hold up on Valdez, who's able to get home for the sack.
So that will give the talented Zay Flowers an opportunity, standing back at the 10-yard line. As Wake is forced to punt, just got it off. That was nearly blocked. Hangs that one high, takes a good bounce for the Demon Deacons, and stalls at the 21-yard line. 35-yard kick. Oh, the Bulldogs certainly feeling like their year, doesn't it?
Oh, it certainly does. And you know, it's been a weird year in college football in general. I think with top, 10 teams getting knocked out of the top 10, but Georgia's been pretty consistent.
And it's going to be dropped by the quarterback and recovered by Wake Forest. Jurkovec gave it up, and Wake picks it up. Mustafa falling on the football, and tremendous field position here for the Demon Deacons, leading it 17-10.
And, BC run another zone read, and it's Bothroyd, the defensive end, just doing a good job of, as he's going for the quarterback, just punching the football out. And the thing that couldn't happen if you're Boston College was exactly that. You kind of had a chance with 5:40 left, almost put together a 4-minute offense-type drive. Maybe not give Wake the football back, eat up a ton of clock. Instead, the first play turnover gives Wake the football in the red zone.
Yes, on the 19-yard line. Hartman keeps it. They're going to push him back. That was Cam Arnold meeting him and pushing him back. And 5:20 to go here before halftime.
I will say this, and Wake's defense at times has really struggled and looked bad. At the same time, they create turnovers. They find a way to get that ball out, and big one there.
2nd down 8. Hartman had some time. He's going to run now. Takes a pop at the 9-yard line by Woodby. There is a flag down here. And holding against Wake. As they lead it 17-10. Wake Forest, they win today. They win the Atlantic Division. They go on to play in the ACC Championship game in Charlotte against Pitt. If they lose, NC State, after an amazing win last night. By the way, Devin Leary. How about a couple of words about Devin Leary? He has 35 touchdown passes.
He's been awesome, and we got to see them in person a number of times this year. And Dave Doran saw it coming. He had a lot of belief in his quarterback, his physical ability, and that comeback last night with a couple of those throws to Emeka Emezi were remarkable.
I don't know, for me, the most underrated quarterback in the country.
I would agree.
2nd down 18. Hartman again stepping up, throws on the move and got it complete. Roberson trying to get some more after the catch. And Mike Palmer stops him. That'll pick up 12 yards.
And a good job by Cooley and pass protection there as Burton's coming off of the slot pressure. And good job of Hartman making the throw on the climb.
Hardman searching, throwing for the corner. And it's going to be intercepted, and his receiver slipped. Sebastian making a grab. Perry went down.
What a huge stop for Boston College. A turnover in the red zone to give this talented offense an opportunity, and A.T. Perry just goes down. Brandon Sebastian making the big play at the right time for Boston College to keep Wake Forest out of the end zone.
Look at the quarterback comparisons. Been a rough day so far for Jurkovec, but he has time here and has the football back on a huge interception by Boston College. Garwo on a carry straight on. And you're talking about a wide receiver in A.T. Perry there in the end zone, Tim, who's what, 6'6". The defensive back is a 6-footer, very good player, but he slips.
He slips, he falls, and so now the jump ball is no longer a jump ball. It's right to Brandon Sebastian, and you see the QB comparisons, kind of the struggles that Jurkovec has had. His defense just bailed him out.
2nd and 8. Quarterback keeping it. No place to run. Down at the 20 by Mustafa, who is charging hard. They're going to lose 2 yards.
And you can see now, I mean, the plan has been, hey, let's run the quarterback now. I mean, that's what they're doing. It's a zone read again, and it's Mustafa, who did not have a great week tackling a week ago. That's 3 now. 3 really good tackles right around the line of scrimmage by the young secondary player.
Freshman out of Charlotte. 3rd and 9 for BC. Travis Levy, the running back for the Eagles. Dropping back, pressure again, and he's going to go down again. Davis. Villain as well.
Well, it's Villain. You mentioned Villain. He's coming from over here, and Petrullo just ends up kind of getting walked back into the quarterback as Jurkovec is hanging on the football. It's a deep drop, which kind of gives it an easier angle for the defensive end to get to the quarterback. It's almost like Jurkovec was a little bit deeper than Petrullo was expecting him to be.
Yes.
You know, you kind of, make it an easier rush. You don't have to bend as much as a defensive end the deeper the quarterback is.
Short punt will take a bounce and out around the 50-yard line. So that's where the drive will begin. BC missing a golden chance.
Kevin Connors in studio. Coming up on the Geico Halftime Report, we'll update you on the game. Ohio State, Michigan in the snow in Ann Arbor. #1 Georgia continues to roll, and we'll preview Bedlam. Join Sam Acho and me coming up at the half. OB?
Kevin, thanks. Look forward to that. Some students hanging around and singing and enjoying themselves, but they liked it a lot more before they had to punt a moment ago because they had picked it off in the end zone. Wake Forest now on the attack again. It's Beal Smith. Out of the backfield, Cam Arnold ties him up a 3-yard gain, but only 50 yards to go here on this drive.
Yeah, the field position has really been good kind of all afternoon for Wake Forest, and BC offensively had an opportunity to kind of take some time off the clock, put a big drive together. Instead, the defense is going to have to rise up again.
On 2nd down, he'll throw it, and a tough catch, but complete to Donald Stewart as he hauls it in for 6 yards.
And Stewart's another guy. I mean, makes it 28 catches on the year for Stewart, but another guy at 6'4". It seems like Wake Forest just continues to roll out these big, long receivers that are hard to cover.
3rd and 1, Roberson in motion. Stay on the ground here to pick up the 1st down. Beal Smith with 2 yards, tackled by C.J. Burton. But they'll move the sticks here, and Wake has all their timeouts remaining.
Yeah, because they have their timeouts, everything kind of at their disposal, plus they just operate quickly anyway.
Hartman fires and complete again. Stewart with another catch and another 1st down. 15 yards on that one.
And you get a sense just with the clock stopping when you get a 1st down, how quickly these guys get up And on the ball, clock is running, ball snapped.
Hardman throws. And that's going to be incomplete. Stopped. Says Stewart was the intended receiver, but Elijah Jones was right there.
Well, Elijah Jones makes a really nice play on this football, drives on it. It's the second out route that he's seen in a row. And if I were Warren Ruggiero, really what I would do here is I'd be looking for a double move opportunity now. Now you're going to play aggressive. We probably expected to see it to Stewart as well up top.
Rolling, throwing, and it's Perry. No, it's Roberson this time. Knocked out on the near sideline by Burton and a 9-yard gain.
Yeah, and, you know, one of the things Wake has done a nice job of, I think it's been kind of an addition to their offense, is some of these move the pocket plays to help with their pass protection.
Beal Smith straight ahead into the pile to pick up another first. And they are relentless with this pace.
Yeah, relentless with the pace, and once again, because they do such a good job of getting at the line of scrimmage, I would have thought they would use a timeout right there, having all three of them, but seem to be content.
Hardman, time, rolling again, and he'll step out and stops the clock at 21 seconds to go.
And so, you know, you don't know it as a coach or play caller, but because it took a little bit of time to snap it, and then because the quarterback held the football and ran out of bounds, you do end up losing probably 15 seconds right there, which, you know, now all of a sudden you may not even be in a situation where you end up needing all your timeouts because there's so little time left.
2nd and 11 on the 13-yard line. Hardman and Wake trying to bang it in again. Bill Smith finding some room to operate before he's stacked up by Cam Arnold. 6-yard pickup.
Timeout. Wake Forest. Their first timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
With 16 seconds to go before halftime. That'll bring up 3rd down and 4 for the Demon Deacons. College football today. What a day. Penn State and number 12 Michigan State on ABC at 3:30. Texas A&M, LSU at 7, BYU and USC later on tonight, and of course Oak State and Oklahoma at 7:30 on ABC.
And I think Bedlam is probably going to be the right descriptive word for that one. 7:30. Everyone got to have all day to get riled up for it, and you know, 2 top 10 teams and
officials timeout for injury.
And the magnitude, you know, just like this is a big one for Wake Forest to play in the ACC title game. Obviously a big one out in Oklahoma.
That's Beal Smith hobbled as he comes off. It was his left ankle that he sprained weeks ago. Took him a while to get back.
And he's their best pass protector, and so when they don't have him, you know, it does impact their offense quite a bit.
3rd and 4 for Hartman and the Demon Deacons. Wants to throw again for the end zone touchdown. Caught by Perry. He has been too much to handle today. 7 yards for the touchdown. Wake Forest on the board again.
Yeah, and Jeff Hafley is not happy because he thinks A.T. Perry pushes off, you know, at 6'5", and we've seen it. You know, Perry does oftentimes extend his arm. He runs a fade, and that little kind of push off with his left arm had Jeff Hafley fired up. In fact, he ends up down in the end zone to talk to that official. And I don't know what you do. I got to be honest with you. Is C.J. Burton is kind of signaling push off to the official.
Extra point to make it 24-10. Hafley still steaming. A.T. Perry, at his size and his strength, that's 13 touchdowns, a Wake Forest single season record for the wideout.
Well, hit 11 coming into the game. That's 2 today, and you know, the first one of the catch and run variety. This one just being bigger and kind of stronger at the moment of truth. And 13 touchdown catches is remarkable. I mean, I think, you know, last year we're watching Sage Surratt, you know, find his way into the end zone, how kind of big and strong he was. And Scotty Washington was the receiver on the other side, and now all of a sudden it's Jacory Roberson and A.T. Perry.
And Sam Hartman has also thrown those passes, remember. He has 33 touchdown passes this season. That is already a Wake record. With one more today, he becomes the 9th ACC quarterback ever to throw 34 in a season. We mentioned Devin Leary got to 35 last night. Steer bringing that one back. And Taco Bell welcomes you to the Live Más Student Section of the Year contest. Use hashtag student section sauce to get the committee's attention, and go to ESPN.com/Taco Bell to see how your school can compete. So Hartman continues to roll on, and a 24-10 lead right before the break.
Dave, and when you talk about Sam Hartman's numbers, and to put it in perspective, we showed a graphic earlier about the group that he's in, and you're talking about Taj Boyd and Deshaun Watson and guys that are great players. And you need to give credit to Hartman, and then you also need to give credit to Dave Clawson and his staff for designing an offense where a quarterback can have the kind of year that he's had.
We said a fine first half again, 33-yard run there by Sinkfield, but we're at halftime. BC will have the ball to begin the second half. 24-10, Wake has the lead at halftime. Back to the studio and Kevin Connors. Welcome back to Boston College and the ACC on ESPN, getting set for the second half on a huge day, certainly for Wake Forest and for NC State. Wake Forest can win the Atlantic Division by putting this one away, and they have a 24-10 lead over BC at the half. Your thoughts of the first half?
Well, Boston College has had no answer for A.T. Perry, and so that really ends up being the challenge for them, giving up big plays to him. He's ended up in the end zone, and when you face a Wake Forest offense, you also have to be able to protect the ball, sustain drives. They have not been able to do that offensively. They get the first crack at it here in the second half.
Boston College has lost 22 straight to AP-ranked teams, and a loss here to Wake Forest would set a new program record. They've got a hole to dig out of. Levy with a fumble, able to dive on top of that, but bad field position here for BC to begin the second half. We go down to Kelsey Riggs.
Well, I caught up with Wake Forest head coach Dave Clawson and asked him offensively, what do they need to do to find the end zone and a little more rhythm? And he said it's not so much about making adjustments, but this Boston College defense is playing really well, and Wake Forest needs to play their type of football. I also asked him what his message would be to the team at half, knowing what's on the line in this one. And he said, look, you're not winning an ACC championship today. You win it one play at a time, one drive at a time, one game at a time. So we'll see what they're able to do here in the second half.
All right, Kelsey, thank you very much. First down and 10 for Jurkovec in BC. He had a real tough time throwing the football in the first half. Just 3 out of 7. Gets one off here, and that's going to be incomplete. That was into double coverage. There are flags down late, though. He wanted Jalen Gill, who is questionable because of the flu bug, whether he would even suit up today. And he is down, and so are the flags.
Just a big collision.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 28. 15-yard penalty. First down.
And it's Zion Keith.
Yeah, you see the offhand of Zion Keith, that left hand grabbing Gill right there, and then just kind of this unintended collision with Travion Red and Keith. Gill just comes down awkwardly, and he was one of the players somewhat questionable because of the flu, was injured at the beginning part of the season. BC decided to open up the second half. You referenced the struggle passing the football. They open up the second half. Hard play action. Try to get a shot down the field.
Yeah, as if to say, we're going to go ahead and do it. We're going to put the ball in the air and show you that Jurkovec is okay. First down and 10 after the penalty at the 27-yard line. On play action, wants to throw again, a long one down the center of the field, and incomplete. His wide receiver, Jaden Williams, had to hold up and turn back and could not make the catch.
Yeah, I mean, he's wide open. Jaden Williams is running right through the middle of the field, and if you can lead him up the field, he's probably going to outrun the coverage. Honestly, it was almost so poorly underthrown that Williams probably had an opportunity to put his foot in the ground and come back to it. Now, I will say, you know, Jurkovec's throwing into the wind here, and we've mentioned it a few times. It is pretty significant wind and has been throughout the day.
Yeah, it has been a pretty steady gust toward that south end zone. Here's Flowers on the end around, looking for some room, trying to cut back. There's a flag dropped. Now he's got room on the opposite side. Across the 40, the 50, the 30-yard line. Now cutting inside, and there he goes off into the end zone. But a flag dropped way back at the 17-yard line. 73 yards on the scamper.
Personal foul, illegal blindside block, offense, number 5, half the distance to the goal, second down.
And coming back.
So they're running the reverse. Here's Jurkovec, and he's going to get this block here, and just ends up being too much. You know, when you're
I'll tell you what, going back to the end of the first half, Jeff Hafley is livid with a couple of calls. I think he was certainly onto something with a push-off in the end zone in the first half.
There's no doubt he was with that. And there's also no doubt that college football, pro football, high school football are trying to get rid of these blindside blocks. And because of the misdirection nature of a reverse, you know, you have Jurkovec, you know, peeling back, and he's saying, look, we're good. You know, the play there is to just shield the defender, and it's hard. When you got a defensive lineman running there and you're a quarterback, that's a tough break for Boston College.
So second down and 25 for the Eagles. Jurkovec flushed out of there, dumps it off short and caught, but nothing doing really there. Garwo with the catch. And a stop by Kashin Davis. So got nothing.
Been a couple times where Wake Forest brought pressure in the inside, and Boston College has done a bad job of picking it up. I think Phil Jurkovec was talking to his offensive line in his back, like, hey fellas, we got to get that communicated, because we have free runners just coming through the middle of our, up front, the A and B gaps. Didn't really have any time to get rid of the football.
3rd and 25.
Rolling on the field is a completion. The previous play is under further review.
So they're going to take a look at the grab by Garwo, which did not merit any yardage, but Bob Welch taking a look at it.
I mean, to me, it looks like it takes a bit of a hop.
It did.
On the ground there, and kind of a weird start to the second half for Boston College.
Definitely.
You're just trying to get the ball into your playmakers' hands. They do that with Zay Flowers, and he makes an amazing run. It's called back. Not only called back, you put yourself way beyond, you're way off schedule, and so it's second and forever, and trying to throw a check down. It looks like it hits the ground, and so now you're going to have 3rd and forever, I would anticipate. And with that being the case, you're just really looking to pick up something, give yourself an opportunity to get a good punt off and flip field position. I mean, that's how the second half has started, which is not anything, what you're looking for out of BC when you think about giving up a touchdown right before the half. Now to get the football back and essentially go 3 and out.
And Boston College had a golden opportunity with an interception very late in the first half to do something there.
After further review, the ball hit the ground. This is an incomplete pass. 3rd down.
And Tim, you saw that immediately, and incomplete. Early moments of the second half here. A 3rd down and 24 coming up.
And based on, the fact that they're going into the wind and how Boston College has passed the football today. This could as much be screen draw situation as it is try to pick up this first down.
Travis Levy in the backfield for the Eagles. Jurkovec has a pocket. He'll step up now. Going to try and run for it, and he got crushed from behind. And the football did come free. They're going to blow it dead. Bothroyd, the man who hit him, and man, he hit him.
Rolling on the field is the ball carrier was down prior to the ball coming loose. Fourth down.
He did get 14 yards. He paid for it, Tim.
He did pay for it, and we saw him last week, Dave, take a number of shots against Florida State, and you know, as he's trying to slow down, I think, to cut back. Bothroyd just kind of retracing his steps. It's a big shot on Jurkovec, and clearly down before that football comes out, but not the type of shots you like to see your quarterback take.
So once again, Wake Forest is going to get good field position. It's Morin back at the 30-yard line. And a short punt, he comes up. He's going to field it. Keeps on moving toward the 50-yard line, but he's stacked up and backed up. And so Wake Forest back at it.
You know, early in this football game, A.T. Perry, I think, missed a signal from Sam Hartman. He wasn't happy about it. He's like, hey, how about you run routes and I throw you the football? That's what we're going to do from here on out. And hits Perry on the in cut, and great run after the catch, and awesome effort to get into the end zone, and then down in the red zone. The call that Jeff Hafley was unhappy about, bit of a push off, but not called. Good throw, and A.T. Perry just, you know, targeted 5 times, 4 catches, 81 yards, and 2 scores. Really been the difference for Wake offensively.
20 yards a pop. And it's going to be Turner with the carry as this possession gets underway, and a 5-yard gain by Christian Turner, sophomore from Buford, Georgia. Cam Horsley with the tackle. Boston College at 6-5. Jeff Hafley said, I woke up Wednesday morning and got a call that 15 players were sick with 101-degree temperatures as the flu bug hit them, but not against a lot of the frontline players at the top of the depth chart. A few of them got a touch of the flu, including Phil Jurkovec. He bounced back pretty quickly. Here comes 3rd down and 1. And the carry again, it's Turner, and he's going to be short of a first down. Valdez with the stop and brings up 4th down.
And it looks like Wake's going to punt. That's a good job by BC defensively. Go kind of quick to the line of scrimmage by Wake Forest on a 3rd and short. So many times we see them, because of their tempo, be able to, you know, sneak in there and get a first down. Boston College ready for it, have the defensive call in, send an all-out pressure, and able to make the stop at the line of scrimmage.
Well, last time he touched it, the man standing back at the 10 for the Eagles ripped one off for 73 yards. A penalty brought it back. Zay Flowers. This is a very high, long punt. And it'll keep on bouncing, and they down it inside the 5-yard line, back at the 2. So special teams doing their thing, a 45-yard punt.
Special teams doing their thing, defense doing their thing to give Boston College an opportunity to get the football back, fight back in this football game as Wake Forest pins it back.
Well, BC literally in the shadow of their own end zone here. Got to go 98 yards, trailing 24-10. Wake Forest will clinch the Atlantic with a victory here today in Boston. Jurkovec with a handoff as they stay on the ground. That was Garwo, tripped up by Red. 2nd down and 8.
And we saw BC really throw it, you know, coming out in that first drive. Obviously, you know, got a pass interference penalty, but struggled otherwise. The thing they've had success doing is running the football, and also running it with their quarterback. I have to think that that's going to be mixed in this drive in a big way.
Garwo, quarterback, will keep it. Jurkovec, he's stacked up. No room to operate for Phil Jurkovec.
And I think just a little indecisive with the run, Dave. You know, he kept the football. Luchetti is blocking, and he was just kind of unsure if he was going to cut it up inside his block or try to get to the perimeter, and just ends up running right into his tight end's back.
So under 10 minutes to go here in the third. 24-10 Wake. And a 3rd down and 8 for Jurkovec. It has been a struggle for a really good quarterback today. He takes the snap in his end zone. Throwing that one for the sideline. A battle for that, and it's incomplete. And no flags on the play. Zay Flowers, that's the man he wanted, but Gavin Holmes was with him.
Yeah, it's a go route. You get man-to-man coverage. Zay Flowers trying to get on top. The ball is a little underthrown again. He's got to come back for it. And nice job of running with him by Gavin Holmes. He's got playing with a cast on that left arm and does a good job. The ball's there, but once again, going this direction, throwing into the wind, a ball underthrown by Phil Jurkovec.
Well, BC looking for the punter. Grant Carlson, a boom one here out of his end zone. Morin backing up on it now. Starts to work it toward the 40-yard line. Cutting to the sideline. And a flag is dropped. Maybe a face mask at the end of this one. 9:17 to go in the third. And just an 18-yard punt. I should say a 43-yard punt, 18-yard return.
Face mask, kicking team. Half the distance to the goal from the end of the run. First down. Timeout.
There's a penalty at the end. 9:17 left, third quarter. Wake on the move again.
This is good pressure. You start the beginning of the year, all the mat drills and weightlifting and spring practice, and you hope by game 12 you have a chance to play for a championship.
And they certainly do. Dave Clausen at the team meeting last night was talking about the 1980 United States Olympic hockey team who won a gold medal and beat the Russians, of course, and just how underrated they were, how no one gave them a chance. Kind of the same things they were saying about Wake before their football season began this year.
And everybody had them 5th or 6th team in the Atlantic, and so to be, playing on the final week of the season and win, and you're the Atlantic representative, says a lot.
Harmon's going to step up straight on and gets down around the 5, inside the 5 on that carry for 9 yards. And such a punishing weapon for them.
Yeah, and you see just like his understanding of it, Dave, right? I mean, they move the back out of the backfield. They spread the defense out, and then doesn't get cute with it. Just follows his blockers, fall forward, and gain 9 yards in the red zone.
Taking it again. And again, he is stood up before he is dropped, but he did get it. He had enough for a first down. First and goal for Wake Forest.
And it just seems that, Wake has started, their possessions around midfield, most often. This one obviously starts on the 15-yard line because of the punt return and penalty. It certainly helped this offense quite a bit.
On the 3, another handoff, and this one to Quentin Cooley. Cooley, whose dad played at North Carolina. And a stop by T.J. Lamb.
I do feel like these backs for Wake Forest understand what they're trying to get accomplished in the run game. And then, honestly, the offensive line for Wake Forest, with what they ask these guys to do, they do an excellent job with it. And
flag down here.
False start. Offense. Number 59. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Nagasamnaya guilty.
That's typically what happens, Dave. You give an offensive line group a compliment, and as soon as that happens,
right,
the guy with the hardest name to pronounce jumps off sides. That's just exactly what happens.
Loic Nagasamnaya, a junior out of Silver Spring, Maryland. Second down and goal on the 7-yard line for Wake Forest. And a huge moment in this game. Hartman rolling. They give chase. He's looking for the end zone. Fires, and it's broken up by Boston College. Busted up by C.J. Burton.
C.J. Burton should intercept this football. It ends up being a really poor decision by Sam Hartman. Does a great job of making Valdez miss. Now just step out of bounds or throw it away. Instead, he tries to force it, and C.J. Burton's feet are in bounds as that ball gets to him. That could have been another huge stop for Boston College in the red zone. Turnover.
3rd and goal. Hartman looking to make some magic here. Back to throw for the end zone, and incomplete. Taylor Morin there, but so is Elijah Jones, and incomplete.
It's just kind of a back shoulder fade throw. Fair amount of contact there. Because Elijah Jones' left arm looks like it's grabbing the shoulder. Taylor Morin, and he's not able to bring it in. And it ends up, you know, if Skiba's able to hit this, it makes it a 17-point game, 3-score game. But that's a big stop by BC defensively with the drive starting at the 15.
25 yards, and he'll drill it. That'll make it 27-10. We go back to the studio, and here's our man, Kevin Connor. Kevin, thank you very much. You get the nagging feeling that Wake Forest should be up by a lot more than 27-10?
For sure. I mean, red zone interception, settling for field goals. It's kind of out of character for them offensively. Look, not that it's been perfect, but I think you've got to give some credit to Boston College defensively for how they've hung in there. And it's really imperative for them to get something going offensively, especially in the passing game. It's been non-existent so far for Phil Dracovic and their wide receivers.
And from the Wake perspective, I mean, the danger is letting a good team at home hang around. You're trying to win a huge game today and play for the ACC championship, looking to win your division today, but they've been unable to put BC away. Sinkfield will let that one go into the end zone for a touchback. Rivalry weekend at ABC Saturday Night Football presented by Capital One as the 116th annual Bedlam game. Number 10 Oklahoma, number 7 Oklahoma State tonight, 7:30 Eastern time. OU winners of 7 straight Big 12 titles. They need a win to get in. Looking at that scenario, number 7 Oklahoma State, number 10 Oklahoma.
And if you think if Oklahoma wins, ends up being a rematch, and we talk about, you know, rivalry games, in-state games that we see this last week. How fun would that be to
rematch in fast order? Jurkovic handing off to Sinkfield, trying to bounce outside. And a decent gain. He'll pick up 8 yards. We go down to Kelsey Riggs.
Well, guys, Zay Flowers is back out on the field after he spent some time in the tent. Looked like he was dealing with a leg injury, but out there now after running around on the sidelines. And this is a guy they definitely want out there. Jeff Hafley told us last week it felt like they were waiting for something to happen, and Zay Flowers was the one that gave them that spark.
He's had a tremendous career. 43 catches this season coming into the ball game. And nothing doing there for Sinkfield. That was Luke Masterson who read it beautifully.
Yeah, Luke Masterson done a good job, and probably their most secure tackler that they have on that defense. And, you know, BC, you know, in some of their traditional run game, when they're packing it in tight, they're having a hard time running the football. As you see, you know, guys like Masterson, and we've seen Smenda and Travion Red get involved and make tackles right around the line of scrimmage.
BC just 1 for 8 on 3rd down. A flag dropped. Jurkovic throws, and it's complete. Would be enough for a first down. Luchetti, the tight end.
Illegal shift. Offense. Number 80 and number 4. Both players did not get set prior to the ball being snapped. Replay the down.
So that wipes out an 18-yard play.
In the moment that you have success in the passing game, it's a pre-snap penalty. Jeff Hafley can't be thrilled about that. And you know, those are things you can't do when you're struggling. And Jeff Hafley's talking to his team about, hey, everyone's looking around for someone to make a play. Well, look, Luchetti makes a play. The quarterback, Jurkovec makes the play, but then it's negated by a pre-snap penalty. It just can't happen as you're trying to get back on track.
Now Boston College missing a very big target in Trey Barry. More ways than one. The 6'6" tight end, an ankle injury. He will not return. That's a significant loss. And down is Jurkovec. Villain again all over him. That's happened a couple of times today.
Yeah, and this time Villain's working on the other tackle. It's Tyler Vrabel. He's over here trying to block, and he just kind of stumbles, almost like his leg gives out on him or something. And with that, Villain's kind of a clear path to Jurkovec.
Loss of 7. BC to punt again. Moore and a fair catch. Once again, Wake Forest, good field position after a 38-yard punt. Stop me if you've heard that today. ACC storylines. This has been the year of the quarterback. A lot of school records have been shattered, and tremendous performances at that position. The second Coastal title for Pittsburgh. They're awaiting the winner of the Atlantic, and 2 teams still in the hunt for the Atlantic crown are Wake and NC State. Both had great years. At one point, of course, Wake Forest was perfect at 8-0. Hartman out of the pocket, rifles a long one down the sideline and incomplete. Intended for A.T. Perry. Elijah Jones, who's really had a nice year for Boston College, was right with him.
He really has. He has played well for him. And the second one we've seen today that Sam Hartman doesn't keep in play. These receivers are so big, so good at adjusting and tracking the football, that if you just give them a chance to keep it in bounds, oftentimes they come down with it.
Hartman keeps it, stepping up, looking for the first down, gets that, and extra yardage as well. And he'll run for 18. He's had a big running day.
Dave, you called it kind of at the outset. The weapon as a runner. He's been tremendous as a passer all season long, but plays like that when you finally cover these big wide receivers and you force him to hold the football and then he's able to escape. It's such a backbreaker.
Turner with the carry here. Sam Hartman today 9 carries, 50 yards, and a touchdown.
Yeah, and they haven't all been design runs, many of them, including the touchdown runs where he just decided to keep it.
Timeout for injury.
Injured man down for Boston College, and that's Chris Banks. A tackle. 4:17 to go in the third. Facing a second down and 6 here for Wake. And as we keep it here, 27-10 Wake Forest. Here's our College Football Award Spotlight, brought to you by the Home Depot, featuring Pittsburgh's redshirt senior quarterback Kenny Pickett, finalist for both the Maxwell Award and the Davey O'Brien Award.
And talk about quarterback matchups and quarterback play. Kenny Pickett and Sam Hartman in the ACC championship game would be a fun one to watch.
Sure would. Frankly, I kind of expected the same kind of fireworks today from the BC side, because Jurkovec's had such an outstanding career here, but it's been a tough day for him. Here's Turner. Turner taking to the outside. Flags drop behind him. And remember to tune in for the Home Depot College Football Award Show.
Holding. Offense, number 5, 10-yard penalty, second down.
Which is coming up on Thursday, December 9th at 7 p.m. on ESPN. And the hold goes on Roberson.
Yeah, Roberson just got Sebastian, it's like Burton. And outside the frame, when you're away from, when you're out on the perimeter, just easy for the officials to see. And again, Wake, kind of a penalty. Get him off schedule. Hasn't hurt him too bad, because it seemed like every drive has started at nearly midfield.
Well, not to forget that Boston College was down a big chunk to FSU last week and was able to fight back and make that one very close in the end. A catch by the tight end Chapman will get 10 yards. So BC certainly has that comeback ability, or has shown it in the past. 3rd down and 6. Getting late here in the 3rd. Hartman on his feet again. Throws it, and there's a big gainer to Roberson as he is nudged out inside the 5-yard line by Mike Palmer.
And once again, it's Sam Hartman, his ability to escape. Moves to his left, and as he takes off, I think C.J. Burden is maybe thinking that he's going to take off and run with him, run it, and so he cuts, his man loose, and it creates a huge opportunity in the passing game.
32 yards on that pickup. Brings up 1st and goal. Under 3 minutes to go in the 3rd. And Wake is holding a hammer right here. 1st and goal for Hartman. And a handoff, Turner. Turner is in for the touchdown. A 3-yard run for the score for Christian Turner.
When you mentioned it, the hammer, Dave, quarterback makes a huge play on a 3rd down because of his escapability, and I've referenced it earlier about the offensive line. Some of these situational runs down inside the 5 do a nice job of just covering everybody up. Turner's able to sort it out and fall forward. In Wake, with kind of as herky-jerky as they've been at times offensively, once again over 30 points.
Well, it's an offense that had scored at least 35 in every game until the loss at Clemson a week ago.
Well, here you go. There's a pressure that's brought in here. It's a good job of picking it up, and then Hartman escapes, and then outside, you end up losing coverage as Hartman decides to take off and run. So you look at the top of the screen as Hartman decides to take off. Burton just loses his man, and Sam Hartman moving to his left. It's a good, accurate throw, and you just punch it in after that, and you just see the way that Hartman operates this offense. The scheme is good, no doubt, and every coach that we've talked to that's faced Wake Forest has really complimented Dave Clawson and his staff with how prepared this Wake Forest football team has been. But how about some credit to the players with some of the things that they've done, most notably Hartman.
Steer will take it across the 25. So that's where the drive begins for BC. Right now back to the studio. And an update. Here's Kevin Connors. Gentlemen, thank you very much. The numbers on Jurkovec have not been impressive. His last completion, look at that, in the 2nd quarter.
And I think that was a touch pass to Zay Flowers. 3 catches, or 3 completions. One of them was a touch pass.
Clear this one out and throw it short, and it's going to be picked off. Intercepted by Malik Mustafa. Intercepted by Wake Forest. So many underthrown passes today. And that certainly is not like Jurkovec.
No, and again, it's into the wind, and Zay Flowers just going to run right down the middle of the field, and they're trying to hit him. And quite honestly, with his speed, if you can lead him, he's probably going to run underneath it. And ball once again hangs up there, and it's just significantly underthrown. And Malik Mustafa, who's made a couple of really nice plays in the run game, it's a nice play in the passing game.
The interesting thing to me, Tim, is that, and you make a great point about the wind, but in the first half, that wasn't an issue for him. And he still underthrew several passes.
I mean, look, 3 completions. And I said it earlier, one of them is one of those touch passes that essentially could be a handoff to a wide receiver running right in front of you. I mean, this is, it's not an exaggeration to say this is probably the worst game that we've seen him play in a Boston College uniform.
I think you're absolutely correct. Quentin Cooley on the carry, brings up 2nd down and 5. And so they're getting another quarterback loosened up here. Emmett Moorhead, who's a freshman out of Woodside, California. And there was talk about if Jurkovec was still battling the flu, it wouldn't be Grossell, it would be Moorhead coming into play.
Yeah, and you almost have to wonder what the situation is with Jurkovec, because, he missed practices we've talked about. They've told us that his grip strength isn't where, it it normally would be if he were healthy after the wrist injury. And so it's just been a struggle, been a real struggle. And, Moorhead, played a little bit against Syracuse, and he's a young player that missed a year of high school football because of the COVID year. So he's a very inexperienced player. But right now, I don't know what else you have to do other than make the move because it's gone so poorly for Jurkovec.
1st and 10. Hartman rifles a pass and complete to Stewart for a 6-yard gain. The tackle by Jones. So Jurkovec with the helmet back on, had the headset on for a little while there. Been a very rough day for Phil. Hartman, on the other hand, continues to star. Coley reversing field. And did not get to the line to gain there. He picks up 3. So final seconds of the third. It's all Wake Forest on top 34-10 as they close in on the Atlantic Division title. And with that, when they secure it, a trip to Charlotte and a date with Pitt for the ACC championship. And another quarter to go here, but on top 34-10. Dave Clawson said, you're not talking about winning a championship on this day. Talking about winning a football game, the championship to come. That's certainly their hope. 4th quarter coming up. And Wake Forest is dominating here on the Heights, 34-10 over Boston College. Well, 3rd down and 1, and Wake Forest will clinch the ACC Atlantic with a victory. And they go Wildcat here. And the snap to Turner. And a running back moving ahead for 1st down and a 4-yard pickup. And now Hartman will come back on for the Demon Deacons.
One of the things I feel like Wake Forest does a nice job of, we know their pace is kind of a hair on fire pace, but I also think they have a great understanding of when to slow it down, how to slow it down. And even though they spread and get up to the line of scrimmage, do a pretty good job of running out the clock.
Turner again. When you talk about Wake Forest in the season that they have had, after starting 8-0, they lost 2 of the next 3, losing to Clemson last week. So the losses to North Carolina and to the Tigers. And, one sensational season. If they had lost today, and this game is not over, but if they come up to Boston College and lose the game, what was a great season really kind of fizzles.
Well, there's no doubt about that. And, there was a lot of pressure on this football game. Made it feel like a playoff game. But, Dave Clawson said to his team, and he's a smart team, I don't think he had to tell them this, but he basically said, look, if at the beginning of the season you could have signed a paper that said, if you win at BC, you play in the ACC championship game. He's like, look, I would have signed it, and I think all you players would have signed it as well. That's what we have in front of us, and it's because of what you did earlier in the year to get to 8-0. That, the loss to Clemson and the loss to North Carolina, as much as they hurt, the goal of winning a championship is still in front of us.
Hartman picking up the 1st down. He has been the thrust of it, no question, all season long. Hartman will look to throw. He's stepping up this time, and they wrap him up. BC brings him down. TJ Ram, one of the seniors here on senior day at BC, grabs him. Under 13 minutes to go in this contest. 2nd down and 10.
I just think that, a lot of people were doubting Wake Forest when they were 8-0. And I think a lot of them felt justified when they saw them lose, and give up 50-something points against North Carolina. But they're a hard football team to beat. Going into Death Valley is difficult. And, they had a couple of turnovers and kind of bad spots for their defense, which certainly hurt them. But It's a good team. It's a really well-coached team.
It's an extraordinarily well-coached team, and every opponent says that, don't they? Jeff Hafley was raving about them all week from the BC side. He said it's the best coach offense in the ACC. Going for the end zone, and it's going to be incomplete, but a flag is dropped. He wanted Stewart. Elijah Jones again on the coverage.
Pass interference. Defense, number 20. 15-yard penalty. First down.
Jones with the pass interference.
And just see the challenge that you have. I mean, here's Stewart. We've been talking about Roberson and A.T. Perry all day long, and you know the transfer from Stanford is 6'4", and he's adjusting to the football. So an all-out pressure by Boston College, and you know when you get one-on-one coverage with these big wide receivers, it's so hard to defend. And Tim Lukabu, the defensive coordinator for BC, said Hartman basically throws alley-oops, just kind of throws it up to him. And
well, Hartman is now wide right, and another Wildcat here. And Turner ready to take the snap. So Wake Forest having a little fun here on top 34-10 and a play clock. And did he get a timeout? Yes, he did.
Wake Forest, their first timeout of the half.
So we'll take the break as well. 12:06 remaining in the fourth. 34-10 Wake.
Timeout.
Kevin, thank you very much. Well, Wake's trying to bang it in again. Already on top 34-10 here at BC on the 12th play of this drive. First and goal for Sam Hartman and the Demon Deacons. And a handoff for Cooley. And Cooley stopped well short as he picks up 1 yard. Tripped up by Chapman. Or tripped over Chapman. Second and goal. Trying to dive in again. Cooley and Brandon Barlow there to meet him.
The second one in a row for Barlow. Barlow's the one that drove Chapman back. And I said it earlier, Boston College has been defending a short field all game long. Good example of some great effort by these guys defensively down here on the goal line. And I would think that it's got to be an opportunity for a jump ball play to one of these tall receivers.
Hartman for the end zone, touchdown. Not much jumping needed. Blake Whiteheart with the catch in the end zone from 2 yards out. And so another big scoring day. A long line of those for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons as they lead at 40-10.
It's a good play call by Warren Ruggiero, who does a good job of selling it, move the pocket play, and then Mike Palmer, who's covering Whiteheart, gets bumped into, and Sam Hartman now with 34 passing touchdowns. What an impressive year.
Yeah, the 9th player in ACC history to do that. And an impressive line of quarterbacks he joins. Wake Forest has scored the last 24 points.
Yeah, well, Wake Forest putting the exclamation point on the division crown, and it's Sam Hartman getting to 34 touchdown passes on the year in the ACC record books.
ESPN College Football is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit Progressive.com.
For the 11th time this season, Wake Forest scores at least 35 points in a game. They have been remarkable. The number 4 scoring offense in the country, averaging 43, and have done it again, getting 35 or more.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. The consistency that they have offensively, and they know it.
And coming up this afternoon, 3:45 Eastern, it's the 103rd battle for the Commonwealth Cup as Virginia Tech takes on Virginia. And the day capped off by Kenny Pickett and number 17 Pitt squaring off against Syracuse. Don't have ACC Network? Go to getaccn.com for instant access.
Dave, you mentioned it earlier. Pittsburgh obviously playing tonight. Going to see Wake in the ACC championship game. Great quarterback matchup. And I think the other aspect of it is that Pitt football team, I feel like, is littered with talent on both sides of the football. And that one could be an exciting one with, much like the Wake Forest, North Carolina game, where you're scoring into the 50s. Because we know Wake is going to score. And with Kenny Pickett, directing that Pitt offense, so I would expect they score as well.
I like great defense, but I had a great time watching that game. I know you did.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Look, it's fun when the ball moves up and down the field and you see, great athletes making plays and quarterbacks making plays. And, we've referenced Hartman's ability as a guy that can move around. Well, how about Kenny Pickett's ability to improvise? It's been a huge part of their success.
It's a league that has been loaded with great quarterbacks. Emmett Moorhead's pass should have been caught there. Jade Williams could not. Moorhead, the freshman, 6'5", out of Woodside, California, made his college debut earlier this season. As Tim mentioned, in October against Syracuse, went 6 for 15, 87 yards passing. He did not play his senior year of high school because of the pandemic.
Yeah, and so he's been limited in terms of reps at the position. And, they do feel like, and Frank Cignetti told us as much, that he's getting better and better with the reps that he's getting. And so, obviously not the way that Boston College wanted this to go offensively today, but an opportunity to get him some snaps.
Wake Forest with a greeting. Bothroyd with that play. Number 40, very quick to get there. And that's going to be a loss of 11.
With all of the criticism that we've seen, and probably rightfully so, with how Wake has played defensively at times, I think Dave Clawson's been really clear about, look, we're fine giving up yards. In fact, and we're okay. You want to kick field goals and stuff, because we just need to come up with 1 or 2 stops in a football game, because we know we're going to score offensively, which certainly was the case today.
Taylor Moore with room to operate, getting across the 50 before they cover him. And so another drive begins for Wake Forest that put together some beauties today. Kevin, Sam, thank you very much. Wake Forest back with it. 9:41 to go here in the fourth. And a commanding lead. It's Turner trying to get inside. Brings up second down. They'll give him 2 yards. And a stop by Isaiah Henderson.
I will say, there's still outside 9 minutes left. But up 41-10. Really big game next weekend.
You're thinking about the quarterback for Wake Forest, and will he come out of the game?
Yeah, and what kind of situation you're putting him in. Look, probably premature to take him out before this drive. That being said, I think you also want to be careful with what you do here. Same thing with the receivers.
Handing off again, Christian Turner. Right into the pile. And a hard-fought yard there for Turner, the 5'11" sophomore. Well, Wake Forest closing in on winning their 10th game of the season and their 7th game in the ACC. They will clinch the Atlantic Division when they put this one in the win column.
Which, again, I know we've talked about it a bunch, but just really incredible to think about, what they've done, players they've lost. Kenneth Walker goes to Michigan State and has a, Heisman type year, and
right.
That's all right. They just continue to just operate offensively, and look at this. On a 3rd and 7, rush the football for 8 yards.
Turner again. It's had a nice day. Christian Beal-Smith was coming back off an ankle injury and unable to last the entire game today. And that clock continues to run.
Which I think is a significant note. He's their best pass protector, and a couple fumbles last week against Clemson. And we talk so much about this unique offense and that long mesh point. Well, just like a quarterback needs reps at it, the ball carriers need reps with it as well. And so Christian Beal-Smith's status for the ACC championship game will be one to watch.
Bouncing outside, Turner. Shredded a couple of tackles. He continues to do good work. 3 yards there, and a stop by Chris Banks. And for one of the few times today, Wake Forest whittling down the clock. And they were going at warp speed most of the day.
Yeah, I kind of felt like with Boston College trying to go slow, that really did. And I know they want to go fast anyway, but maybe it was just the contrast that maybe made it seem like it was so much faster. But it was. And
Sam Hartman, dating back to last season, has now thrown at least 1 touchdown in 15 straight games. As Turner ducks inside and still moving. He'll gain 3. Hey, next Sunday, December 5, the College Football Playoff Selection Show comes your way, presented by AT&T 5G. Exclusive reveal of the College Football Playoff matchup. And the Cotton Bowl and the Orange Bowl to be played on New Year's Eve on ESPN. Reese and the guys will also unveil the New Year's 6 bowl games, as well as the final top 25 rankings. It's a 4-hour special that all starts at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on ESPN and the ESPN app.
I think that Ohio State Michigan contest could have an influence on that.
Just a little. Donald Stewart in motion. 3rd down and 4, staying on the ground. Turner again. And a stop as he got inside the 30 by Mike Palmer. And going to be close.
I think you've got to be impressed with the way that Wake Forest is able to kind of run the football in these 4-minute drive scenarios. I know we're outside 4 minutes, but like they don't appear to be interested in throwing the football. And when that happens and Boston College is crowding the line of scrimmage, I don't care who you're playing, it's hard to pick up first downs. They did it on the last sequence and now find themselves with a 4th and 1. Look at the rush yards in the second half.
How about that? 102 to 6.
Yeah, man, give credit to this Wake Forest offensive line.
Hartman, of course, has run it so effectively, and they will gain another first down. He himself has run it so well. We've talked about Dave Clawson and agreeing to a long-term contract extension. Great news for Wake Forest. He's such a super fit there. But with the success he's had he not agreed to that contract, there are a lot of jobs out there. And he's a guy that I think gets circled by a lot of programs.
Well, there's no secret that the movement in head coaching positions in college football is significant and going to be significant this year. And I think it's impossible to ignore the job that he's done. He's been a head coach a number of times. Was it Fordham? Was it Bowling Green? Was it obviously been head coach here? And so experience and track record. They've been really good.
Success. Oh, I love that trophy, by the way. 5 straight bowl appearances. 36 wins since 2017. 4th most in the ACC. How about that 8-0 start? Best in school history. And today about to win for the 10th time. A chance to win 12 games.
He's been a head coach for over 20 years. And, the experience building culture. And I'll give you another one. And, down on the field before the game, and you're looking at, the athletes that Wake Forest has, especially
Wake Forest
at the wide receiver position. It's impossible not to be impressed with how he has evaluated and recruited talent to Wake Forest.
Great day for Wake, 41-10. Capital One College Football Playoff rankings, of course, Georgia #1. What I ask you, Tim, happens if Ohio State does lose at Michigan?
Does it bump? Does Michigan just jump Cincinnati? And
could be chaotic.
Yeah.
Mitch Griffiths now in, a freshman at quarterback for Wake.
You know what, Dave? You know what I think would happen? No one would be upset with the decision, whatever they decide.
And Sam Hartman. This is Sam in the commercial break. A little bit happy, a little bit fired up, and motioning toward the Wake Forest faithful, and they love him right back. He said it.
They do.
Tremendous year.
pretty decent contingent that has traveled to watch the Demon Deacons here in Chestnut Hill, and he should be excited for not only how he played today, but how he's played all season long. And
the only reason the interception happened today, by the way, is his receiver fell down.
That's a great point, because there's a good shot. He catches that for a touchdown if he doesn't go down.
They keep this on the ground. Wake Forest running Amani Marshall, a freshman running back. Here's what Mr. Harmon has done today.
Well, it takes off running on a pass play that had a defender in his lane, and then a big run on a third down, and then that slow mesh point to hit A.T. Perry on the over route. Finds Perry again and move the pocket play as he finds Whitehart, and really just 30 touchdown passes and 10 rushes, and the guys, I mean,
how about that club?
It's an incredible company to keep. And you know, again, the offense is unique, and they do a great job of creating opportunities for their playmakers, but you need the signal caller to get it done, and he's certainly done that.
Well, he's really been a maestro. They'll pick up a first down here.
How about this as well? How about the way they're running the football? Wake Forest, it's 3 first downs without the ball going in the air to run out the clock here.
Yeah, truthfully, they've done it most of the fourth quarter. And leading it 41-10 with 1:23 remaining here at BC on a chilly day here. Wake Forest started pretty hot, kept on rolling this season, along with their contributions to universities' general scholarship funds. For every field goal and extra point made, Allstate also donates to the American Red Cross to help with disaster relief efforts. Thank you, Allstate.
It's a lot of extra points as well from this Wake offense when you think about averaging over 40 a game.
Well, they came out in their golden helmets, sparkling in the sunshine, and Dave Clawson and his coaches and his players and fans of the Demon Deacons are celebrating a golden season.
Really has been a special year, you know, for Wake Forest in terms of the start, the accomplishments, and the fact that they get to represent the Atlantic Division next week in the ACC championship game.
Wake Forest about to record their 10th victory of 2021. Dave Clawson, Sam Hartman, and the Demon Deacons have won the Atlantic Division, and the Demon Deacons of Wake Forest have a date with Pitt in the ACC championship game. That has to have a very sweet ring to it on the campus at Wake Forest. What a season they have had. Their first title since 2006.